Billings, Montana. That's home. I'm Hank Morrison. I've got $1,500 in the bank, no truck of my own, and right now I'm sitting in a borrowed Mack Anthem pretending I know where half these switches go. So naturally, this feels like the perfect time to start a trucking company. I'm not crossing America yet. I'm not hauling some giant load through the mountains. I'm not rolling into a new state with my name painted on the door. I'm hauling scaffolding across Billings for 60 bucks. But it's my first paid run, and right now, that makes it feel bigger than it probably looks from the outside.
Morrison, you copy? I've got that scaffolding job ready for you, and I'd rather my truck came back with the same number of mirrors it left with.
Yeah, I copy. I'm sitting in the cab now, trying to look like I know what half these switches do.
That's fine. Just don't touch the ones you don't understand, which, by my count, is most of them.
That narrows it down to the steering wheel, the pedals, and maybe the cup holder.
Good. Start there. You're taking that load across town, dropping it around back, and bringing my Mack home without turning this into a paperwork festival.
Copy that. Scaffolding across Billings, drop it round back, no paperwork festival.
Exactly. Take it slow, give yourself space, and don't get clever near the gates. Clever drivers are expensive drivers.
For $60, I was hoping for something a little more heroic.
You're backing a trailer for the first time in front of working men. That's plenty heroic if you survive the embarrassment.
That's encouraging, in a very Cliff kind of way.
You want encouragement, or do you want work?
Work.
Then roll out. And Hank, treat the small jobs like they matter. That's how you get trusted with bigger ones.
I will. Rolling out now. That's Cliff Turner. Most people around Billings call him the Bear. He owns this truck, owns the work, and owns about 3 different opinions on how I'm already doing things wrong. But he's also the reason I'm sitting here at all. Billings rolls by in pieces. Industrial buildings, wide roads, yards full of equipment. The kind of places I've driven past my whole life without really thinking about what comes in and out of them. Now, I'm part of that. Barely, but part of it. I keep the turns wide, the speed low, and my hands steady enough to convince myself I'm calm. The trailer follows behind me like it's still deciding whether it respects me yet. The drop-off is only a few streets away, which is good because my confidence has a short fuel range. I pull around the back of the building, line up with the space, and start reversing. All right, easy. Little bit left. No, not that much left. Okay, the trailer and I are disagreeing on what left means. I pull forward, straighten up, and try again. The forklift guy nearby has definitely stopped working. He's just watching now, like this is better than whatever he was meant to be doing. One more correction, then another. Slow hands, no panic. Eventually, somehow, the scaffolding ends up where it's meant to be. Not beautiful, not graceful, but parked. Job complete. $60 earned. First run done.
You get it in?
I got it in. I'm not saying it was pretty, but the load is where it needs to be.
I've got something you ought to see. Come on by.
Copy that. Heading over.
There she is. Ain't fancy, but she keeps the wind off and most of the rain out.
This place is yours?
Was. I used it years back, then it turned into storage, then it turned into a headache. I don't need it anymore, but you might.
You're letting me use this as a headquarters?
I'm letting you keep it from rotting. Don't make me sound noble.
Cliff, this is huge. I don't even have a truck yet, but this makes it feel real.
It gets real when freight moves and bills get paid. Buildings are just boxes until you work out of them.
I get that. Still, thank you.
You want to thank me? Work. Keep it clean, keep it locked, and don't turn it into some dream board with no miles behind it.
I won't. I've got a company name, too.
That sounds dangerous, but go on.
Hank Haulage.
Simple. Easy to remember. Hard to hide from if you mess up.
That's one way to look at it.
What's the logo?
A globe with arrows going both ways. The idea is we start here, but we don't stay here forever.
That's the answer I wanted. And Morrison, one last thing. Get in touch with Mia Alvarez before you start guessing your way through freight work. She handles dispatch and job coordination around here, and if you want loads that actually lead somewhere, she's the one you talk to.
Copy that. Thanks, Cliff. Hello, is that Mia Alvarez?
Speaking.
Hi, this is Hank Morrison. Cliff Turner told me to call you about getting some work lined up.
Right. You're the one starting a trucking company without a truck.
That is technically true, but it sounds rough when you say it out loud.
Most bad business plans do. What are you working with?
$1,500, an empty workshop, and whatever borrowed truck someone trusts me with.
So, no equipment, no accounts, and no leverage.
I was going to say early stage freight operation, but yours is shorter.
Good. At least you're not delusional. I've got a fertilizer run from Billings to Miles City. UOP pickup, DFA delivery. 57,000 pounds. 3 trailers. Payout is $182.
That's not a lot for that much weight.
You are not providing the truck, trailer, insurance, maintenance, fuel account, or customer relationship. You are providing a driver's seat with a person in it.
When you put it like that, 182 sounds generous.
It's not generous, but it's available. Do you want it?
I'll take it.
Good. White truck at the pickup yard. Honeywell trailers. Fertilizer already assigned. Get it to Miles City clean and on time, then call me once it is delivered.
Copy that.
And Morrison?
Yeah?
Cliff says you're serious. I don't care if you are. I care if the freight arrives.
Fair enough.
Alvarez out.
That is Mia Alvarez. I can already tell she is not interested in the dream version of this. She does not care about Hank Haulage, the Globe logo, the old workshop, or whatever picture I've got in my head of trucks crossing the whole country one day. She cares about one thing: does the load arrive? That is probably good for me, because right now, if somebody lets me talk too much about the future, I can make this whole thing sound bigger than it is. I can talk about seeing America, building a fleet, running freight out of Billings, hiring drivers, maybe putting my name on the side of a truck one day. But none of that means anything if I cannot do the first real job properly. 57,000 pounds of fertilizer, $182. That number keeps rolling around in my head. It is small money, but it is also the first road run that feels like a step out of town. The scaffolding job was across Billings. This is different. This has a map, a route, a city at the other end, and enough highway in between to make me feel like I've started something. I like Billings. That is the strange part. Trucking gives me a reason to leave without disappearing. I can go somewhere, haul something, earn something, then come back with proof that I was out there doing more than just talking. The road to Miles City gives me enough quiet to think, which is useful and dangerous in equal amounts. I keep coming back to the same problem. Borrowed trucks can get me started, but they cannot build the company. Every mile I drive right now belongs partly to somebody else. Their equipment, their freight, their name, their trust. I am earning, but I am not really standing on my own feet yet. That has to change. Not today, maybe not soon, but eventually I need my own truck. I pull into DFA, cross the tracks, line everything up, and bring the fertilizer into the drop-off. No damage, no late delivery, no embarrassing call to Cliff. Job complete, $182.
Miles City delivery is confirmed. Clean arrival, no damage note, no late flag. That is a workable start.
I'm gonna take workable start as praise.
I assumed you might. Do you want to keep moving from Miles City?
Yeah, I don't want to sit still if there is freight nearby.
Good. I have barley moving from Miles City up to Sydney, 44,000 pounds. Payout is $140.
Smaller money, but it keeps me moving through Montana.
Exactly. Early on, your job is to be available, careful, and boring in all the ways customers like.
Available, careful, and boring. That might be the company slogan if the globe logo doesn't work out.
Please don't put that on a truck.
No promises.
I'm sending the barley job through now. Pick it up at the farmyard outside Miles City and call in once you are loaded.
Copy that. Thanks, Mia. So that is the next move. Miles City to Sydney. Barley this time. The money's still small, the truck's still not mine, and Hank Haulage is still more promise than company. But the first real road job is done, and I'm still moving. We're leaving Miles City now with 44,000 pounds of barley behind us and $140 waiting at the other end, if I get it to Sydney in one piece. It's not big money, but I'm starting to learn that early trucking isn't about big money. It's about not stopping. One job leads to another. One city leads to the next. One clean delivery gives someone a reason to trust you with the next load. That's the whole business right now. Keep moving. Don't break anything. Don't get too proud. I'm still in borrowed equipment, still working other people's freight, still building a company that mostly exists in my head and on one little screen back in Billings.
Anybody heading towards Sydney got eyes on the road? I'm starting to think I took a wrong turn into the world's longest driveway.
I'm heading that way now. Road looks clear from where I'm sitting, unless the driveway gets worse up ahead.
Well, that's comforting. What are you hauling?
Barley?
Barley? That's either farm freight or soup ingredients, and I'm not qualified to know which.
As long as they pay me when I get there, they can call it whatever they want.
That's the spirit. I'm Sidewinder on the CB, Riley if dispatch is irritated, and that idiot if you ask a loading dock in Missoula.
Hank Morrison.
You using your full name out here? Hank Morrison? Bold move. Makes you sound like you're about to file taxes over the radio.
I didn't know I needed a stage name to haul barley.
You don't need one, but it helps. Something with bite. Gravel King, Iron Wolf, Diesel Hawk.
Diesel Hawk sounds like a gas station energy drink that gives you chest pain.
That's because you lack vision.
Maybe. I'm starting a trucking company with no truck, so vision might be all I've got.
No truck?
Not yet. I've got a workshop in Billings, a name, and whatever work I can get through borrowed rigs.
That's not nothing. That's the dangerous bit right before something becomes something.
Or right before it falls over.
Same road for a while. Just depends how you drive it.
You always this philosophical?
Only when I'm hungry or underpaid. So, yeah, most of the time.
Good to know.
Keep it steady up there, Hank Morrison. And if you do pick a CB name, don't choose Diesel Hawk. I'm keeping that one for a future energy drink empire.
Wouldn't dream of stealing it.
Laters.
The country roads towards Sydney open up nicely. There's that Montana look everywhere. Wide space, working land, long views. Nothing trying too hard to be pretty and somehow better because of it. This is why I want to do this. Not just for the money, though I definitely need the money. I want to see places from the road. I want to know what's past the next city without having to guess. I want to leave Billings and come back with something more than stories. Proof, maybe. A bank balance. A truck. A company that isn't just a name I typed in because the menu asked me to. Sydney comes up, and I pull into the drop-off yard. The parking is cleaner this time. Still not perfect. I'm not going to lie to myself that hard. But cleaner. The load goes in, the job completes, and that's another one done. $140. Then the driver profile ticks over. Level 1. Newbie. It's not exactly a heroic title. but it's mine, and the system gives me my first training point. Long distance, high value, fragile, urgent, eco-driving, hazardous cargo. I go with long distance. Makes sense. If the whole point is seeing America, I need to learn how to go farther than the next town over. So that's the first bit of proper progress. Not just money, skill, experience, proof that the road's starting to teach me something.
Sydney delivery is confirmed. Clean handoff, and I see your profile updated in the system.
Yeah, level 1 newbie. I'm trying not to let the fame change me.
Please don't. Paperwork is hard enough without ego.
I put the training point into long distance.
Good choice. If you want bigger routes, you need to show you can handle more than short hops.
That's the idea.
I've got a route back toward Billings. Corn load, 58,000 pounds. Heavier setup. Payout is $257.
That's the best money so far.
It's also the heaviest job so far. You want it?
Yeah, I'll take it back home.
Then I'm sending it through. Bring it in clean, Morrison.
I will.
Alvarez out.
Sydney to Billings, 58,000 pounds of corn. Best payout yet. Hank Haulage still doesn't own anything with wheels, but the miles are stacking up, the money's climbing, and for the first time, Billings isn't just where I started, it's where I'm heading back, with proof. We're coming back into Billings now, with 58,000 pounds of corn behind us, and the best payout so far waiting at the drop-off. $257. That still isn't big trucking money, but for Hank Haulage right now, it's massive. This whole loop has taken me out through Montana and brought me back home with more than I started with. That's the first thing today that feels real. Not the logo, not the workshop, not even the company name. The money, the miles, the proof. I pull off the highway and follow the route back through town, sitting in traffic with this longer setup behind me, trying not to look at every curb like it's personally planning against me. Easy now, home stretch. Don't get all the way back to Billings and become a local cautionary tale. The delivery point is the same place where I dropped the first scaffolding load earlier. I pull in, line it up, and take my time parking. The first attempt isn't perfect, but it doesn't need to be. I correct it, straighten out, and get the load where it needs to go. Job complete. Excellent delivery. $257 paid. That brings the bank up to $2,139. Not enough to buy a truck. Not enough to relax. But enough to prove the first loop worked.
Billings delivery is confirmed. Corn arrived clean. And that closes the loop nicely. You want something lined up after you rest?
Yeah, send me what you've got.
Scaffolding from Billings to Helena. 20,000 pounds, $136. Simple route, useful miles, keeps you moving west.
I'll take it. Helena sounds like a good next step.
Assigned. Get some sleep before you run it. Tired drivers turn easy jobs into expensive stories.
Copy that. Thanks, Mia.
Deliver first, thank me after. Alvarez out.
I pull away from the yard and head for a truck stop in Billings. The lights are on, trucks are tucked into rows, and for the first time today, everything slows down. Hank Haulage has $2,139. It has an old workshop. It has a dispatcher who hasn't blocked my number, a mentor who thinks compliments are dangerous, and an older brother already suspicious of my financial decisions. Still no truck, still no trailer, still no empire. But there's another job waiting after sleep. And right now, that's enough. When I get moving again, we're heading from Billings to Helena with 20,000 pounds of scaffolding. $136. Not big money, but it pushes us west, and every new city matters. Billings is home, but the whole point of this is to see more than home. I want the map to start feeling less like a picture and more like something I've actually earned mile by mile. The drive out toward Helena is exactly why I want to do this. Open road, big Montana sky, hills rolling out ahead, and just enough quiet to start thinking dangerous thoughts about owning my own truck. I don't need anything fancy. I don't need chrome, lights, or some giant sleeper that costs more than a house used to. I just need something with my name on the paperwork. Something old enough to be affordable, but not so old it ruins me before I get started. For now though, borrowed wheels are still paying the bills. I bring the scaffolding into Helena, line it up, and get it parked. Job complete. $136. Another clean run. Another small step. I check the used truck listings again, and everything is still ridiculous. $100 grand, $120. Trucks that look great, but might as well be on the moon for what I can afford. So I stop staring at what I can't buy and take the next job that actually exists. Helena to Butte. Scaffolding again. $87. It's not exciting, but sitting still pays nothing. I make a quick stop near the Western Star dealer too, just to look, which turns out to be a terrible idea for morale. The trucks are beautiful, clean, powerful, and completely out of reach. One day, maybe. Not today. Today, Hank Haulage is still doing the little jobs, so I turn back toward the road and keep moving. The run to Butte is short, but it counts. That's becoming the rule for autumn. If it pays, it counts. If it teaches me something, it counts. If it gets me one city farther than I was before, it counts. I bring the load into the construction yard, get it parked, and finish the job. Another $87. Another clean delivery. Then I get another training point, and this time I put it into high-value cargo. Over the next stretch, I keep taking work wherever I can get it. Glendive, Havre, Bozeman, Laurel. The money climbs. The experience builds. And by the time winter settles over Montana, Hank Haulage has $15,485 in the bank. Still no fleet. Still no trailer. Still no empire. But now, for the first time, a used truck doesn't feel impossible. And that changes everything. 13 grand. That leaves about $2,500 in the bank, which is not much breathing room, but every borrowed job has been leading to this. A truck of my own. Not perfect, not pretty, not exactly young, but mine. So I buy it. Just like that, Hank Haulage owns its first truck, a white Mack Anthem day cab with nearly 800,000 miles on it, and absolutely no idea what kind of trouble it's just been dragged into.
Morrison, I see the purchase went through. Tell me you didn't buy something with smoke coming out of it.
No smoke so far. It's a Mack Anthem day cab, 3-star condition, 781,000 miles, 13 grand.
That's not a truck. That's a biography with wheels.
A cheap biography with wheels.
Fair. How much cash have you got left?
About $2,500.
That's thin.
I know, but now it's my truck, my fuel, my repairs, and my jobs. That's got to count for something.
It does. It also means the easy excuse is gone.
What easy excuse?
When you were doing quick jobs, the company supplied the truck and trailer. Now you've got access to the freight market. Companies have cargo sitting on trailers, and you bring your own truck to pull it.
So, better pay.
Better pay, more responsibility, more ways to lose money if you make bad choices.
That sounds about right.
You spent autumn learning Montana. I'd start stretching out now. There's a Billings to Riverton job in Wyoming. Pays $1,465.
Wyoming?
Yes. First proper cross-state run. Longer route, bigger job, and a good test for that Mack.
What's the cargo?
Agricultural machine on a trailer. Large equipment. Not something you want to swing around like a shopping cart.
I'll take it.
Of course you will. Pick it up at the livestock exchange in Billings. Take your time in the snow. Check your turns. And don't let the excitement drive the truck.
Copy that. Billings to Riverton.
And Morrison,
Yeah?
congratulations. Try not to celebrate by damaging your first asset.
That's very heartfelt, Mia.
It's the best you're getting. Alvarez out.
My first asset. That sounds bigger than it looks sitting in the yard. The Mack is white, plain, and old enough to have opinions. No trailer behind it yet, no company paint, no big sleeper, no fleet number. But when I pull out of the garage, it feels different. For the first time, I'm not moving someone else's truck out of someone else's yard for someone else's rate. This is Hank Haulage, leaving its own little workshop in Billings. That matters, even if the snow on the ground is doing its best to remind me that joy and traction are not the same thing. Easy, real easy. First drive in the new truck is not the time to meet a ditch. I take it slow through Billings, heading toward the livestock exchange to pick up the Riverton load. The city feels different from this cab. Same roads, same corners, same yards, but now there's a thin little line between me and failure called ownership. If this truck breaks, that's my bill. If I burn too much fuel, that's my money. If I take bad jobs, that's my mistake. And somehow, that makes the whole thing feel better. Scarier, but better. Because now every mile can actually build toward something. I pull into the livestock exchange and spot the trailer waiting there. It's not a little box of freight. It's a big agricultural machine sitting on the back, wide and awkward and expensive-looingly in a way that makes my stomach tighten. Of course, the first job with my own truck is dragging a giant farm machine through the snow into another state. Perfect. I back onto the trailer, slow and careful, trying to make it look like I've done this 1,000 times, instead of learning what my own truck feels like in real time. The fifth wheel locks. The trailer's hooked. Billings to Riverton, Wyoming. $1,465. For the first time, Hank Haulage has its own truck, its own job, and a road leading out of Montana. Autumn was about surviving. Winter starts with ownership. Now we find out what that actually costs. We're leaving the livestock exchange in Billings with a huge piece of farm machinery sitting behind the Mack. And I'm trying very hard not to think about the fact this is the first proper job Hank Haulage is doing with its own truck. $1,465 if it gets to Riverton clean. Wyoming. That's the part I can't stop looking at. Not another town in Montana. Not another short run where home still feels close enough to reach out and grab. A different state. A new line on the map. And maybe that shouldn't feel like such a big deal, but it does. I've spent my whole life in Montana, and now the first time I'm taking Hank Haulage across a state border, I'm doing it in a $13,000 Mack with nearly 800,000 miles on it and snow under the tires.
Hank, tell me Cliff's lying and you didn't actually buy a truck older than some houses in town.
Good to hear from you too, Jack.
I'm your older brother. I'm legally required to start with concern and then work my way toward support.
Well, concern noted. And yeah, I bought it. Mack Anthem Day Cab. 13 grand.
How many miles?
781,000.
That's not mileage. That's a life story.
Mia said the same thing, more or less.
Mia's the dispatcher Cliff mentioned?
Yeah. She's helping me find freight now that I've got my own truck.
And where's this first big freight job taking you?
Riverton, Wyoming.
You're leaving Montana already?
Just for a job. I'm coming back.
That's what people say right before they come home with gas station sunglasses and a new personality.
If I come back calling myself Diesel Hawk, you can intervene.
I'll drive down myself. Look, I'm proud of you. I just want you to remember that owning the truck means owning the bad days, too.
I know. Repairs, fuel, bad loads, all of it.
Good. Then drive like you've got to pay for everything you touch.
That's horrifying advice.
It's accurate advice. Call me when you're back on Montana soil.
I will.
Be careful, little brother.
I will. Later, Jack.
Later.
That's Jack Morrison, my older brother. He worries by acting like he's doing an inspection. Always has. If Cliff is the guy teaching me how trucking works, Jack is the one reminding me that dreams still come with invoices. And he's right. This truck isn't just freedom, it's responsibility with keys. The highway opens up and Billings drops away behind me. The snow makes everything quieter. The road, the hills, the traffic, even the truck somehow. Like winter's pulled a blanket over Montana and left me alone with the engine and my own thoughts. I keep glancing at the mirrors, watching that machine behind me sit heavy on the trailer. This isn't scaffolding across town. This is the first time Hank Haulage feels like it could become something more than survival. Back on the road, the snow keeps falling and Riverton starts getting closer. The roads open wide as we come in. White edges, dark asphalt, and that strange winter feeling where every movement needs to be just a little slower than your confidence wants it to be. I follow the route into the cattle exchange, bring the harvester around carefully, and line it up for delivery. No rush, no showing off, just get it parked. The trailer settles into place and the job clears. Excellent delivery. $1,465, long distance bonus, high-value cargo experience. That is exactly why buying the Mack matters.
Riverton delivery confirmed. Clean arrival, no damage note, and the high-value bonus came through.
That felt like a big one.
It was a big one for where you're at. First cross-state delivery, first freight market job in your own truck, and you didn't make me regret the recommendation.
That might be the nicest thing you've said so far.
Don't get used to it. You're in Riverton now, and if you want to keep earning, I've got another option.
I'm listening.
Riverton to Sheridan. Wrapped terrain forklifts. 3 units on a long trailer. $1,799.
That's even better than this one.
It's also awkward freight, winter roads, and a longer night if you don't manage your time. Still want it?
Yeah, send it through.
Assigned. Pick up across Riverton at the construction yard. Take it slow, Morrison. Bigger paychecks usually have teeth.
Copy that. I'll head over.
Alvarez out.
So we're not stopping in Wyoming. Not yet. The Mack's first big job is done. The company's got real money coming in, and another load's already waiting across town. Riverton to Sheridan. 3 forklifts. Winter roads. Nearly $1,800. Hank Haulage wanted bigger jobs. Now it's getting them. We're crossing Riverton now to pick up the next job. 3 wrapped terrain forklifts on a long trailer, heading north to Sheridan for $1,799. That number still doesn't feel real compared to autumn. Back then, I was taking jobs for $60, $87, $140 if I was lucky. Now, with my own truck, one good run can bring in more than a whole string of borrowed jobs. But the money's bigger because the risk is bigger. That's the part I'm starting to understand. The freight market doesn't care that I'm excited. It doesn't care that this is my first winter with my own truck. It doesn't care that Hank Haulage is still basically one old Mack and a bank balance trying not to drown. The load just needs to arrive. I pull into the construction yard, find the trailer, and back onto it carefully. 3 forklifts sitting there, wrapped up and strapped down, looking expensive enough to make me breathe slower. All right, easy does it. Hook it once, check it twice. Don't give Mia a reason to sigh at me. The trailer locks in, the lights check out, and we're ready to move. Riverton to Sheridan, snow on the ground, darkness coming in, and a truck I'm still learning by feel.
Morrison, heard you took that Mack across the state line already. You trying to wear it out in 1 week?
It had 781,000 miles when I bought it, Cliff. I think someone else got a head start.
Fair point. How's she treating you?
Honestly, better than expected. She's old, loud, and I'm pretty sure one of the rattles has a rhythm. But she's pulling.
Old trucks don't need to be quiet. They need to be honest. If it rattles the same way every time, that's communication.
That's a very generous way to describe mechanical anxiety.
Welcome to ownership. You used to worry about the road. Now you get to worry about the road and everything bolted underneath you.
Yeah, I'm learning that fast. Fuel hurts more when it's my money, too.
Good. Means you're paying attention. What are you hauling now?
3 terrain forklifts up to Sheridan, nearly $1,800.
That's proper money for where you're at. Don't let the number make you hurry.
I won't. It's snowing, and it's getting dark, so I'm not planning on showing off.
Good. Winter roads don't care about confidence. Keep your distance, use your engine brake gentle, and if some hero wants to fly past you, let him go meet the ditch first.
That's comforting.
It's useful. Comfort comes after delivery.
Thanks for checking in.
Don't make it sentimental. I'm checking on my old yard, not you.
Sure you are.
Drive clean, and have fun out there.
The road north starts stretching out in front of us, and the snow changes the whole feel of everything. In daylight, Wyoming looks wide open. At night, with flakes coming through the headlights, it feels like the road only exists 20 yards at a time. That's a strange thing when you're trying to build a company. You spend all this time dreaming about the future, but winter driving only lets you see the next little piece. Maybe that's not the worst lesson. I don't need the whole map tonight. I just need the next lane marker, the next turn, the next safe mile. The Mack keeps pulling. Not smoothly, exactly, but honestly, like Cliff says. It's not a beautiful truck, but it's starting to feel like mine in a way that doesn't need paint or logos yet. Every vibration, every gear change, every little complaint from the cab is part of the deal I made when I clicked buy. I'm tired now. The good kind and the bad kind mixed together. The job's nearly done, but nearly done is exactly where you don't get lazy. I bring the trailer in slow, line it up, correct once, and park it where it needs to go. Job complete. Excellent delivery. $1,799. High-value cargo bonus. That's the biggest payout Hank Haulage has ever had, and I can feel what it does to the business straight away. The Mack isn't just a purchase anymore. It's earning. It's turning miles into money faster than anything I did in autumn. That doesn't make the truck safe. It doesn't make the business stable, but it makes the plan feel possible. The forklifts are dropped off in Sheridan. The job's complete, and Hank Haulage has just earned its biggest payday so far. But it's dark, it's snowing, and right now, the big victory is finding somewhere to sleep without doing anything stupid on the way there. I leave the yard slowly, with no trailer behind me now, and the Mack feels different, bobtailing through the dark. Lighter, twitchier, like it's happy to be free, but not necessarily making better choices. Easy now. We've made money tonight. Let's not spend it on a guardrail. I find a truck stop, pull in under the lights, and park up for the night. No celebration, no grand speech. Just snow on the ground, the engine ticking down, and a bank account that finally looks like it's moving in the right direction. When we get rolling again, we're still in Sheridan, and the job now is simple. Find freight that gets us earning, and preferably points us back toward familiar ground.
Morrison, you parked up in Sheridan?
Yeah, I'm awake. The Mack's still here, and nothing fell off overnight. Strong start.
That's the standard we dream of. I've got a load from Sheridan to Miles City, if you want to head back into Montana.
Miles City sounds good. We've been there before, so at least I'll know which corners are trying to ruin me.
Soybeans, 44,000 pounds. Payout is $895. Not the biggest winter run you'll see, but it gets you back across the line and keeps the truck working.
I'll take it. After those forklift jobs, 800 still feels a whole lot better than autumn money.
That's because now you own the truck. The money's better, but so are the bills. Don't forget the second part.
Hard to forget when every gallon of fuel feels like it knows my name.
Good. Pick it up in Sheridan, bring it into Miles City clean, and check that Mack over soon. Old trucks appreciate attention before they demand it.
Copy that. Sheridan to Miles City.
Alvarez out.
So we hook on to 44,000 pounds of soybeans and head back toward Montana. The road feels different going this way. Wyoming has already stopped being some huge unknown thing on the map, and Miles City doesn't feel like a new dot anymore. It feels familiar. Not home exactly, but known. That's progress too. Not just earning money, knowing where you are. The snow stays with us, and the Mack keeps pulling. Every sound still gets my attention, but I'm starting to learn which noises are normal and which ones make me sit up straighter. That's ownership in one sentence. Is that fine or expensive? We roll into Miles City, come off the highway, and pull into the farmyard. I've been here before, back when I was hauling barley and borrowed equipment, trying to make $140 feel like a business plan. Now I'm bringing soybeans in with my own Mack. Same kind of yard, different version of me. I park the load by the ranch pens, get it settled, and the job clears. Excellent delivery. $895. Nothing dramatic, but clean money. Then the profile ticks over again. Level 3. Another training point. This one goes into fragile cargo. So now we've got long distance, high value cargo, and fragile freight all started. That's the shape of Hank Haulage forming in real time. Go farther, carry better paying freight, handle more delicate jobs without turning them into insurance stories. That's how we climb. Not by pretending we're a big company already, but by learning the work before the work gets bigger than us. Before taking another load, I drive into Miles City for a quick service. The Mack's only showing 1% damage, which is better than I expected for a truck with nearly 800,000 miles and a personality made of old bolts. The recommendation service is $852. That hurts. But it's also the first proper reminder that owning the truck means looking after it before it strands me somewhere cold and expensive. Then I check the full restoration cost. $167,000. Right. So we won't be giving the old Mack a spa day. We pay for the service it actually needs, leave the fantasy restoration alone, and get back to work.
Morrison, you still in Miles City?
Yeah, just serviced the Mack. $852 gone. But at least she's not actively threatening me.
That's a good relationship for an old truck. I've got a heavier job if you want it. Miles City to Riverton. Soybeans again, but this time 66,000 pounds across 2 tankers. Payout is $1,860.
That's heavy.
It is. Review your setup and don't say yes just because the number looks good.
The number does look good.
That's exactly why I said it.
The Mack's been pulling well, and we just serviced it. I think we can handle it if I take it steady.
Then take it steady. Heavy loads don't care about confidence.
Copy that. Miles City to Riverton.
Assigned. Bring it in clean. Alvarez out.
So we hook on to the heavy soybean tankers and head back out. Miles City to Riverton again. Montana into Wyoming. Winter roads, bigger weight, bigger payout. The Mack works for it. I can feel that. Hills matter more. Braking matters more. And every turn reminds me there's 66,000 pounds behind us that doesn't care about my plans. But this is the work now. Not borrowed trucks, not tiny payouts. Real freight, real bills, real progress. By the time we roll into Riverton, it's dark again. The lights are on, the road's slick, and I'm tired enough to know I need to be careful right to the end. I bring the tankers in, line up the parking, and get the job finished. Excellent delivery. Long distance bonus, $1,860. Through the rest of winter, I keep running jobs around Montana and Wyoming, back and forth, city to city, load after load, building a reputation the slow way. No shortcuts, no fleet, no trailer yet. Just the Mack, the snow, and enough work to keep the wheels turning. By the time spring arrives, Hank Haulage has $28,179 in the bank. Not enough to relax, but enough to start thinking about the next step. Spring starts back at the garage in Billings, and for the first time in months, there's no snow sitting around the yard, trying to make every bad decision worse. The white Mack's parked outside the workshop, looking like it somehow survived winter out of spite, and honestly, I'm starting to love it for that. Winter changed things. Autumn was borrowed trucks and tiny jobs. Winter was buying this old Mack, crossing into Wyoming, paying for fuel, paying for service, and learning that ownership feels a lot like freedom until the repair bill shows up. Now we've got $28,179 in the bank. Still not rich, but not stuck either. Mia, you got anything out of Billings?
Yep. Billings to Rock Springs, Wyoming. Yard truck on a flatbed, 29,000 pounds. Payout is $2,186.
That's a good one. Rock Springs is a decent haul, too.
Exactly. Spring roads, cross-state money, and a clean way to start the season. You want it?
Send it through.
Assigned. Pick up across Billings and don't let the sunshine make you stupid.
No promises on the stupid part, but I'll get the load there.
Alvarez out.
$2,186. That's the kind of number that would have looked fake back in autumn. And now it's the first job of spring. The road's dry, the sky's clear, and Billings doesn't look like it's hiding under a winter blanket anymore. The truck feels better in the sunshine, too. Still old, still loud, still making at least two noises I don't fully trust. But it's ours. I head across town to the pickup yard and find the trailer waiting there. Long flatbed, yard truck strapped down on the back, the kind of little workhorse machine that probably spends its life dragging trailers around places like airports and warehouses. Not a massive load compared to some of winter's freight, but it pays well, and it's going all the way down to Rock Springs. So I back onto it, hook it up, check the connection, and we're rolling. This is where the business starts feeling less like survival and more like direction. I'm not just grabbing any load anymore. I'm trying to move with purpose, good payouts, new places, more experience, better freight, enough money to start thinking beyond the Mack. Because there's another goal now, a trailer. If we can buy our own trailer, Hank Haulage stops depending on whatever's already sitting around for us to pull. We can start choosing different kinds of work, building a better rhythm, maybe even making the company feel like it's got a backbone instead of just a cab and a bank account. But that's later. First, we've got Wyoming again. The highway opens up, and the scenery starts doing that thing where it makes talking feel unnecessary for a minute. Montana drops behind us, Wyoming stretches ahead, and spring makes the whole road feel lighter. Rock Springs is down in Sweetwater County, out in southwest Wyoming, and the welcome sign says, "Home of 56 nationalities, host to all." That's not just a slogan either. This place has a real mix of history behind it. Old mining, railroad work, people coming from all over to build a life out here in the Mountain West. I like that. A town made out of people arriving from somewhere else. Feels right for a trucking company that's still trying to figure out where it belongs. We come into Rock Springs with the rocks and open ground spreading out around the road, and the Coca-Cola warehouse comes up ahead. That's where this yard truck's going. I pull into the Coca-Cola yard, swing around the back, and get lined up. The reversing actually goes pretty well. Not one perfect shot, because let's not start lying in spring, but 2 tries is nothing to be ashamed of. The trailer settles in. Job complete. Excellent delivery. 6.5 hours on the road. $2,186 paid. That pushes us to level 5, and we've got another training point to spend. We've already started long distance, high value, fragile, and hazardous cargo. This time, I put the point into just-in-time delivery. Because if Hank Haulage is going to handle better freight, we need to learn more than just how to drag weight down a highway. And level 5 opens up something else, too. Trailers. I check what's available, and the cheapest dry van is $41,380. We've got $30,365. That's the new target. We need about 11 grand. 1 good stretch of work, maybe 2. And Hank Haulage could own more than just the truck. The Mack got us out of survival. The trailer could get us into something bigger. Mia, I'm empty in Rock Springs. You got anything heading somewhere useful?
Rock Springs to Casper. Tamping machine on a heavy trailer, 60,000 pounds. Payout is $1,169.
That's not huge money for 60,000 pounds.
No, but it gets you to Casper, keeps the Mack earning, and moves you through more of Wyoming. You're trying to build roots, not just chase the biggest number every time.
Fair point. I'll take it.
Assigned. Pickup is close by. Take a look at the route before you move. And don't treat spring roads like they can't still punish you.
Copy that.
Alvarez out.
Before grabbing the load, I stopped by the Kenworth dealer nearby. Not because I'm buying anything. Let's be very clear about that. I'm not buying anything. I'm just looking, which is what broke people say right before their imagination starts spending money without permission. The cheapest truck on the lot is around $116,000. Then there's another around $121,000. Beautiful machines, clean paint, big road presence. The kind of truck that makes my old Mack look like it woke up behind a shed and chose violence. But that's fine. The Mack's earning. Those Kenworths are dreaming. Dreams are allowed, as long as they don't sign loan documents. So I leave the shiny trucks where they are and head around to the pickup. The tamping machine is sitting on a long trailer, heavy and awkward. The kind of load that doesn't look fast even when it's standing still. 60,000 pounds. That's a lot of machine to drag across Wyoming. I back onto it, hook up, and take a second before pulling out. This is the balance now. I want the dry van. I want the next step. I want Hank Haulage to own more than one old white Mack. But rushing is how you turn progress into a repair bill. So we take it slow. Out of the yard, down the dirt road, back onto the main road, and then out toward Casper. Casper sits farther north, over in Natrona County. It's got a long oil and gas history, the kind of place built around energy, transport, work, and people moving things that keep the region alive. We run through the daylight, then into the darker stretch toward Casper. The town lights start showing up ahead, and the job turns from highway thinking into yard thinking. That's always the part where I have to remind myself not to relax too early. The load isn't delivered when I see the city. It's delivered when the trailer's parked and the job clears. I pull into the container yard, bring the trailer around and line it up for the drop-off. The load settles into place. Job complete. Excellent delivery. 4 hours on the road. $1,169 paid. Not the biggest payout of spring, but another clean, heavy job. Another city added. Another step toward the trailer. And that's the pattern now. We're not surviving anymore. We're building. After Casper, the goal is simple. Make enough money to buy the trailer. So we keep working. Casper back to Billings, $1,600, clean delivery. Then Laurel up to Havre for $2,600, another clean delivery. No drama, no big speech, just miles turning into money, and the Mack doing exactly what I bought it to do. From Havre, we look for something toward Lewistown. New route, new town, more of Montana filled in on the map.
Morrison, I've got something unusual out of Havre if you're still looking for Lewistown freight.
Unusual good or unusual expensive?
Both, depending on how you drive. It's a special transport job. Oversized tech component, 20 by 20 by 16, about 99,000 pounds.
99,000 pounds.
Yes, police escort, fixed route, strict speed limits, no improvising, no wandering off to see a nice view.
What's it paying?
$1,634.
That seems low for something that needs police.
It's not just about the payout. It's experience, reputation, and trust. They asked for someone careful, and I gave them your name.
You vouched for me?
Don't make it emotional. I said you're boring in the useful way, and unlikely to show off.
That might be the nicest thing anyone said about me.
It wasn't meant to be. Listen carefully, Hank. This job will have people watching. Police, site workers, maybe local media. If you do it right, Hank Haulage looks real. If you do it wrong, I look stupid.
Then I won't do it wrong.
Good. Let them secure the load, follow the escort, and don't argue with the route.
Copy that. Havre to Lewistown. Special transport.
And Morrison,
Yeah?
this is bigger than money. Treat it that way.
I will.
Alvarez out.
So that's the job. A massive tech component, nearly 100,000 pounds, police escort, media nearby, and Mia putting her name on the line because she thinks I won't make a mess of it. That does something to me. Not fear, exactly. Not confidence either. More like someone just placed a glass cup on the edge of a table and told me not to breathe wrong. The escort vehicles are in position. One ahead, one behind. The road suddenly doesn't feel like mine anymore. It feels controlled, watched, measured. And maybe that's the point. This isn't a normal delivery. This is a test.
Morrison, this is Lead Escort. We'll be taking you out on the assigned route to Lewistown. Keep your speed controlled, maintain spacing, and follow my lane calls exactly.
Lead Escort, this is Morrison. I copy. I'll follow your calls and keep it steady.
Rear escort checking in. We've got traffic covered behind you. Don't worry about anyone back here unless we called it.
Copy that, Rear Escort. Appreciate it.
All right, Hank. When we move slow. No sudden braking, no wide swings without warning, and no heroics.
No heroics. That's been the company policy since we bought the Mack.
Good policy. Let's keep rolling.
I take one last look in the mirrors. The load fills them. The escort lights flash. The Mack settles under the weight. Spring has been about growth so far. But this is the first time Hank Haulage feels like it's being seen.
Hank Morrison, please tell me the rumor's true and you've got half of Montana's police department babysitting your trailer.
Sidewinder, where do you even hear this stuff?
The road talks, my friend. Also, one guy at a fuel stop said there's a young driver hauling a giant mystery box like he stole it from NASA.
It's not NASA. I don't think.
That's exactly what a man hauling secret NASA cargo would say.
It's a special tech component heading to Lewistown, and I'm trying very hard not to think about what it costs.
Well, look at Hank Haulage. From scaffolding to government-looking mystery cubes in one spring.
Don't say government mystery cube while police are nearby.
Fair. Seriously though, that's a big vote of trust. Keep it slow, keep it boring, and don't let the cameras see you sweating.
Too late on the stressing.
Then call it professional shine. Good luck, Hank.
Thanks, Riley.
Sidewinder clear.
We can't be far now. This special transport has taken nearly everything out of me. Not because it's fast, because it definitely isn't, but because there's no part of this job where I get to relax. 99,000 pounds behind the Mack, police escort front and back, a fixed route, people watching, Mia's name on the line, Hank Haulage's name sitting right there with it.
Morrison, we're approaching the final turn. Keep your speed low and stay wide. I'll hold traffic while you bring it through.
Copy that, lead escort. I'll take it slow and keep the trailer clear.
Rear's got traffic covered. You're looking good back here, Hank. Nice and steady.
Appreciate it. I'm ready for this thing to be parked, I'll tell you that.
You and everyone else on this road. Final driveway coming up. Ease it in, no rush.
Copy. Easing in now. We turn down the long gravel driveway, and the whole convoy follows us in. Escort lights, workers waiting. The giant tech component sitting behind me like it's been daring the Mack to complain all day. I pull into the yard, bring it around carefully, and line up for the drop-off. No rushing now. This is exactly where a good job can become a stupid story. One correction, a little straighten. Then it sits right where it needs to be. Job complete. Excellent delivery. 10 hours on the road, $1,634 paid. Nearly a full level of experience. That's finally done. For now, though, I need sleep.
Morrison, I heard Lewistown went well. Clean delivery, good escort feedback, no damage, and nobody called me angry. Jobs like that help people remember your name for the right reasons.
That sounds dangerously close to good news.
Enjoy it quickly. I've got freight out of Lewistown to Great Falls. Water reservoir tank on a flatbed. $482.
Not huge money, but Great Falls is new for us.
Exactly. Short run, new city, clear weather. Take it.
Send it through.
Assigned. Alvarez out.
Great Falls is the kind of place that makes the road feel worth it. Blue sky, clean spring light, and a city named for the waterfalls on the Missouri River. There's something cool about that, hauling into a place where the landscape itself gave the town its name. We bring the tank in past the airport, around toward the FedEx hangar area, and drop it off clean. Excellent delivery. $480. Not big money, but Great Falls is now on the map. From there, we grab the next one right out of the airport. Great Falls to Butte. 2 cable reels, 74,000 pounds, heading to a construction yard. Butte feels different before we even get there. It's one of those Montana towns with weight behind it. Mining history, copper, hard work, old money, hard lives. A place that feels like it was built by people who didn't have the luxury of being soft. That fits the load pretty well. Heavy reels, old roads, the Mack pulling strong. We roll into Butte, cross in near the construction yard, and bring the reels in clean. Another excellent job. Another good payout. Another stretch closer to the trailer. The last job of spring is different again. Butte to Bozeman. Dynamite. 28,000 pounds of hazardous cargo heading to a Newmont site. That's not the kind of word you want to say too casually in a truck cab. Dynamite. The good news is, we've trained for hazardous freight. The bad news is, now we're actually hauling it. Bozeman sits over in the Gallatin Valley, one of those places people talk about like it's half college town, half mountain gateway. But tonight, we're not seeing the postcard version. We're arriving in the dark with a load I'd very much like to park without making history. Nice and easy. Nothing heroic, nothing sudden. Just get it in. We pull up the gravel road into the site, ease through the yard, and back the trailer toward the drop-off. It takes a few tries. I'm not proud enough to pretend otherwise. But eventually, the trailer sits where it's meant to. Job complete. Excellent delivery. Hazard class bonus. And that pushes us to level 6. The new skill point goes straight back into hazardous cargo. We can already move explosives. Now we unlock gases too. That's what spring has been about, really, not just earning. Expanding what Hank Haulage is trusted to carry. We started spring with the snow gone, an old Mack in the yard, and a dry van trailer sitting just out of reach. Spring ends in the dark outside Bozeman, with the Mack parked up, the bank moving, the experience climbing, and summer waiting just down the road. And next, we chase the trailer.
Summer starts back in Billings, rolling into the headquarters, with the Mack finally feeling less like a risky purchase and more like part of the family. The workshop door opens, and for once, this place doesn't feel empty. It feels ready. We've got $41,518 in the bank, which means the goal we've been chasing since spring is finally right in front of us. A trailer. Not borrowed, not supplied by someone else, not waiting in another company's yard. Ours. I open the trailer purchase app and there it is. Dry van. $41,380. That's almost every dollar we've got, which is exactly the sort of financial decision that makes my stomach tighten and my brain start making weather noises. But this is the next step. The Mack gave Hank Haulage a heartbeat. The trailer gives it a backbone. We can pick the color too, and I go with gray. Simple, clean, practical, and somehow it makes the whole thing look more serious. Then I buy it. Just like that, Hank Haulage owns its first trailer. $41,000 gone in one click. But sitting there at the headquarters, hooked behind the Mack, is proof that this company is starting to become something I can actually point at. Mia, I've got some news. Hank Haulage just bought its first trailer.
You actually did it?
Gray dry van, delivered to the yard. Looks pretty good behind the Mack, if I'm being honest.
That's a big step, Morrison. Expensive, risky, and very easy to romanticize. But still a big step.
I was hoping for congratulations before the warning label.
Congratulations. Now here's the warning label. Once you use your own trailer, you're dealing with the cargo market. You're not just picking up someone else's loaded trailer anymore. You're bringing your own equipment and taking the cargo itself.
So, more control.
More control, more responsibility. Some jobs pay about the same. Some work better because you own the trailer. And some only make sense if you manage your routes properly.
What can we do first?
Billings to Havre. UOP to Newmont. Dynamite bundle, hazardous class 1. Payout is $1,189.
First job with my own trailer is dynamite?
You're certified for it, and the route's workable. Don't make it poetic, just make it safe.
I'll take it.
Assigned. Alvarez out.
So that's the first cargo market job. Dynamite from Billings to Havre, with our own trailer. I pull out of the headquarters with the gray dry van behind the Mack, and it feels bigger than it probably looks. I head across Billings to UOP, pull into the loading area. This is where the dry van starts feeling real. Not a purchase screen, not a goal. A piece of equipment we've got to use properly. The dynamite gets loaded, the doors close, and I pull out carefully with the kind of awareness that only comes from knowing what's sitting behind you. Right. First trailer job. Explosives on board. Nice and boring, Hank. The road north toward Havre opens up under clear summer skies. There are combines out in the fields, crops coming off, dust hanging in the sunlight. And Montana looks completely different from the place we dragged ourselves through in winter. Back then, everything was snow, darkness, and trying not to slide the Mack into a ditch. Now, it feels alive. Havre sits up on Montana's High Line, that northern stretch shaped by the railroad and long distances. It's the kind of place freight naturally belongs, because so much of its history is tied to movement. Rail, grain, equipment, supplies, people passing through, and people staying. That's what I like about trucking. You don't just visit places, you arrive with a reason. We get into Havre in the evening, sun still hanging around, and pull into Newmont's yard. The first test with our own trailer isn't the highway, it's backing it in. Of course it is.
The construction workers are standing around like they've accidentally bought tickets to a show, and I'm trying not to give them a comedy. First attempt's not great. Second's better. Third gets us close enough that I can feel my shoulders finally drop. The trailer slides back into the delivery spot. Job complete. Excellent delivery. 5.5 hours on the road. $1,189 paid. Urgent delivery bonus. Long distance bonus. Hazmat bonus. First job with the Hank Haulage trailer is done. The Mack's taken a beating over spring. Not one huge disaster, just little things. 29% damage. That's not a number I can ignore. The service estimate is $1,925 just to get it back down near healthy. And after buying the trailer, Hank Haulage only has $1,327 in the bank. So that's the first lesson of owning a truck and trailer. You can finally buy the thing you've been chasing for months, and 30 minutes later, the truck starts quietly clearing its throat like it wants a medical plan.
Morrison, heard you bought that trailer. Tell me you didn't spend every last dollar and leave nothing for the old Mack.
I bought the trailer, yes. And before you start, it looks good behind the truck.
Everything looks good until the invoice arrives. How's the Mack?
A little rough. Service estimate's just under $2,000.
And how much you got?
Not $2,000.
There it is. Ownership. Whole thing's just a wallet with mirrors.
I thought you were calling to congratulate me.
I am. Congratulations. You've now got enough equipment to go broke in more interesting ways.
That's beautiful, Cliff.
Listen, the trailer's a good step. Just don't starve the truck to feed the company. That Mack quits, the trailer becomes a very expensive shed.
I know. I'm going to run one more job, get the cash up, then service it properly.
Good. Don't wait too long.
I won't.
All right. Nice work. Trailer's a big deal.
Thanks, Cliff.
Don't get misty. Go earn the repair money. Turn her clear.
He's right. The trailer's only useful if the Mack keeps moving. So we look for work out of Havre and pick up a cargo job heading to Missoula. Tires. $1,046. Not huge, but enough to get us closer to that service bill. And it keeps the new trailer earning right away. The tires get loaded, the trailer doors close, and we head out. It's getting late, and the plan is to get moving, make some ground, then stop for sleep with the cargo still in the back. That's another thing I'm learning. A job isn't just pick up and drop off. It's timing, rest, fuel, truck condition, where you park, how tired you are when you try to reverse into some weird little yard after midnight. The road out of Havre starts slipping into darkness, and the trailer sits steady behind us. I pull into a truck stop with the tires still loaded, park up, and shut everything down for a few hours. Not a full night, just enough sleep to keep going. The road doesn't care that I'm excited, and it definitely doesn't care that I'm tired. We're moving again before the sun's properly up. It's dark, it's quiet, and the Mack feels like it's running on old coffee and stubbornness, which makes two of us. The drive into Missoula takes us through the morning, and by the time we roll in, the day has finally caught up with us. Missoula feels different from the eastern side of the state. I pull off the highway, work through the roundabouts and town streets, and bring the trailer into the drop-off. Looks like a dealership-style yard, the kind of place where tires arriving makes sense, which is always comforting. I park the trailer, clear the job, and breathe out. Excellent delivery. $1,046 paid. That means service time. The repair estimate has climbed to $2,255 now, because of course it has. I find a service center in Missoula, pull into the Kenworth shop, and get the work done. A couple of hours later, the truck's repaired back down near 3% damage. The money hurts, but the Mack's healthy again, and that means Hank Haulage can keep moving. Mia, we're empty in Missoula. You got anything that doesn't point us straight back home?
Actually, yes. Missoula to Yakima, Washington. Salt from XPO Logistics to Walmart. Payout is $981.
Washington?
Washington. You're already on the western side of Montana, so if you're going to add a third state, this is a clean way to do it.
The money's not huge.
No, but it's a new state, a first Walmart delivery, and another proper photo market job with your own trailer. Not every good decision looks impressive on the invoice.
That almost sounded inspirational.
Then ignore the tone and take the job.
Send it through. Missoula to Yakima.
Assigned. Pick up at XPO Logistics, take it steady through the mountain roads, and don't get sentimental when you hit the state line.
I'm absolutely getting sentimental at the state line.
I know. That's why I said it. Alvarez out.
Missoula to Yakima. Salt to Walmart. $981. It's not the biggest job of the year, not even close, but it might be one of the most important. Montana is home. Wyoming was the first step out. Washington feels like proof that Hank Haulage isn't just circling the same few roads anymore. I pull into XPO Logistics, back the gray dry van into the loading area, and let them load the salt. That still feels new. Our truck, our trailer, our cargo. Not borrowed equipment, not someone else's setup, not the quick job version of a trucking company. This is ours now. The doors close, the paperwork clears, and we pull out of Missoula heading west. This is the part I used to picture before I knew what any of it cost. Not the service bills, not the awkward backing, not the moments where you check the bank account and wonder if you've just built yourself a very expensive problem. I pictured this. A road I haven't taken before, a state I haven't worked in yet. The Mack pulling steady, the trailer following clean, and the map opening up one line at a time. The scenery changes as we head west. Montana starts folding into mountains and trees, the road bending through country that feels less open and more carved out. Then Washington waits ahead. Third state of the year. Not bad for a company that started with $60 of scaffolding across Billings. When we cross into Washington, I don't say much for a minute. I want to pretend it's because I'm focused, and I am, but really, I'm just letting it land. Hank Haulage made it out here. One old Mack, one gray trailer, 1 year of saying yes to whatever job got us closer to the next thing. It's strange. The company still feels tiny, but the road doesn't. The road feels huge. And for the first time, I feel like we're allowed to be out here on it. As we get closer to Yakima, traffic starts acting strange up ahead. Not stopped exactly. More like everyone's slowing down to look at something. There's a helicopter overhead, circling low enough that it doesn't feel routine. 2 police cars are pulled off on the side of the road, lights flashing against the evening light. At first, I think it's just an accident. Then I see the red convertible. No, that can't be right. I know that car. I slow the Mack down, ease onto the shoulder, and pull in behind the police vehicles, far enough back not to crowd the scene. The salt delivery, Walmart, Yakima, all of it drops out of my head at once, because that's not just some sports car on the side of the road. That's Jack's car. Mia, I've got to stop for a minute.
What's going on?
There's police up ahead. Helicopter too. They've got a red convertible pulled over.
Are you involved?
No, but I know the car.
Hank, what do you mean you know the car?
It's Jack's.
Your brother?
Yeah. The red convertible is still sitting on the shoulder when I pull in behind the police cars. For a few seconds, I just sit there with my hands on the wheel, looking through the windshield at a car I know far too well. Jack's car. Except Jack isn't standing next to it. Jack, where are you?
At home. Why do you sound like you've seen a ghost?
Because I'm in Washington, looking at your red convertible on the side of the highway with police all over it.
You're looking at my what?
Your car. Some guy's getting arrested beside it.
That's the one they stole last week. Police said they had a lead, but nobody told me it made it all the way out there.
So you're not in Washington?
No, little brother. I'm in Montana, missing a convertible and apparently missing every update from the police department.
Right. Good. I mean, not good, but better than what I thought.
You thought I'd joined a car chase?
For about 30 seconds, yeah.
That's almost insulting. I'd at least pick a better getaway car.
Well, anyway, I'll leave it to the police. Thanks, Jack. Washington doesn't exactly give me a calm welcome, but I'm here now, and Hank Haulage is officially across another border. The road carries me toward Yakima, the dry van still tucked in behind the Mack. I pull into the Walmart delivery yard just after 3, line the trailer up, and back it in carefully. Not perfect, not terrible. The job clears as excellent. 6 and a bit hours, $981. That takes the bank to $1,099. Not exactly empire money, but after buying the trailer and limping into year 2 almost empty, I'll take every dollar I can get.
Congratulations, Morrison. First official Washington delivery complete. You want more work from Yakima?
That's why I'm calling. Anything moving west?
Packaged food. Yakima to Seattle. DFA to Walmart. 23,000 pounds. $624.
Seattle. That's new.
It is. And there's someone there I want you to meet.
That sounds either helpful or expensive.
Both, probably. He runs the Peterbilt shop in Seattle. Knows trucks, hiring, fleet growth, mistakes people make when they expand too fast.
You've been talking about me?
A little. He's heard about the young guy from Billings trying to build a company out of one old Mack and stubborn decisions.
That's unfair. Some of the decisions are only lightly stubborn.
Pick up the food, get to Seattle, sleep, and meet him in the morning.
Copy that. DFA sits out through a gravel track near Fox Hill Ranch, and the drive-in feels nothing like the city drop-off I just left. Dust under the tires, fencing along the road, buildings tucked away like the place has been there longer than the highway. I back the dry van into the loading area, wait while 23,000 pounds of packaged food goes into the trailer, then roll out of Yakima around 4:30. Seattle is waiting on the other side of the mountains, and I've never been there. The sun starts dropping as I head west. Washington changes shape as the miles pass. Dry country, slowly giving way to darker trees, bigger roads, more traffic, and that heavy feeling of a major city pulling everything toward it. By the time Seattle appears, it's night. Headlights, road signs, ramps, buildings, traffic. For a kid from Billings with one truck and almost no money, Seattle feels enormous. I keep both hands steady, follow the GPS, and remind myself that every big city is just a bunch of smaller turns pretending to be a monster. The Walmart yard sits dark behind the store. I swing around back, line up the trailer, and back it in. Job complete. Excellent rating. $624. I'm not rich, but I'm moving. I find the truck stop, tuck the Mack in for the night, and set the brake. Tomorrow morning, I meet the man Mia wants me to meet. And maybe, if he knows what he's talking about, I find out what Hank Haulage is supposed to become next. Morning in Seattle doesn't feel anything like Billings. Back home, the day sort of opens up slowly. Space, sky, yards, wide streets. Here, the city is already awake before I am. Cars moving, lights changing, trucks pulling into warehouses, people walking like they've all got somewhere important to be and they're already late. I roll out of the truck stop after 9 and head for the Peterbilt dealer. One of those names every trucker knows even if they don't drive one. The place is closed because it's Sunday, but there's a Mustang parked out front and one office light glowing inside. That has to be him. His name is Ray Callahan. Mia says he used to run a small fleet out of Seattle before selling most of it and moving into trucks, parts, and advising operators who were smart enough to ask questions before they burned money.
You must be Hank Morrison.
That depends how much Mia told you.
Enough. One old Mack, one dry van, one company name, and barely enough cash to make it through a bad week.
She left out my charm.
No, she mentioned it. Said it was still under finance. So, you want to grow?
I think so. I mean, I don't want Hank Haulage to just be me forever.
Then your first mistake would be buying toys. Chrome, paint, a bigger sleeper, things that make you feel successful. Don't do that yet.
That's a shame. I had a whole fantasy involving a very shiny truck.
Keep the fantasy. Delay the invoice. Your first real step is a driver.
Mia said you knew people.
I know a few who are worth calling, but a driver needs a truck. Some can run freight market work, but if you've already got a trailer, that's an asset. Put someone in a truck, give them the trailer, let them earn while you keep chasing the better jobs.
So I buy another truck, hire a driver, and hand them the trailer I just spent all summer buying.
That's ownership. You give up the thing you wanted so the company can use it better than you can.
That sounds horrible.
It is. That's why most drivers never become owners. They love the wheel too much to build the business behind it. What have you got in the bank?
$1,700, give or take.
Then you don't have a driver problem yet. You've got a saving problem.
That one I already understood.
Good. Spend autumn working. Use the trailer. Stay in Washington if the loads are there. Get to 10, 12 grand if you can. Then find a used day cab and someone steady enough not to destroy it.
And if I can't?
Then you keep driving until you can. Growth doesn't care about your calendar.
Got it. Thanks, Ray. For now, all I can do is earn. I leave Seattle with one clear objective. By the end of autumn, I need enough money for a second truck. The next job takes me from Seattle to Spokane. Lemonade from CMACGM to BNSF. $876. Not huge. But Washington is still new, and every job here teaches me the state. Seattle sits on Puget Sound, one of America's major port regions, and you can feel that in the freight. Containers, warehouses, rail links, distribution yards. It isn't just a city. It's a machine that eats ships and spits out cargo. I get the Lemonade loaded, pull out of Seattle, and head east. The road climbs away from the coast, away from the city lights, back through the wide stretches of Washington where the land opens up and the traffic finally gives me room to breathe. Spokane is on the other side of the state, closer to Idaho, and it feels like a different world from Seattle. Less port city, more inland hub. Rail, warehouses, roads heading every direction. The delivery clears. Excellent again. $867 into the account. The bank creeps up to around 2.5 grand. Not enough. Not even close. But autumn has started moving. From Spokane, I take guardrails to Bellingham. Another $845. Nothing glamorous, but useful freight. Steel on the books, miles on the tires. Washington getting smaller in my head. By the time I roll into Bellingham, it's dark. I pull into XPO Logistics, drop the load, and park for the night. 2 days into autumn, and Ray's words are still sitting in my head. Give up the thing you wanted so the company can use it better than you can. Monday morning starts in Bellingham. Packaged food to Kennewick. $880. No drama, no speeches, just work. And honestly, that becomes most of autumn. The big story isn't one job, it's the repetition. Load after load, yard after yard. Washington slowly turning from somewhere new into somewhere I can actually understand. The land feels drier there, more open, more like the Washington I didn't expect before I crossed the border. Not all forests and rain. A lot of this state is hills, farms, desert color, and long roads under a pale sky. The packaged food delivery clears. Excellent. The account climbs again. Then the cargo market gives me something more interesting. Kennewick to Grand Coulee. Dynamite. $959. Hazardous freight still makes me sit up straighter. It isn't just another box in the trailer. It's paperwork, responsibility, and the kind of cargo that reminds you not to get casual with 40 feet of steel behind you. I get loaded and start north. The road to Grand Coulee feels different, smaller, quieter, more remote. And then the dam appears. The Grand Coulee Dam isn't just big, it's ridiculous. A concrete wall across the Columbia River, one of the largest power-producing structures in the United States, built during an era when America seemed determined to reshape the landscape with steel, concrete, and impossible confidence. I slow down near the viewpoint because there's no way I'm just driving past it. This is the part nobody told me about when I wanted to become a trucker. I thought it would be freight, fuel, repairs, long hours. And it is. But sometimes it's also this. A dam glowing in the dark, a truck cooling under you, and a view you'd never have seen if you'd stayed home waiting for life to become convenient. I take the dynamite down into the canyon area and deliver it near the bottom. Excellent rating, $959, 8 hours on the clock. Then I climb back up to the truck stop near the view, back the Mack in, and sleep with the dam sitting out there in the night like some giant stone machine. Morning comes with one of the best views I've had since starting this company.
You sound awake.
I'm parked above Grand Coulee Dam, so yeah, I'm awake. Hard not to be.
Pretty place.
That's underselling it.
Fine. Very large concrete wonder. Better?
Much better.
I've got more dynamite if your concrete wonder has inspired you.
That sentence feels risky.
Grand Coulee to Colville, $816. Shorter run, still hazardous.
I'll take it. Thanks, Mia. I head back down, load the next dynamite run, and move toward Colville. The road takes me through smaller town Washington, past trees, hills, roadside businesses, and one burger place that makes me consider whether a trucking company can claim fries as operational fuel. Colville itself feels small, practical, tucked into the northeast of the state. I roll through town, make my way to the quarry and construction yard, and drop the load. Excellent again. $816. By now, the account is around $6,000. Better. Still not enough. From Colville, I take dry milk all the way to Olympia. $977. Olympia is the state capital of Washington, which makes it feel a little strange arriving there at night with a dry van full of milk powder. But that's trucking. Sometimes history is marble buildings and government offices. Sometimes it's a Target loading dock at 11 at night. The job clears. Excellent. The account pushes past 7,000. Then Olympia back to Spokane with more dynamite. $1,234. A proper good one. The roads start blending together in the way they do when a season becomes work instead of adventure. Fuel stops, way stations, loading doors, trailer checks, white lines, dark hills, early mornings. But the money is moving, and I can feel myself getting better. Not in some dramatic way, just small things. Cleaner turns, better backing, less panic when the yard is tight, less guessing where the trailer will go. By the time I drop the dynamite in Spokane, the account sits around $8,300. Still not enough for the right truck, but close enough that I can taste the decision coming. The next run takes me to Vancouver, Washington. Not Canada, Washington's Vancouver, down on the Columbia River, just across from Portland, Oregon. It's a strange thing, seeing a name you think you know and realizing America has another one waiting somewhere else. The steel bridge into the area catches the evening light, and for a moment, the whole place feels like a gateway. North, south, east, west. Hank Haulage has spent autumn inside Washington learning its corners, but now it's time to turn back toward Montana. Because if I'm going to buy a truck, I want to do it at home. Thursday morning,
I leave Vancouver with guardrails, bound for Spokane. $790. By now, Washington doesn't feel new in the same way. It's still big, still beautiful, still full of places I've barely touched, but the fear has gone out of it. Seattle, Spokane, Bellingham, Kennewick, Grand Coulee, Colville, Olympia, Vancouver. Names on a map have become yards, roads, turns, and payslips. The Spokane delivery clears around midday. Excellent. The bank sits just under 10 grand. Then I see the job that finally points me home. Spokane to Butte. Dynamite. $1,400. It feels right. One last hazardous load, out of Washington and back into Montana. The kind of job that says autumn isn't finished yet, but the season is turning toward its answer. The drive into Butte comes at night. Butte is mining country, copper country, a place built on digging value out of hard ground. That feels fitting, because this whole autumn has been the same idea in trucking form. Small jobs, hard miles, a little value carved out of every run. I back the dynamite into the construction yard, careful and slow, and the delivery clears. Excellent. Good XP. Good money. Another notch of confidence, reversing the trailer into a tight spot. Friday morning, I take computers from Butte to Billings. $922 from Keeney and Nagel. Home freight. The kind of job that feels smaller than the miles behind me, but bigger because of where it ends. Billings comes back into view, and I realize how different it feels now. When I left, Hank Haulage was one man, one truck, one trailer, and a ridiculous idea. Now I'm coming back with $12,196 in the bank, almost level 7, and a plan that scares me because it might actually work. I drop the computers, collect the money, and drive back to HQ. The old one-truck garage is waiting in the middle of Billings. Home. Too small now, but still home. I open the used truck listings, and there it is. A white Mack Anthem day cab. Same shape as mine. Same look. 3-star condition. 755,000 miles. $11,050. It's not new. It's not fancy. It's not a dream truck. It's exactly what I need. I've only got one garage slot. One truck. Mine. Cliff, tell me I'm reading this wrong.
That depends what you're reading.
I found the truck. White Mack Anthem. Same as mine. 11 grand. But I can't buy it because the garage only holds one truck.
Of course it only holds one truck. You've got a one-truck garage.
I was hoping the building would be more optimistic.
Buildings don't run on optimism, Morrison. You want more trucks, you need more space.
How much space?
Upgrade the place. 3 slots. Room for yours, the new one, and another if you keep making reckless progress.
And how much is that going to hurt?
About 150 grand.
Cliff.
Don't say my name like I built the economy.
I don't have 150 grand.
No, but banks do.
I really wanted to avoid a loan.
Everyone does. Then they try to grow a business.
What if it buries me?
Then don't borrow to look successful. Borrow to earn. A second driver and another truck can help pay for the thing that made them possible.
That almost sounds wise. Okay, thanks, Cliff. I'll call the bank now.
Good luck!
It was bound to happen eventually. I hate that he's right. So I call the bank.
This is the bank, Hope speaking.
Hi, Hope. My name's Hank Morrison. I run Hank Haulage out of Billings. I've submitted paperwork for a business loan.
I've got it here. Garage expansion, fleet growth, second vehicle purchase planned.
That's right. I need to upgrade from a single truck garage to a 3-truck setup.
And you're requesting $150,000.
Yes, ma'am.
Your business is young, but the delivery record is clean and the projected driver income helps. I can approve it under the terms listed. 6% interest, daily repayment of $906.
That number sounds louder when you say it.
Most loan numbers do.
I'm trying to build this the right way.
Then remember something, Hank. Debt is a tool, not a rescue plan. Use it to create income, not comfort.
That's good advice.
It's expensive advice if people ignore it.
I won't.
Then congratulations, your loan is approved.
Amazing. Thank you, Hope. You have a great day.
You too, Mr. Morrison. Bye.
I hang up and stare at the screen for a second. One click, and Hank Haulage changes shape. I take the loan. Then I upgrade the garage. $150,000 gone, just like that. For about a week, the builders take over the yard. Trucks, tools, concrete, framing, doors, lights. The old one-truck setup stretches into something bigger. When it's finished, it still feels like my place. Just less like a dream hiding in a shed. More like a company. Then I buy the Mack. $11,050. The second white Anthem slots into the garage beside mine, and for the first time ever, Hank Haulage owns more than one truck. Now I need someone to drive it. The recruitment agency gives me a name, Pierre B. Older guy, beard, calm face. Driver rating 0.8. Wage of $61 per delivery plus 51 cents a mile. A little experience in flammable cargo, high-value freight, and fragile loads. Not a superstar, but steady is worth more than shiny. Pierre, this is Hank Morrison from Hank Haulage.
Good to hear from you. I saw the listing. Billings based, right?
That's right. Small company. Very small, actually, but growing.
Small doesn't scare me. Bad equipment does.
Fair. You'd be in a used Mack Anthem day cab. White, 3-star condition. High miles, but serviceable. Same model as mine.
You drive one yourself?
Every day.
Then at least you know what you're asking someone else to sit in.
That's the idea. I've also got a dry van trailer ready for company work.
What kind of freight?
Whatever keeps the lights on. Food, retail, hazmat if the license fits. High value when we can get it.
I can work with that.
Then I'd like to offer you the job.
I'll take it.
Welcome to Hank Haulage, Pierre.
Perfect. See you Monday, boss.
Boss. That word lands harder than I expect. Year 1, I was trying to prove I could get a truck. Autumn of year 2, I come home with a loan, a bigger garage, a second Mack, and another man driving under my company name. The bank account is almost empty again. The loan starts tomorrow. Pierre starts tomorrow. And for the first time, Hank Haulage is no longer just me. It's a fleet. A tiny one. A terrifying one. But a fleet. Winter is sitting hard over Billings. The yard is white. The roof lines are white. The roads are white. And Hank Haulage suddenly looks bigger than it feels. 3 garage bays now. 2 white Mack Anthems. 1 dry van trailer. 1 employee out on his first jobs. And me, standing in the middle of it all, with about $500 in the bank and a loan payment waiting for me every morning like it owns the place.
Pierre's been dispatched. First few runs are small, mostly around Montana and Wyoming.
Good. Keep him close for now. I'd rather he gets used to the truck before we send him halfway across the country.
Sensible. Slightly surprising, but sensible.
I've been known to have one good idea per season.
Then use this one. You need money fast, but not stupid fast. I've got a freight job out of Laurel.
What are we hauling?
Mobile crusher. Laurel to Rollins, Wyoming. 88,500 pounds. Just under $3,000.
That's heavier than my confidence right now.
Then drive carefully. Alvarez out.
Laurel is only just down the road from Billings, but with the snow down and the loan in my head, it feels like I'm leaving home all over again. I pull out of the depot, past the new garage doors, past the space where one truck has already gone out to earn, and head for Union Pacific. The mobile crusher is waiting on a long, heavy trailer, all steel and weight and ugly purpose. It looks like something built to chew rocks and ignore opinions. I line up, hook on, check the mirrors, and feel the Mack settle under it. This is exactly why I'm back in the freight market for now. The company trailer can earn steady money with Pierre. I need the big, awkward, high-experience freight. The kind that makes me better and keeps the bank from coughing dust. We leave Laurel in the snow and start south. The first part of the drive is quiet. Cold roads, gray sky, the kind of winter light that makes everything look like it's been rubbed with ash. Then the road starts giving me scenery. Low river levels between snowy banks, rock walls along the highway, tunnels punched through stone, the Mack pulling hard, the trailer following like it's thinking about disagreeing with me, but hasn't found the courage yet. Wyoming opens up in the dark. Rawlins sits out there in the cold, a railroad and highway town with a working feel to it. Not polished, not soft, just practical. I pull into the Union Pacific Depot at night, ease the mobile crusher through the yard, and set it down exactly where it needs to go. Job complete. Excellent. Just under $3,000. For the first time since taking the loan, I can breathe a little. Not much, a little. Because Winter's goal is clear now. We need to earn enough to buy the next company trailer, a flatbed. Something that lets Hank Haulage take more than boxed freight. Machinery, materials, equipment. The kind of loads that look good on the road and open the company up. Pierre has the dry van. I need the next tool. And with the snow outside the sleeper, Rawlins behind me, and the first proper winter job paid, I shat tomorrow. Mia says she has something in Utah, a state I've never touched. And apparently, if I can get myself there, she's already been saying my name again. Saturday morning starts in Rawlins. Cold, clear, and sharp enough to make the whole yard look frozen in place.
I've got a route south if you want it.
South sounds warmer. I'm listening.
Rawlins to Salina, Utah. Autonomous tractors. 2 units. DFA to Leaper. $2,300.
Utah?
First time for Hank Haulage, unless you went without telling me.
I can barely sneak past a fuel receipt. You'd know.
There are also a couple of specialist loads down there. I put your name forward.
You keep doing that.
You keep proving me right.
So kind of you. Thanks, Mia. I pick up the autonomous tractors from DFA just after 7. 2 machines strapped down on the trailer. Clean and expensive looking. The kind of freight that feels like the future sitting behind an old Mack with too many miles. We head south with snow still on the ground and sun cutting through the cold. Utah comes in quietly at first. A border sign, a change in the land, a different color to the distance. Then the state starts showing itself. Utah is famous for red rock, desert basins, mountains, national parks, mining, and wide roads that look like they were drawn with a ruler and a dare. Salina sits in central Utah, small and tucked into the route network, the sort of place that makes sense for freight because it connects bigger places without trying to be one. I pull through the gates, back the trailer in, and finish the job clean. Excellent. $2,323. A nice hit of money, a nice hit of confidence. And then, Mia gives me the one she really wanted me here for.
Special transport out of Salina. Destination, Cedar City. Articulated hauler.
That's the giant dump truck thing?
That's the technical description, yes.
How big?
Big enough that you'll have escorts. Front and rear.
Same crew as last time?
Looks like it.
Good. They already know I'm only mostly a problem. Thanks again, Mia. By late afternoon, the load is sitting there under work lights. A massive articulated hauler strapped to a double-jointed heavy trailer, changed down, checked, and checked again. The escorts are waiting. I take a breath. This is the kind of job that doesn't pay the most money, but it pays in reputation.
Morrison, good to see you again. Same rules. Stay with me, no sudden lane changes, and don't try to become creative.
Copy that. Creativity is parked for the evening.
I'll watch the traffic behind. You watch that trailer. It's got more elbows than a family dinner.
That's comforting.
Wasn't meant to be.
We roll out of Salina around 5. Winter makes the light disappear early, and by the time the route stretches properly ahead of us, the road is already going dark. The hauler sits wide and heavy behind me. Every turn is slower. Every lane feels narrower. Every sign and barrier looks like it woke up wanting to be involved. The strange thing is, I like this. Not because it's easy, because it isn't. There's no pretending on a job like this. You either control the truck, or the truck explains physics to you in public. And right now, with escorts front and rear, Utah falling dark around us, and Hank Haulage written on the side of my cab, I feel like maybe the company is earning its name.
Morrison? Tell me that ain't you dragging a dump truck through Utah with a police parade?
Depends who's asking.
Sidewinder. Professional rumor collector. I heard Hank Haulage has employees now.
1 employee.
Look at you. Last year you borrowed trucks. Now you're becoming traffic management.
I'm trying not to hit anything large enough to be in a county record.
Proud of you, buddy. Terrified for Utah, but proud.
He disappears back into the noise of the road, and I keep the Mack steady. By the time we reach Cedar City, it's late. Cedar City sits in southern Utah, known as a gateway toward national parks and red rock country. But tonight, I'm not sightseeing. I'm threading a giant load through town and trying not to make the local news.
Final approach. Keep it slow through the turns.
Traffic is held. You're clear behind.
Copy. Bringing it in. See you next time, guys. At BHP, the escorts peel off, and I take the load into the yard. The final parking is slow, ugly, and careful, which is trucking for successful. Job complete. Excellent. $1,000 and change. 583 XP. Level 7. I put the new skill point into Class 3 flammable liquids. That's Winter doing its job. More risk, more skill, more doors opening. And somewhere back behind all of this, Pierre is out there with the dry van, carrying the first piece of Hank Haulage that isn't being driven by me. Cedar City is quiet by the time the special transport paperwork clears. Pierre, how's the first stretch treating you?
Truck steady. Trailer's behaving. I've done a few smaller runs around Montana. One down toward Casper. Nothing dramatic.
That's exactly what I wanted to hear.
You sure? Some bosses like dramatic, if it pays.
Dramatic is fine when I'm driving. When it's my truck and my trailer somewhere else, I like boring.
Then you'll be happy. 4 jobs in. No angry customers, no damaged freight.
Good work.
Don't spend the money before I earn it.
Too late. I've already emotionally bought a flatbed.
That sounds like a you problem, boss.
Boss still sounds strange, but less strange than it did a week ago. The next morning, I pick up almond boxes out of Cedar City, bound for Evanston, Wyoming. Penske Logistics double dry trailer, $1,500. Not a monster job, not a special transport, just a good, honest run back north with enough money attached to make it worth the miles. The snow returns on the way up. White shoulders, gray highway. The kind of winter that makes the world feel quieter even when the truck is working hard. Evanston is new to me, sitting in southwest Wyoming near the Utah line. It has that border town feeling, useful, practical, shaped by roads and rail and people passing through. I dropped the almond boxes at Keeney and Nagel. Excellent. $1,500 in the bank. From Evanston, I grab a load of big tires heading back into Utah, to Vernal. Kiewit to ExxonMobil, $1,000. Vernal sits in northeastern Utah, known for energy, mining, and dinosaur country, which is a strange combination until you spend enough time out here.
and realize the land has been keeping old things under it for a very long time. The tires are easy freight compared to what I've been hauling. Big, visible, useful. The kind of job that doesn't scare you, but still pays the bills. Another delivery, another excellent rating, another $1,000.
You still in Vernal?
Just dropped tires.
Good. I've got chlorine from Vernal to Ogden, UOP to BNSF. 51,000 pounds, $2,325.
That's the new flammable liquids license already paying off?
Technically, chlorine isn't a flammable liquid, but it sits in the hazardous world you've been unlocking. Dangerous enough to make people careful, valuable enough to make them pay.
That's a very Mia way to sell poison.
I prefer regulated freight.
Of course you do.
Have fun out there. Alvarez out.
I hook onto the chlorine load and pull out with a different kind of attention. Hazardous cargo changes the way you think. It isn't just weight, it's consequence. No sharp moves, no stupid chances, no pretending the trailer behind you is just another box. The drive into Ogden brings early winter darkness. Ogden sits north of Salt Lake City, historically a major rail junction, one of those places where freight has mattered for a long time. Roads, rail, warehouses, industry. A good place for Hank Haulage to be seen doing serious work. I pull through town around 7, back into BNSF, and set the chlorine down. Excellent. $2,325. Now the account is starting to look alive again. Not rich. Alive. The next morning is lighter work. Ogden to Rock Springs. 3 brand new Kenworth trucks from dealer to dealer. $1,100. There's something unfair about hauling 3 shiny trucks behind my battered old Mack. No discount for delivery, apparently. Still, it's a good run. Clean roads, decent pay, and a reminder that one day Hank Haulage needs better equipment, not just more equipment. I dropped the trucks at Kenworth and Rock Springs and checked the numbers. $13,347 in the bank. For the first time this winter, I opened the trailer market without immediately laughing at myself. Dry van, we already have. Bottom dumper, interesting, but not yet. Flatbed, locked until level 8. Around $30,000. That's the target. A proper flatbed means more kinds of freight, better visuals, more flexibility, and eventually, another company trailer for another driver. I check used trucks too. Another Mack Anthem day cab is listed for around 25 grand. Too much. For now. Winter isn't about buying everything. Winter is about getting ready. And level 8 is sitting just up the road. From Rock Springs, I take a scraper down to Cheyenne. $1,500. A long, awkward piece of machinery on a trailer that makes every corner feel like a small negotiation. Cheyenne is Wyoming's capital, but it also feels like a freight crossroads. Interstates, rail, industry, that mix of government and grit you get in places that have had to matter for a long time. I pull into BNSF, drop the scraper, and take the money. Another job done. Another chunk of experience. Another step closer.
You're in Cheyenne?
Just finished the scraper.
Good. I've got a request. Massive tech part. Cheyenne to Rock Springs. Same type of specialist work you handled before.
They asked for us?
They asked if the Billings driver with the white Mack was available.
That's almost a compliment.
Don't let it make you weird.
Too late.
$1,740. Not the biggest money, but excellent experience and very good reputation.
Book it. By 6:30, it's already dark. Winter nights don't wait around. The massive tech part sits loaded and secured, strange and oversized, the kind of cargo that looks expensive even if you don't know what it does. The escorts are back again.
Morrison, round 2 for the winter. Keep it tidy and we'll all get home bored.
Bored sounds perfect.
I'll take boring. Last guy I had thought cones were suggestions.
I respect cones deeply.
That's the spirit.
We roll out of Cheyenne into the dark. The route back to Rock Springs feels different under escort. Slower, tighter, more official. Every ramp and lane change has a rhythm. Lead calls it. Rear protects it. I just keep the Mack smooth and the trailer honest. These are the jobs that build the name. Not because they pay the most, because someone has to trust you before they hand you something this big, this awkward, and this expensive. Hank Haulage is still tiny. 1 garage in Billings, 2 trucks, 1 employee, 1 dry van. A loan payment that bites every morning. But tonight, on a winter highway in Wyoming, with escorts front and rear, the company feels bigger than the numbers.
Still awake back there? Hold your speed steady.
Yes, sir. Copy. Holding.
Traffic's stacking but behaving. You're clear.
That might be the nicest thing traffic's ever done for me.
Don't compliment it. It'll hear you.
The miles pass slowly. Dark road, snow at the edges. Lights ahead, lights behind, and the tech part sitting there like a test I'm not allowed to fail. By the time Rock Springs comes back into view, I'm tired in that deep, quiet way that makes everything feel sharper.
Final turn ahead. Wide entry. Take the space.
Back is clear. Nice and easy.
Bringing it in. The escorts stop outside, and I take the load into the yard. The parking takes patience. A few corrections. No rushing. No pride. Just get it done. Job complete. Excellent. $1,700. 1,019 XP. The level bar jumps hard, almost all the way to level 8. I sit there for a second, staring at the screen. That one job nearly does what a dozen small ones couldn't. That's the lesson. Not every load is equal. Some pay in money, some pay in reputation, some drag the whole company forward. The last shown run of winter is simpler. Rock Springs to Price, Utah. 3 brand new blue Kenworths from Kenworth to Kenworth. $1,300. I hook them up in the snow, pull out carefully, and head south as winter starts running out beneath the tires. Price is new ground too, sitting in eastern Utah, shaped by mining, highways, and that rugged space between mountains and desert. I back the load into the Kenworth yard and complete the delivery. Another excellent rating. Another city reached. Another bit of Utah added to the Hank Haulage map. After that, the final days of winter blur together. A few smaller runs, a few fuel stops. Pierre sending short updates from Montana and Wyoming. Loan payments coming out every morning. Money in, money out. The company breathing. Not comfortably yet, but breathing. And then, finally, the number hits. Level 8. Flatbed unlocked. Winter starts with $500, a second truck, a new employee, and a loan big enough to make the garage feel haunted. It ends with Utah on the map, special cargo behind us, hazardous freight unlocked, Pierre working steady, and level 8 in the books. The flatbed is waiting. Spring is coming. And for the first time this year, I don't just have a problem to solve. I have the next piece of the company ready to buy. Spring arrives in Billings without asking permission. One week there's snow packed against the garage doors. The next, the roads are dry. The yard looks alive again. And Hank Haulage has just enough money to make one more dangerous decision. $31,763 in the bank. The flatbed trailer costs $30,700, which means, mathematically, I can afford it. Emotionally, that's a different question. This is how trucking gets you. You spend winter clawing your way out of the hole, telling yourself you're finally getting ahead. Then spring turns up with sunshine and a purchase screen. But this isn't chrome. This isn't paint. This isn't me trying to look like a bigger company than I am. This is equipment. Pierre has the dry van out earning with the second Mack. If Hank Haulage is going to keep growing, we need another trailer. Something useful, something flexible, something that lets us haul machinery, materials, construction loads, and all the awkward things that don't fit neatly inside a box. So I buy it. $30,700 gone. A new flatbed trailer delivered to Billings. $1,000 left in the account. Perfect. Terrifying, but perfect. I hook the new flatbed up in the yard, and for a moment I just sit there looking at it in the mirror. It changes the whole shape of the truck. The dry van made Hank Haulage feel like a company. The flatbed makes it feel like a company with options. First stop is not a job. It's the service center down the road. Spring service. The Mack has worked hard through winter, and if I'm going to bet the entire company on another season of freight, I need it to start clean. The service costs $885. That leaves the bank looking paper thin again. But the truck is ready, the flatbed is ready, and I need work immediately.
New trailer is showing on your company profile.
That was fast.
Systems update quicker than common sense.
Good thing I only use one of those.
Cargo Market has something from Billings to Butte. Clamshell buckets, 4 of them. Newmont to Lennar, 29,000 pounds, $1,653.
That's not bad for a first flatbed run.
It's also close enough that if you embarrass yourself backing it in, only Montana has to know.
Supportive as ever. I pull into Newmont in Billings and back the flatbed into the loading area. 4 clamshell buckets get loaded and strapped down. Heavy steel sitting open on the trailer like giant scoops waiting to bite into the earth. This is already different from the dry van. With the dry van, the cargo disappears behind doors. With the flatbed, everyone can see what you're carrying. Everyone can see how it's strapped. Everyone can see if you've got it wrong. There's something honest about that. We leave Billings for Butte. Spring sun on dry road, the snow gone from the shoulders, the Mack feeling lighter than it did under winter's oversized loads. Butte waits with its mining history and hard edges. Copper made the place famous, but freight keeps places like this breathing now. Construction, machinery, materials, the things towns need when they're still building and rebuilding themselves. At Lennar, I bring the flatbed around and try to back it in. Try is the important word. It doesn't fold like the heavy trailers, and it doesn't hide its mistakes like the dry van. It responds quickly, almost too quickly, and I have to pull forward once before getting it lined up. But it goes in. Job complete. Excellent. $1,653, 122 XP. Level 8 still has a long road ahead, but the flatbed has paid its first bill. I don't call Mia for the next one. I just check the market and find something too good to ignore. Butte to Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. Rough terrain forklifts, $2,000. Idaho is becoming more than a border now. It's becoming part of the route. Mountain roads, forested stretches, water, towns tucked into valleys. The kind of place where a flatbed feels useful. The drive takes me into night. Coeur d'Alene sits in northern Idaho, known for its lake, timber country, tourism, and that clean mountain town look that makes you understand why people visit and never quite leave. I pull into the warehouse area, set the forklifts down, and finish the job. Excellent. $2,000. And then the level bar finally gives me another skill point. Class 4 hazardous freight unlocks. Flammable solids, magnesium, nitrocellulose, white phosphorus, sodium, potassium. Spring is already doing what it needs to do. New trailer, new cargo, new state miles, new license, and a bank account that still looks like it fell down some stairs.
Wednesday morning starts in Coeur d'Alene with the flatbed empty and the account slowly recovering.
Where are you sitting?
Coeur d'Alene. And I can say it now without sounding like I'm choking on gravel.
Personal growth. I've got 2 mobile air compressors heading to Helena. 16,000 pounds. $1,524.
Back to Montana?
Back to Montana. Flatbed job, clean route, decent money.
Book it. The air compressors sit low and neat on the trailer. Nothing dramatic, but exactly the kind of cargo I bought this flatbed for. I strap them down and head east. The more I use the trailer, the more it starts to feel like part of the company instead of a very expensive dare. Spring roads are kind to me. Dry pavement, blue sky, the mountains losing their winter bite. I cross back into Montana, and the welcome sign feels different this time. Not like returning after running away, but like coming back with proof. Helena waits ahead, Montana's capital, built in gold rush country and still carrying that old western weight in the hills around it. A place where history, government, and freight all manage to share the same roads. I pull into Lennar, line the flatbed up at the front, and back the compressors in. Excellent. $1,524, 95 XP. Not huge experience, but clean work. And clean work keeps a company alive.
Boss, you got a minute?
For you, yes. Unless this starts with, funny thing happened.
No funny thing. Dry-van's working. I've been doing Billings, Sydney, Great Falls, Havre, Glendive. Some packaged food, some fertilizer, a little dynamite.
You're getting around.
Mostly Montana, a little Wyoming. Good short work. 600 here, 400 there, 500 when the route behaves.
That money's helping more than you think.
I know. I see the loan deductions too.
Trying not to look at those directly.
That's one method.
How's the truck?
Old, loud, honest. Same as yours, I imagine.
Then it's perfect.
Perfect is a strong word, but it starts every morning.
That's good enough for me. Pierre is doing exactly what I need him to do. Nothing dramatic, no big heroic haul, just steady company income while I push the flatbed through spring. From Helena, I take roof shingles north to Kalispell, $1,337, Lennar to Lennar. Kalispell is new ground for Hank Haulage, tucked up near the Flathead Valley, close to glacier country, surrounded by the kind of Montana scenery that makes you forget you're technically working until the delivery yard reminds you. I arrive in the late evening, sun low, spring light still hanging around the hills. The drop is at a house construction site, which makes the roof shingles feel satisfyingly useful. Someone is building a home. I'm bringing the roof. That's not a bad way to spend a day. The backing is tighter than I'd like, but I get it in. Excellent. Another job done. The next morning, Kalispell gives me lumber to Kennewick, Washington. 46,000 pounds, $1,612. Heavy enough to make the Mack work, useful enough to make the flatbed feel like the right call. I cross back toward Washington with lumber strapped down behind me, over roads that feel made for wide, scenic shots. At one point, I cross a suspension bridge, and the whole thing feels like Hank Haulage is stretching itself across the Northwest, one load at a time. Kennewick sits dry and open in the Tri-Cities region, where the Columbia River and freight routes give the place its pulse. I drop the lumber at Lennar. Excellent. $1,600. Only 33 XP, which is the problem starting to show itself. The money is coming in. The experience isn't. Still, the bank matters too. Kennewick to Lewiston, Idaho gives me 2 more rough terrain forklifts, $1,100, and I take it partly because it pays, but mostly because Lewiston is new. Not Lewistown, Montana, Lewiston, Idaho. Different place, different state. Very easy to confuse if you say it too fast into a microphone and hope nobody notices. The drive into Lewiston gives me time to think. Spring's goal is clear now. Use the flatbed, build the bank, save for another truck. Because by summer, if this works, Hank Haulage can hire driver number 2. And And if that happens, the flatbed I'm so proud of might end up with someone else, too. That's growth, apparently. You buy things, get attached to them, then hand them away so the company can grow bigger than your own hands. Ray was right. I'm starting to hate how often that happens. Lewiston clears clean. Excellent delivery. Another $1,100 in the bank, taking us close to $8,000. Not rich, but moving.
Still in Lewiston?
Just dropped the forklifts.
Square tubing. Lewiston to Seattle. Metal West to Kenworth. $1,400.
Flatbed keeps finding metal.
That is generally what flatbeds do.
Fair point. Thanks, Mia. The square tubing loads neatly. Long lines of steel stacked and strapped across the trailer. It's the kind of cargo that makes the flatbed look professional, which is helpful because I'm still learning how to look professional while backing it. I leave Lewiston in the evening, heading for Seattle through the night. Seattle after dark is a different creature. City lights, wet-looking roads, traffic, signs, ramps, headlights sliding over the cab. When I first came here in autumn, Seattle felt massive. Now it still feels massive, but less impossible. That's progress. I pull into the Kenworth drop-off, back the flatbed into place, and unload the square tubing. Excellent. $1,400. Slow progress through level 8. Too slow, honestly. But the account is growing, and every job with the flatbed makes me better at using it. The next morning, I find Seattle to Spokane. More rough terrain forklifts, $1,800. At this point, I'm starting to think half the Pacific Northwest is just moving forklifts around and pretending that's a logistics strategy. But $1,800 is $1,800. I load them, leave Seattle under clear Friday morning skies, and run east across Washington. Spokane greets me with sunshine, which feels like the state apologizing for all the night driving. The drop is at a construction site at the back of town. Tight enough to make the trailer interesting, not tight enough to ruin my day. I back it in clean. Excellent. Good money. A bit of extra XP from the maneuver. Those parking bonuses matter now. Every little bit counts.
Spokane to Port Angeles. Rough terrain forklifts again. BHP to Liebherr. $2,100.
Port Angeles is new.
And this one has a ferry crossing.
A ferry? With the truck?
That is how vehicle ferries usually work, yes.
I don't know if I like how calm you are about driving a loaded flatbed onto a boat.
You'll be fine. Route takes you through Coopville, ferry to Port Townsend, then onward to Port Angeles. 35 minutes across. $100 ticket.
You're enjoying this.
A little. Don't get seasick. Alvarez out.
I take the job. Because new places matter. Because $2,100 matters. And because apparently Hank Haulage now does boats. The forklifts get loaded, strapped, checked twice, and I leave Spokane under a clean blue sky.
Morrison, I keep hearing you're hauling forklifts all over Washington.
That's because apparently Washington can't decide where to keep them.
You got that flatbed now, right?
Bought it this spring.
Look at you. First year, no truck. Now you're out here collecting trailers like state stamps.
I've got 2 trailers, and one of them is with Pierre.
That's how it starts. Next thing you know, you'll have a dispatcher, 3 drivers, and a coffee machine you call corporate infrastructure.
Don't tempt me. A coffee machine might be the smartest purchase we make all year.
Catch you around, Hank Morrison.
The drive west turns into one of those spring days that makes the whole job feel lighter. Roads open up, the light stays long, and the flatbed follows steady behind me. As the ferry approach comes closer, I call Cliff. Cliff, have you ever taken the Coopville ferry with a truck?
Several times.
Anything I should know?
Drive straight on. Don't overthink it. Pay the ticket. And don't act like the boat's waiting to personally insult you.
So, normal truck stuff, but floating.
Exactly. And Morrison?
Yeah?
Check your straps before you board and after you roll off.
Already planned to.
Good. Maybe you're becoming useful.
I pull into the ferry terminal at Coopville, pay the $100, and drive onto the boat. For 35 minutes, the truck is still. That almost feels wrong. The water sits around us, the evening light soft over the crossing, and for once, I'm moving without the tires doing the work. Port Townsend waits on the other side. The ferry docks. I roll off, stop long enough to check the load, then carry on toward Port Angeles. It's nearly 11 at night by the time I arrive. Dark roads, coastal air, and the feeling that this is a place I want to see properly in the morning. The drop-off is quiet. I back in, unload the forklifts, and finish the job. Excellent. $2,100, 95 XP. And I park for the night with the feeling that spring has finally given me something different. Not just another load. A memory. Saturday morning in Port Angeles is worth waking up for. The night before, it was just headlights and a delivery yard. Now the place has shape. Water, hills, roads, that edge-of-the-map feeling you get in a port town. The cargo market offers more rough terrain forklifts, because apparently the forklift migration continues. Port Angeles to Colville, $2,287. I take it. We load up, leave town, catch the ferry back across, and run east through Washington. By now, spring has turned into a rhythm. Load, strap, drive, back in, get paid, check Pierre's reports, watch the loan take its bite, look for the next step. Colville comes in later, up in northeastern Washington, close to forests and smaller roads, the kind of place that feels far from Seattle, even though it's in the same state. I climb to the construction yard at the back of town, set the forklifts down, and take the money. $14,885 in the bank. Now the number is starting to matter. From Colville, I take lumber to Grangeville, Idaho, $1,174. Mostly because we haven't been there yet. That's becoming part of the job now. Not just the biggest pay, not just the shortest route, but building out the map one town at a time. Grangeville sits in north-central Idaho, a small town surrounded by big landscape, close to the Camas Prairie and the kind of country that makes freight feel personal. Smaller towns need deliveries too, sometimes more than the big places, because there's less margin for things not showing up. I pull into Tractor Supply Company late at night and drop the lumber. Excellent. Then, because apparently sleep is something I only respect in speeches, I take another lumber job. Grangeville to Bozeman, Montana, $1,713. An overnight run. Not the smartest idea, but a useful one. This is the danger of trying to grow. Every job looks like progress. Every hour awake looks like money. But there's a line somewhere between hard-working and stupid. And I'm fairly sure I've parked on it with the engine running. Still, the road is quiet, the Mack is steady, and the lumber needs to be in Bozeman. Morning arrives with Montana countryside opening around me. Bozeman sits in the Gallatin Valley, surrounded by mountains, growing fast, full of construction, students, tourists, and all the pressure that comes with a place people keep moving to, which makes lumber a fitting delivery. I bring the load into the yard and back it in after a couple of corrections. Not perfect, but clean. Excellent rating, 111 XP, $1,713. That one helps. Now I need to go home. Bozeman to Billings. Insulation panels from XPO Logistics to Keeney & Nagel, $859. Small job, home direction, perfect end to spring. I load the blue insulation panels onto the flatbed and take the final stretch east. Billings comes back into view on the last day of the season, and I feel that familiar pull of the yard before I even reach it. First, the delivery. I pull into Keeney & Nagel, line the flatbed up, and back it in first time. That feels better than the money. Job complete. Excellent. A small bit of XP, $859. Final spring bank balance, $18,980. Almost 19 grand. Not enough for another truck yet,
but close enough that Summer has a real target. I drive back to HQ with the flatbed behind me. The 3-bay garage is waiting. Pierre is still out earning with the dry van. The loan is still there. The next truck still needs to be found. The second driver is still just an idea, but the company feels different now. Spring started with $1,000 and a brand new flatbed I could barely afford. It ends with the trailer proven, Washington explored deeper, Idaho stretched wider, Montana connected again, and enough money in the account to start thinking about the third truck. I park the Mack in Billings and shut it down. For a couple of weeks, I need rest, actual rest, not sleep in a truck stop and call it a strategy, because summer is going to matter. The next driver, the next truck, maybe the next trailer upgrade. Hank Haulage is not comfortable yet, but it's moving. And this spring, for the first time, it feels like we're not just surviving the road, we're learning how to use it. Summer arrives with the kind of sunshine that makes every bad winter decision look like it might have been genius. The yard in Billings is dry, bright, and busy. 3 garage bays, 2 white Mack Anthems, 1 dry van, 1 flatbed, Pierre out earning, and $18,624 in the bank. Not a fortune, but enough to do the next dangerous thing. There's a Mack Anthem day cab sitting in the used listings. White, same as ours, same make, same model, 3-star condition, 659,000 miles on the clock, $17,681. It's more expensive than the last 2. Of course it is. The moment you start needing something, the world seems to notice and adds a handling fee. But this is exactly what I wanted. A matching truck. Same fleet look, same parts, same feel. If Hank Haulage is going to grow, I like the idea of the trucks looking like they belong together. So, I buy it. The third white Mack Anthem gets delivered into the final garage slot at Billings. And just like that, the garage is full. 3 trucks. A year ago, I didn't own 1. Now I own 3, and somehow feel poorer than ever. Which means we don't need a celebration. We need another driver. The recruitment list gives me a name. Edward. Driver rating 0.8. Asking wage $61 per delivery plus 51 cents a mile. Some experience in just-in-time deliveries and high-value cargo. Not elite, but useful. And more importantly, available. Edward, this is Hank Morrison from Hank Haulage in Billings.
Good morning, Mr. Morrison. I saw the opening. You're hiring for a company truck?
That's right. Small fleet, growing fast, sometimes faster than I'd like. You'd be driving a used Mack Anthem day cab.
Used does not bother me. Bad maintenance does.
Then we already agree on something. We keep them serviced. Not fancy, but honest.
What kind of work?
Mostly Montana to start. Some Wyoming, maybe Idaho once you're settled. We've got a dry van and a flatbed in the company now. You and Pierre will work between them depending on the load.
Pierre is the other driver?
Yeah, steady guy. He'll help you get used to how we do things.
Then I'd like the opportunity.
You got it. Welcome to Hank Haulage.
Thank you, boss. I'll make the truck earn.
Boss still sounds strange. But now there are 2 people saying it. I assign Edward to the third Mack, set the garage, and watch the company roster update.
You filled the third bay.
You say that like you were watching the bank account cry.
I don't need to watch. I can hear it from here.
$443 left.
Bold.
I was hoping you'd say visionary.
Visionaries still need fuel. What's the plan?
Pierre and Edward run company work. Dry van and flatbed between them. I go back to freight jobs for the rest of summer and chase experience. Big loads, hard backing. Special transport if you can find it.
Good. You don't need comfortable work right now. You need reputation work.
Exactly.
Billings to Casper. 3 Peterbilt trucks, $1,600. Dealer transfer.
That'll do for a start.
And once you're in Casper, there are specialist jobs available.
That's what I wanted to hear. I leave the Billings depot with the company suddenly bigger behind me,
and almost nothing in the account ahead of me. Pierre and Edouard are already out getting started. The dry van and flatbed are no longer just purchases. They're tools, they're income. They're little pieces of Hank Haulage moving around the map without me. That should feel great. It mostly feels terrifying. I pull into the Peterbilt yard in Billings and hook onto 3 brand new trucks. There's something funny about hauling other people's shiny new machines while my own Mack is old enough to have opinions about the weather. But freight is freight. The road to Casper is bright and clean, summer blue over Wyoming. No snow left anywhere, no winter gray pressing down on the cab. Casper arrives under clear skies, and I bring the load into the Peterbilt dealer, circle around back, and park the 3 trucks where they need to go. Excellent delivery, $1,600. The bank gets a pulse again. Before I leave the yard, I get the Mack serviced, $273. A small hit, but worth it. If summer is going to be a hard push, the truck needs to be ready. And Mia was right. Casper has specialist work waiting. A haul truck chassis. Massive, awkward, heavy, and perfect. The money isn't huge, but the experience is. That matters now. Level 10 is the target before summer ends. More skill points, more license, more reputation. If Hank Haulage is going to grow, I need to grow with it. Workers secure the haul truck chassis onto the trailer, chains and straps pulled tight, escorts waiting ahead and behind.
Traffic behind is light. I'll keep them back once we roll.
Appreciate it.
You've done enough of these now. Same rules, no surprises.
That's my favorite kind of job. We roll out at 3:20 in the afternoon. The haul truck chassis sits behind me like a bridge with wheels, huge and exposed, pulling every mirror into full-time employment. Casper's roads give way to open highway, then canyon roads, country roads, rock and sun and long shadows. These are the jobs I wanted for summer. Not just money, not just miles. Tests. A company doesn't build its name doing only the easy loads. At Newmont, I bring the chassis in, ease it into the unload area, and finish the job. Excellent. Just over $1,000. 538 XP. The level bar jumps hard toward level 9. That's why we're here. The normal jobs pay bills. The big ones build Hank. And this summer, both matter.
If you want more specialist work, get yourself to Riverton.
What's in Riverton?
A transport helicopter. Military delivery. Riverton to Jackson. Night operation.
You said helicopter?
Yes.
On a trailer?
Usually how we avoid flying it.
And they want us?
They want a driver with specialist freight history, escort experience, and a clean record.
That sounds more professional than I feel.
Feelings don't go on the invoice.
By night, I'm in Riverton with the helicopter loaded behind me. 33,000 pounds of military hardware strapped down in the dark. It's not the heaviest thing I've hauled. It might be the strangest.
Morrison, night route to Jackson. Keep it smooth. Visibility is good, but we don't rush this one.
Understood.
There'll be some tighter sections on approach. I'll call them early.
I'll stay with you. The town lights fall behind us, and Wyoming turns black beyond the headlights. A helicopter on a trailer looks wrong in the best way, like something that should be above the road has been grounded and handed to a trucker with bills to pay. I keep the Mack steady, every movement deliberate. At the military drop, I guide the trailer in and place the helicopter right over the helipad. That part makes me smile. If you're going to deliver a helicopter, you may as well park it where it looks like it belongs. Excellent delivery. Money in. Experience in. Summer is working. The next morning, I shift from strange freight to dangerous freight. Vernal to Pocatello. Chlorine. 51,000 pounds. $3,500. That number gets my attention.
This isn't special transport, but it's serious work, and it pays like serious work. I hook onto the tanker at UOP, check everything twice, and pull out under clean blue skies. Hazardous freight changes the rhythm. You don't drive scared. Scared makes you sharp for 5 minutes and useless after that. You drive respectful, smooth braking, more space. No lazy turns, no pretending the load doesn't matter. Pocatello, Idaho comes in with rail yards and industry, the sort of place where a chlorine tanker makes sense, even if you don't want to think too hard about what happens if it doesn't. I pull into BNSF, back it carefully, and unload. Excellent. $3,500. That one feels like summer finally paying us back. From the same area, I take anhydrous ammonia back to Billings. $2,500. It's another hazardous run, another big paying job, and a chance to swing through home without wasting the trip. The road back to Billings feels familiar, but the company doesn't. Not anymore. I'm not just going home to rest. I'm going home to check on a fleet. Small fleet. Still counts. I deliver the ammonia to UOP in Billings, backing into the factory area as the evening settles over town. Excellent again. The money is starting to stack. Not fast enough to relax, fast enough to believe. From Billings, I take aromatics to Gillette, Wyoming. $1,454. Gillette is new for us, and that matters. It sits in northeastern Wyoming, known for coal, energy, rail, and the kind of industrial freight that fits Hank Haulage perfectly. Not pretty in the postcard sense, but important, useful, working country. I drop the load under bright summer sun and keep moving. Gillette to Glendive. Grain in a double dry van setup. $1,300. Not much XP, but steady money. The kind of load Edouard or Pierre might handle one day, while I chase the complicated stuff. Glendive to Laurel is LPG gas, $2,000. And that one comes with Mia's real reason for pointing me there.
There are specialist jobs out of Laurel.
Good ones?
Short ones, which, for what you need, might be better.
Experience without losing a whole day?
Exactly. Laurel to Billings, articulated hauler, 97,000 pounds. Escort required, around $1,000, but strong XP.
That's practically local.
Local doesn't mean easy.
No, but it does mean I can get embarrassed close to home. I get the LPG into Laurel by early evening, money in the account, and then the articulated hauler is waiting. Massive machine. Short route, big experience. By 9:20 at night, escorts are in place.
Short run tonight, Morrison. Laurel to Billings. Heavy load, simple route, but watch the turns.
Copy that.
Traffic's late. Should be clean.
Let's keep it that way. The run is quick compared to the others, but the weight makes it feel serious. 97,000 pounds behind the Mack, moving through the dark toward Billings. We bring it into the construction yard up behind town, and I ease the load into place. Excellent. Around $1,000, nearly 500 XP. Level 9. That's a huge moment. One more level to go. Back at base, I park for a rest and check the driver logs. Pierre is moving loads through Montana and Wyoming. Edouard is getting started, slower but steady, taking his first runs without drama. That's all I want from him right now.
Boss, Edward's settling in.
He behaving?
Better than the trailer jackknife I saw at a fuel stop this morning, so yes.
I'm on channel 2, you know.
Good. Then hear this. Take the turns wider than you think.
I've been doing that.
And check the straps more than you think.
I've been doing that too.
Then you might survive us.
That's the goal.
Both of you keep it steady. No hero freight, no rushing. We're building this one clean.
Understood.
Copy that, boss.
2 drivers, 2 trailers, 3 trucks. Level 9. The company is moving. Summer starts to blur after that. Not because nothing happens, because too much happens. Loads come in faster. Driver reports stack up. Fuel bills land. Loan payments disappear every morning like clockwork. Pierre earns. Edouard earns. I keep chasing specialist work because normal freight is good for money, but the big jobs are what move the level bar. The next one is almost funny. Laurel to Billings again. Huge tires this time, probably for the same kind of machine we dragged in the day before. Another escort, another short run, another chunk of experience. The tires sit enormous on the trailer, black circles big enough to make the Mack look like a toy. We deliver them into Newmont in Billings. Excellent. Around $800. Another 400 plus XP. The level 10 target gets closer. Mia's already looking further down the road.
If you want more specialist work, you need to head for Laramie.
Wyoming again?
That's where the next batch is. I can get you paid to move that direction. Billings to Laramie. Work truck chassis. Midas to Ford. $1,200.
And then special jobs after that?
Yes. Turnkey house construction. Massive tech part. Short routes. Good XP.
Book the chassis. The work truck chassis gets loaded, and I run south into Wyoming again. Laramie sits in southeastern Wyoming, a university town, railroad town, and high plains kind of place where the sky feels too big and the wind always looks like it's got plans. I drop the chassis at Ford late in the evening. Excellent. Then I don't sleep, which is not smart, but the next special job is ready, and the end of summer is starting to feel close. Laramie to Rawlins, turnkey house construction, $700, good XP. A whole house section sitting on the trailer in the middle of the night.
Morrison, late run, Laramie to Rawlins. Keep it clean and watch the shoulder.
Copy.
You good to drive?
Tired, but legal and focused.
Stay honest about that. Cargo isn't worth you nodding off.
Understood. That line sticks with me because he's right. Growth pushes. Money pushes. Deadlines push. But none of it matters if I start pretending tired is the same as tough. We roll out around 1 in the morning. A house on the back of a trailer, Wyoming dark around us. Escort lights cutting the road ahead. Rawlins comes around 3. I deliver the structure to Lennar, slow and careful, and complete the job. Excellent. $700. Around 350 XP. Then I rest. Properly. The next day, I go back for the massive tech part. Laramie to Rawlins again. $800. More XP. By midday, the sun is high, the heat is sitting over the road, and the tech part is strapped down like something that fell out of a science facility and landed on my schedule.
Same corridor, different headache.
That should be on a trucking continuity mug.
You'd sell 3.
That's 2 more than I expected. The run is clean. Bright sun, hot road, heavy trailer, short route, and another delivery into Rawlins. Excellent. More than 300 XP. Level 9.5. Close now. Close enough that I start looking at the money and the company at the same time. Pierre and Edouard are both bringing in cash. Not huge numbers individually, but together it matters. A few hundred here, a few hundred there, driver reports ticking through Montana, Wyoming, and short regional runs. That is the magic of the company. Not one big payday. Movement without me touching every load. I open the trailer options and look at the dry van upgrade. Extended dry van. Around $30,000. That would make Pierre's side of the company stronger. More cargo options. Better capacity. a more serious company trailer. But $30,000 is a lot, and it isn't the only option. A second garage is out there too. Boise, Seattle, somewhere beyond Billings. Mia gives me Rollins to Salt Lake City. Mobile crusher, $2,700. That's too good to ignore. Salt Lake City is new enough to feel important. Utah's capital, set beside the Great Salt Lake and framed by mountains, with freight, mining, distribution, and interstates all pulling through it. It feels like the kind of city that could matter later if Hank Haulage keeps pushing south. I bring the mobile crusher into a construction yard and complete the delivery. Good money. Not enough XP. That's the story of summer now. The jobs that pay don't always teach. So I take a smaller route from Salt Lake City to Boise. Telescopic handler. Not much money, around $670. But Boise is new, and Boise matters. Idaho's capital, a growing city, a practical middle point between Washington, Montana, Utah, and Wyoming. If Hank Haulage ever opens another garage, Boise starts to make a dangerous amount of sense. I arrive at night, city lights sitting under the Idaho sky, and drop the handler at a building site. Excellent. 95 XP. Small, but useful. Saturday morning, Mia gives me exactly what I need.
Boise to Grangeville. Large reservoir tank. Special transport. $1,188.
How much experience?
Enough that you'll care.
That's the sales pitch.
It's also a scenic route. Rivers, bridges, valleys. Try not to enjoy yourself too loudly.
No promises. The reservoir tank is loaded in Boise, huge and rounded on the trailer. Escorts ready in the summer sun.
Boise to Grangeville. Watch the curves, especially through the valley sections.
Copy.
Traffic's moderate. I'll keep space behind you.
Appreciate it. This one is beautiful. There's no other way to say it. Low rivers cutting through the landscape, valleys wrapped in hills, bridges, sunlight. The sort of route that reminds me why driving still matters, even now that the company is getting bigger behind the scenes. Hank Haulage might become garages and drivers and accounts one day, but this is still the heart of it. A truck, a road, a difficult load, a place I haven't seen before. Grangeville appears like a small town tucked inside huge country. I guide the reservoir tank to the drop-off out back, line it up, and finish the job. Excellent. 779 XP. $1,186. And there it is. Level 10. That one feels different. Not because level 10 is the end, because it proves the summer worked. I put the skill point into the final hazardous license. Class 8 corrosive substances, sulfuric acid, sodium hydroxide, the kind of cargo that makes paperwork sweat. The last few jobs of summer are about finishing strong. Grand Ronde to Mack, Washington. Harvester, just over $2,100. A good machine load, the kind of freight that looks right behind the Mack, and another chance to push through the Northwest while the weather is still on our side. Mack sits in north-central Washington, in country shaped by orchards, dry hills, and routes that feel far away from Seattle's city weight. It's another dot on the map becoming real. The Harvester gets delivered clean. Excellent. Then I move quickly to Yakima for the final run. Yakima to Nampa, Idaho. Autonomous tractor, $2,200. It feels right ending summer with farm machinery. This whole year has been about growing something. Not crops, but a company. Still needs money, still needs timing, still gets ruined if you rush it in the wrong season. I load the autonomous tractor and head out under clear blue skies. Summer driving with the windows down is a different kind of work. The engine sounds warmer, the road feels wider, the whole world seems less interested in fighting you. I think about where year 2 started. Washington border, Jack's stolen car on the shoulder, a dry van behind me, almost no money. Then Seattle. Ray Callahan telling me that owners give up the thing they wanted so the company can use it better. Autumn gave us the garage upgrade, the loan,
and Pierre. Winter gave us Utah, special freight, and level 8. Spring gave us the flatbed. Summer gave us Edouard, the third Mack, level 10, and enough money to make a choice. Not enough to do everything, enough to choose one direction. Nampa arrives in Idaho, part of the Boise metro area, close enough to make that second garage idea feel less like a dream and more like a map pin waiting for trouble. I pull into ADM, back the autonomous tractor into place, and complete the final delivery of summer. Excellent. 50 XP, $2,127. Final balance, $31,136. I sit in the cab and look at the number. 31 grand. 3 trucks, 2 trailers, 2 employees, 1 loan still biting every morning, and 1 company that has somehow outgrown the version of me that started it.
Final job cleared.
31,000 in the bank.
That's a lot better than 443.
I was trying not to remember that number.
You bought the 3rd truck, hired Edouard, pushed to level 10, and kept the drivers earning. That's a good summer.
Why does it still feel like I'm behind?
Because now you've got options. Options feel like pressure until you pick one.
That sounds like something Ray would say.
He probably stole it from someone with more invoices.
So, what would you do?
I'd narrow it to 3 choices.
Go on.
Upgrade the dry van. Pierre and Edouard can take better box freight. More flexible loads, more income from the equipment you already own.
Practical.
Second option, save toward another garage. Boise would make sense. It connects Idaho, Washington, Utah, Wyoming, and Montana better than Billings alone.
That one sounds expensive.
It is.
And third?
Upgrade your truck.
Mine.
You're still driving the oldest business problem in the company.
Don't talk about the Mack like that. It has feelings.
It has repair bills. Anyway, have a think about it, yeah? Alvarez out.
That one lands because she's right. The Mack got me here, but getting here and staying here are 2 different things. So I'm leaving this one open. Year 3 begins right where the last one ended, back home in Billings, Montana. Hank Haulage now has 3 trucks, 2 hired drivers, 2 trailers, and just over $30,000 in the bank. It sounds impressive until you look at the price of expanding. That garage in Boise would give us 3 new bays, but it costs $180,000. Right now, that might as well be $180 million. So instead of buying another building, we're investing in something that can start earning immediately.
You finally buying that extension for the dry van?
I thought about it. Then I saw the $40,000 price tag.
$40,000? Does it come with another truck attached?
For that price, it should come with somebody to unload it too.
The extension can wait. I found something better. A 45-foot container carrier costs $29,900. It takes almost everything we've got, but it opens up an entirely new side of the freight market. Chemicals, machinery, packaged food, industrial supplies. If somebody can seal it inside a container, we can move it.
And who's driving it?
I am. You 2 keep the flatbed and dry van working. I'm taking this thing out for the whole of autumn.
Good. That trailer's nearly as long as the street. I'd rather watch you reverse it first.
That's the confidence I like from my employees. The purchase goes through, and a few minutes later, our new container carrier is waiting outside the garage. It's long, low, and almost completely useless without a container sitting on top of it. But to me, it looks like opportunity wearing wheels.
Morning, Hank. I heard you bought another trailer.
News travels fast.
Pierre sent me a photograph. I've got your first load whenever you're ready.
What have you found?
44,000 pounds of bromine. Pickup at UOP here in Billings. Delivery to Amish Furniture in Sheridan. Payout is $1,418.
Bromine going to a furniture company?
Industrial chemicals can end up in flame retardants, dyes, and manufacturing processes. Nobody's asking you to pour it over a dining table.
Good. I left my protective apron at home.
The paperwork's already waiting. Alvarez out.
UOP is only a short drive across Billings, giving us a gentle first test with the empty trailer. We pull beneath the loading equipment, and a sealed tank container is lowered carefully onto the frame. 44,000 pounds changes the way the trailer feels immediately. The Mack digs in, the suspension settles, and suddenly, this isn't a new toy anymore. It's our newest source of income. We leave the gates and head south toward Wyoming. The weather couldn't be better. Clear skies stretch across the open country. The road is dry, and the hills around Billings are still carrying the last warm colors of autumn. Sheridan sits just across the Wyoming border, tucked beneath the Bighorn Mountains. It was built around ranching, railways, and the routes that connected isolated western towns. These days, trucks do much of the work those old freight lines once handled. We arrive without trouble, guide the container through the yard, and back it into the marked bay. The first delivery with our new trailer is complete. Excellent rating, $1,418 earned, and 311 experience gained. It isn't a fortune, but the trailer has already started paying for itself.
I saw the delivery confirmation. How'd the new trailer behave?
Longer than several Wyoming towns, but we got it there.
Then I've got something more ambitious. You'd need to reposition to Gillette, but there's a load of chemical granules heading from there to Alliance, Nebraska. $1,172.
Nebraska?
New state, new customers, and plenty of smaller towns connected by freight. You said you wanted to expand east.
I did. I just didn't expect you to take me seriously this quickly.
I've learned not to give you time to change your mind.
Book it. We'll head for Gillette now.
Drive safe, Hank. Alvarez out.
By late afternoon, a rust-colored container is locked onto the trailer, and we're rolling east. Before leaving Gillette, we pull into a fuel station, fill both tanks, and check the straps one more time. The clock passes 4. The daylight begins fading behind us, and the plains ahead slowly disappear beneath the evening sky. Somewhere beyond that darkness is Nebraska, another state we've never worked in, and another blank section of the map waiting to be filled. By 10 o'clock, the lights of Alliance appear ahead. Hank Haulage has officially crossed another border. Alliance, Nebraska welcomes us with dark streets, cold air, and just enough light to find the delivery entrance without climbing onto the pavement. We ease the container through the gates, line the trailer up, and reverse it into the unloading bay. The chemical granules have crossed Wyoming without a problem, giving us another excellent delivery. $1,172 and 522 experience. More importantly, Nebraska is officially open for business. It's too late to start another run, so we find a nearby truck stop, park beneath the lights, and shut the Mack down for the night. By morning, the temperature has dropped, but the sky is clear, and Mia already has another container waiting.
Morning, Hank. Sleep well?
As well as anyone can with a refrigerated trailer idling 3 spaces away.
I found packaged food going from Alliance to Grand Island. It pays just over $1,000.
That takes us deeper into Nebraska.
Exactly. Rather than charging across the state once and leaving, you could spend autumn building a proper network here. Smaller jobs, more towns, and more companies learning the Hank Haulage name.
I like it. We'll stay until we've seen everything Nebraska has to offer.
That could be a long week.
We've got a long trailer.
I'll send the collection details. Alvarez out.
A green container of packaged food is lowered onto the carrier, and we leave Alliance shortly after sunrise. Nebraska has a reputation for being flat, but the western side still carries the rolling grasslands of the Great Plains. The horizon seems to stretch forever, broken only by grain silos, railway lines, and towns built around agriculture. This state feeds an enormous amount of the country. Corn, cattle, and food processing keep freight moving in every direction, which means there should be no shortage of work for us.
Hank Morrison, is that you dragging a shipping container through Nebraska?
Depends who's asking.
Somebody's staring at 3 photographs Pierre sent me. One of them appears to show you using the garage wall as a turning guide.
I didn't touch the wall.
That isn't what the wall said.
What are you doing this far east?
Hauling cattle equipment toward Kansas. Heard Hank Haulage was expanding and thought I'd make sure success hadn't made you boring.
Not yet. We've decided to work our way through every city in Nebraska.
Every city?
That's the plan.
You always did enjoy turning a simple delivery into a personal expedition.
Somebody has to keep the map makers employed.
Keep the shiny side up, Hank. I'll catch you farther down the road.
Safe travels, Sidewinder. By the time we reach Grand Island, the morning has warmed and the roads are busy with agricultural traffic. Grand Island sits close to the Platte River and has long been an important transport center, first for railways and now for highways crossing the state. We pull into Keeney plus Nagel, back the green container into position, and complete another excellent delivery. A little more money, another 386 experience, and one more Nebraska city added to the company map. The next load isn't glamorous. Flour from Grand Island to Lincoln for $730. It isn't the highest payout, but every job introduces us to another customer, and right now, reputation matters as much as revenue. A brown container is secured to the trailer, and we head east again. Lincoln is Nebraska's capital, but it still feels closely tied to the farmland surrounding it. Government buildings rise above the city, while grain, manufacturing, and food production keep trucks moving along the outer roads. We arrive without trouble, guide the container into the unloading area, and collect another clean completion. There's barely time to admire the city before another load appears. Lincoln to McCook, $1,000. A sealed container leaving BP and heading to Tyson. The afternoon is already slipping away when we collect it. By the time the container locks into place, the first traces of evening are spreading across the sky. This trailer has already taken us farther than I expected, and we've barely started. Every delivery is small on its own, but together they're creating something Hank Haulage has never had before. We're becoming the company people recognize when a white Mack arrives in their yard. The sun disappears as we continue west toward McCook. Nebraska's highways turn black beneath the headlights, and the farms beyond them become little more than distant lights. We reach the Tyson facility late in the evening and finish the run with another excellent rating. $1,000 earned. Morning arrives in McCook. There isn't a suitable load leaving McCook, so we reposition north towards Scotts Bluff, where a shipment of packaged food is waiting for Smithfield. The contract runs from Scotts Bluff to North Platte and pays $878. It isn't a huge amount, but the collection takes us through another part of western Nebraska, and that's exactly why we're here. The landscape opens into enormous stretches of grassland and farmland. North Platte grew around the railway, and it remains one of the most important transport centers in Nebraska. We pull into Smithfield, reverse the green container into position, and complete another clean delivery. $878 earned, another 106 experience gained, and North Platte is marked off the list. The next job takes us west again. Construction houses need moving from North Platte to Sidney for $697. The prefabricated sections are sealed inside a container, making them a perfect fit for our new trailer. We lock the cargo down and return to the highway. The drive is short enough to complete before the afternoon disappears. Sidney began as a railway town and later became an important stop for travelers crossing western Nebraska. For us, it's another customer, another delivery, and another piece of the state finally explored. We arrive at Newmont, guide the trailer into the yard, and unload without trouble. There's no celebration, no dramatic milestone, just another successful job added to the growing list. Our next contract is much larger. A power generator needs transporting from Sidney to Columbus for $1,284. It's sealed inside a long white container, and the route will carry us most of the way across Nebraska. By the time we leave the loading yard, The afternoon light is beginning to soften.
Hello, Hank. Have you got a minute?
I've got several hours of Nebraska ahead of me. What's going on?
Nothing bad. I just finished another run back from Austin.
Austin, Texas?
Unless Montana has built another one overnight.
That's a serious trip. How'd the Mack handle it?
Perfectly. Long drive, good customer, and enough money to make Pierre jealous.
Pierre gets jealous when somebody parks closer to the coffee machine.
He said my trip only paid well because Texas wanted me to leave quickly.
That sounds like Pierre. You've come a long way from running freight around Billings.
I wanted to prove I could handle the longer routes. I think I did.
You did more than that. Keep taking them when they make sense. I'll check your numbers when I'm back. Good work, Edward.
Thanks, boss. Safe driving.
We pull into Turner Construction Group, circle the yard, and position the generator exactly where they need it. Excellent delivery. $1,284 added to the account. Omaha lies farther east. Chadron waits in the northwest. And Hank Haulage is getting very close to completing its first entire state. The next morning begins with Flour leaving Grand Island for Omaha. It's another modest contract, but Omaha is Nebraska's largest city and one of the state's biggest freight centers. Sitting beside the Missouri River, it grew through rail transport, meatpacking, and agriculture. Today, its warehouses and distribution yards connect Nebraska with the rest of the country. A gray container is loaded onto the carrier, and we head east. The delivery goes smoothly. We guide the trailer through the yard, drop the flour into position, and add another completed city to the map. While checking the paperwork, I discover an unused skill point. Instead of chasing longer routes immediately, we invested into eco-driving. 10% better fuel efficiency might not sound exciting, but across thousands of miles, that saving will quietly become thousands of dollars. Our next load is dry milk heading from Omaha to Chadron. It's a long run back across the state, but it gives us the final northern roads we still need to explore.
Boss, you receiving?
Loud and unfortunately clear.
Edward says you congratulated him for going to Austin.
He completed a major interstate run. He earned it.
I've been to Colorado Springs twice.
Would you like a certificate?
I'd prefer a raise.
Bring the truck home without another mystery dent, and we'll discuss the certificate. Drive safely, Pierre.
You too, boss.
By now, Nebraska no longer feels like unfamiliar territory. We've carried food, chemicals, construction materials, and industrial equipment through almost every corner of it. The container is delivered safely in Chadron, and this time, our new skill point goes into long-distance driving. We can now accept contracts of up to 650 miles, with better pay on the longer runs. Nebraska is complete. Every major city visited, every road explored. Our first entire state finished from border to border.
Congratulations, Hank. I've just updated the company map.
How does it look?
Nebraska is completely filled in. No untouched cities and no missing roads.
That's our first one.
It is. I'm also looking at your fuel receipts. You've spent enough time there to qualify for residency.
Send Nebraska an invoice for advertising.
Before you begin another statewide expedition, are you ready to start heading home?
Eventually. There are still a few places west of here we haven't visited.
I knew that word would cause trouble. I've got a power generator leaving Chadron for Casper. $745.
Book it.
Of course. Alvarez out.
The generator takes us back into Wyoming, where the open plains gradually rise toward harsher country. We deliver it to a housing development in Casper, earn another excellent rating, and officially reach level 12. But instead of turning north toward Billings, Mia notices one more blank city on our map, Jackson.
Hello again, Hank.
You found another detour, haven't you?
Televisions from XPO Logistics in Casper to Walmart in Jackson. $1,482.
That's not exactly on the way home.
Neither was half of Nebraska.
Fair point. Send it through.
Try not to break the televisions. Alvarez out.
A brown-red container is secured to the trailer, and we leave Casper as evening begins to settle.
Jackson sits in a valley surrounded by mountains and is better known for tourism, skiing, and access to nearby national parks than industrial freight. But even postcard towns need supermarkets supplied, and tonight, that job belongs to us. Darkness follows us through the final stretch. We reach Walmart late, drive through the unloading area, and complete another excellent delivery. The company account has climbed beyond $38,000. From Jackson, we find packaged food heading to Ketchum in Idaho. Another city we haven't visited, another road waiting to be explored. We load a green container and continue west. Idaho's mountain scenery is a dramatic change from Nebraska's open plains. Forests climb the slopes, roads twist through valleys, and every mile reminds me why trucking across America never feels like traveling through just one country. Ketchum is best known as a mountain town and outdoor destination, but its businesses still rely on freight arriving from hundreds of miles away. We pull into UPS, position the container, and complete the delivery. Now there's only one job that matters: getting home. The only suitable contract is a load of paper traveling from Ketchum to CUNY plus Nagel in Billings. It pays $1,949 and should carry us beyond $40,000 in the bank. We accept immediately. The gray-white container is locked onto the trailer, and we begin the longest final drive of autumn. At 5:45, we stop for fuel. By the time we return to the freeway, the sun is disappearing behind the mountains. The remaining journey unfolds beneath headlights. Mile after mile passes through the darkness as Idaho gives way to Montana and the roads become familiar again. It's nearly 2 in the morning when the lights of Billings finally appear. We pull into CUNY plus Nagel, drop the paper, and close the contract with an excellent rating. $1,949 earned, 851 experience gained, level 13 reached. The new skill point goes straight into long-distance driving, unlocking contracts of up to 1,000 miles, increased revenue, and a major experience bonus on longer deliveries. Autumn has changed the company. We began with one new trailer and $30,000. We finish with Nebraska fully explored, new cities across Wyoming and Idaho, $46,000 in the bank, and access to the longest contracts we've ever been offered. But the Mack has paid a price. The dashboard is reporting 59% damage. We leave the trailer at the garage and take the truck to our local Peterbilt service center. A basic repair costs around $500 and brings the immediate damage down, but it doesn't erase years of wear. Some of that damage is permanent. This truck is getting older, and ordinary servicing won't keep it alive forever. Back at the garage, Pierre has completed runs through Gillette, Salt Lake City, and Colorado Springs. Edouard has traveled through Laurel, Rawlins, and all the way to Austin twice, proving he can handle serious interstate work. The drivers are improving, the company is growing, and winter is approaching with longer routes now available than ever before. For the first time, Hank Haulage can reach almost anywhere. The question is whether this old Mack can survive the journey.
Winter arrives in Billings without asking permission. Snow blankets the garage yard, buries the edges of the highway, and settles across the roofs of all 3 white Macks. The air is sharp, the roads are slick, and our new container carrier looks even longer when half of it disappears into the morning haze. After autumn's run through Nebraska, Wyoming, and Idaho, Hank Haulage has $46,000 in the bank, 2 drivers earning steadily, and access to contracts longer than anything we've handled before. The garage expansion still costs $75,000, so that remains out of reach for now. Instead, winter is about making our newest qualification work for us. We've unlocked serious long-haul contracts. Now, it's time to find out what they're worth.
Hello, Hank. Are you at the garage? I found the biggest contract Hank Haulage has ever been offered.
That'll help. Where's it going?
Billings to Kayenta, Arizona. $4,645.
Arizona?
You'll cross Wyoming, Utah, a narrow piece of Colorado, and finish near the northern edge of Arizona. It's a long journey, but it opens another state and gives us access to an entirely new freight market.
What are we carrying?
Nitrocellulose.
That sounds reassuringly flammable.
It can be used in coatings, inks, and other industrial products. It's classified hazardous cargo, so the paperwork has to be perfect, and the container needs to remain sealed.
How far are we talking?
Far enough that you'll need to sleep on the road. But after completing Nebraska, I thought you might enjoy somewhere warmer.
Have you looked outside? At this point, I'd accept a delivery to the sun.
The pickup is waiting at UOP. Drive carefully, Hank. Alvarez out.
The container trailer stays with us for another season. Pierre and Edouard still have access to the flatbed and dry van, while we take the carrier back into the snow. It handled everything Autumn threw at it, and this contract should finally prove whether buying it was the right decision. The cargo isn't inside a conventional shipping box this time. It's carried in a cylindrical tank container, protected inside a steel frame and locked directly onto our trailer. It looks industrial, heavy, and expensive. Exactly the sort of cargo I don't want sliding around behind me on an icy mountain road.
Hello, Hank. Mia told me where you're heading.
Does anybody in this company believe in confidential information?
Not when you're carrying hazardous chemicals across 4 states in winter.
The truck was serviced at the end of autumn.
Serviced isn't restored. That Mack still has permanent wear underneath the repairs. Watch the temperature, listen for anything unusual, and don't ignore new vibrations.
You know how to make a man enjoy his first major long-haul contract.
I'm serious. The truck can manage it, but it's getting old. Until you're ready to replace or fully restore it, every big journey needs a little more caution.
Understood. I'll keep an eye on it.
Good. And carry extra food.
For the truck?
For you. The truck complains less when it's hungry.
Thanks, Jack. I'll call if anything changes.
Safe trip, Hank.
This is our longest journey yet, our highest-paying contract yet, and the first time Hank Haulage has deliberately sent one of its trucks halfway across the western United States. Autumn taught us how to explore one state carefully. Winter is teaching us how to cross several in a single delivery. The first hours pass steadily. Snow lines the road through Wyoming, clings to the hills and gathers beneath every bridge. The tank container remains stable, and the Mack keeps pulling despite the gradients and the weather. As daylight fades, the roads grow darker and the temperature drops again. We continue beneath the lights, watching the fuel gauge and counting down the miles until fatigue finally wins. A truck stop appears ahead with enough room for the container carrier. We pull off the highway, fill both tanks, and park beneath the orange glow of the forecourt lights. There are still 11 hours of driving between us and Kayenta. For tonight, the engine goes quiet. By 7 the next morning, we're moving again. The snow is still heavy, the mountains are still waiting, and Arizona remains somewhere far beyond the horizon. But for the first time in Hank Haulage history, a $5,000 delivery is almost within reach. Morning carries us deeper south, but winter refuses to loosen its grip. The road twists through snow-covered hills and long stretches of empty country. Utah passes beneath the wheels. Colorado appears briefly at the edge of the route, and eventually the landscape begins opening into the towering red rock country of northern Arizona. This isn't the warm desert arrival I imagined. Snow still lines the roadside, dusting the mesas and gathering in the shadows beneath the cliffs. Arizona might be famous for heat, but the northern half sits at a much higher elevation than most people expect. Places around here can receive serious winter weather, especially when storms sweep across the Colorado Plateau. After almost 1,500 miles, Kayenta finally appears ahead. The Mack has carried us through 4 states, 2 days of winter roads, and the longest contract Hank Haulage has ever accepted. We pull into the delivery yard shortly before 4 in the afternoon, circle around the buildings, and ease the tank container into position. The paperwork clears, the cargo is accepted, and the biggest journey of our career is complete. $4,654 earned. 1,699 experience gained. Nearly level 14. For the first time, one delivery has paid more than many of our entire early weeks on the road.
Hello, Hank. I've got the confirmation. How'd it go?
Long, cold, and surprisingly white for Arizona.
You've reached the high desert. Kayenta sits more than 5,000 feet above sea level, so snow isn't unusual in winter.
You could have mentioned that before promising warmer weather.
I promised somewhere warmer. I didn't specify how much warmer.
Fair enough. The cargo's delivered and the truck survived.
Good, because Arizona has plenty more work. There's another load of nitrocellulose leaving the same site for Camp Verde. $1,234.
How far south does that take us?
Far enough to start opening the center of the state. If you keep working locally, we might be able to complete most of Arizona before winter ends.
Nebraska all over again?
Only with taller rocks and fewer cornfields.
Book it.
Sending the paperwork now. Alvarez out.
A fresh tank container is locked onto the carrier, and we leave Kayenta as daylight begins fading. The route south cuts through some of the most dramatic country we've driven. Red cliffs rise from the snow. Narrow highways pass beneath towering formations, and the desert changes color every time the clouds move. Night settles before we reach Camp Verde. The final miles disappear beneath the headlights, and we back the container into the unloading bay shortly after arrival. Another excellent delivery. $1,234 earned. 423 experience gained. The next contract is much shorter. Boric acid from Camp Verde to Phoenix for $500. It won't make us rich, but Phoenix is one of the largest cities in the Southwest and an important addition to the company map. A white container is loaded onto the carrier, and we continue south. The snow gradually thins as elevation drops. Pine-covered hills give way to scrubland, rocky slopes, and the wide urban sprawl surrounding Phoenix. This is the Arizona most people picture. Dry country, desert plants, and enormous roads cutting through a city built beneath the mountains. We pull into the destination, reverse the trailer into position, and complete another clean run. Our next load is bromine, traveling from Phoenix to Kingman for $1,700. Another tank container is secured behind the Mack, and we leave the city during the afternoon. The sun sinks slowly as we work northwest. Desert mountains turn dark against the orange sky, and the roads cool almost immediately after sunset. Kingman sits along historic Route 66 and has long served as a transport link between Arizona, Nevada, and California. For Hank Haulage, it becomes another foothold in a state we barely knew existed on our company map a few days ago. Darkness has fully arrived when we enter the industrial yard. We guide the container into position and finish another excellent delivery. $1,700 earned, another 400 experience gained. Level 14 reached. The new skill point goes directly into long-distance driving. The farther we can travel, the better the contracts become. And that first journey from Billings has shown us where the real money is hiding. But the night isn't over yet. A final container is waiting in Kingman, bound for Winslow. It's already 8 in the evening. The roads are dark, the temperature is dropping, and sleep will have to wait a few more hours. We lock the cargo into place and return to the highway. Arizona still has plenty left to show us.
The run from Kingman to Winslow carries us through the deepest part of the night. Arizona's desert roads are almost empty after midnight. The headlights catch brief flashes of snow, rock, and roadside markers, while everything beyond them disappears into darkness. We reach Winslow shortly after 12:30, guide the container into the delivery yard, and bring another contract to a clean finish. $1,000 earned, 338 experience gained, and finally, somewhere nearby, a place to sleep. By morning, Mia has already found the next step in our Arizona tour.
Construction houses need moving from Winslow to Yuma for $1,400. It's another long sweep through the state, taking us from the colder northern plateau toward the desert near the Mexican border. A sealed container is loaded onto the carrier, and we head south.
Hello, Hank. You somewhere warm yet?
I'm in Arizona, and there's still snow beside the highway.
You've always had a talent for finding winter in places that advertise sunshine.
We're working our way through the entire state.
Of course you are. Most people visit Arizona for the Grand Canyon. You've arrived with hazardous chemicals and a container trailer.
Tourism with a payroll.
How's the company doing?
Pierre and Edouard are handling longer routes now. The new trailer's earning well, and we've started taking contracts that cross half the country.
That old Mack still keeping up?
For now. Jack's already warned me it won't last forever.
He's right. Trucks usually give warnings before they stop. Owners have a habit of pretending those warnings are background noise.
I'll start planning for something newer.
Planning and purchasing are two very different roads.
Unfortunately, the second one costs more.
Stay safe out there, Hank. Give me a call when you're back in Montana.
Will do, Cliff. Take care. Yuma sits in one of the hottest and driest corners of the country, close to both California and Mexico. The Colorado River turned this desert into a major agricultural region, meaning even a place this dry produces a surprising amount of food. We pull into the delivery yard, position the container, and unload the construction houses without trouble. The next contract takes us east along the border. Paper from Yuma to Nogales for $1,200. We secure the new container, fill the Mack at a nearby fuel station, and return to the highway. Daylight fades during the journey. By the time Nogales appears ahead, it's nearly 9 in the evening. The city sits directly beside the Mexican border, with trade passing through in both directions every day. Warehouses, customs facilities, and transport yards dominate the surrounding area, making it an important freight gateway despite its relatively modest size. We complete the delivery, collect the payment, and park for the night. The following morning begins with a much smaller contract. Car parts from Nogales to Tucson for $464. It's barely a journey compared with the distances we've covered this winter, but Tucson remains untouched on our map, and every completed city brings us closer to finishing Arizona. We load the container and head north. The car parts are delivered quickly. From Tucson, another short contract appears, a container heading to Sierra Vista. We accept it, secure the load, and continue southeast through the desert. Sierra Vista is reached before the day gets away from us. The container is unloaded, the paperwork is signed, and southern Arizona is finally complete. But there's a problem. No suitable freight is leaving the area. The container carrier remains empty as we travel through San Simon, then north toward Clifton. There's no work in either town, but that doesn't make the journey pointless. From there, we continue through Show Low and across toward Lake Havasu City, visiting every remaining section of the state, even when there isn't a dollar attached. For once, Hank Haulage isn't chasing a deadline. We're simply seeing the country we've worked so hard to reach. Late on Friday afternoon, the road leads us toward one final destination, Grand Canyon Village. We pull into the overlook and park as the sun begins sinking across the canyon. We've spent winter measuring progress in money, miles, and experience. Standing here, none of those numbers feel particularly large. Tonight, we sleep beside the Grand Canyon. Tomorrow, we begin the journey home. Morning arrives quietly at the Grand Canyon. The Mack is parked exactly where we left it, facing a landscape so enormous that the far side almost looks painted onto the horizon. The Colorado River runs more than a mile below parts of the rim, carving through layers of rock that record an extraordinary stretch of Earth's history. From up here, the river looks harmless, a thin line winding through stone. It's difficult to believe that water helped create all of this. We spend a few final minutes at the overlook before climbing back into the cab. Arizona is now complete. Now, we need a job home.
Good morning, Hank. How's the view?
It makes our company expansion plans look very small.
Give it time. You'll probably try building a garage at the bottom.
Only if the rent's reasonable. Arizona is finished, Mia. I'm ready to head north.
I've been searching since you called last night. There's a load of salt leaving XPO Logistics near Grand Canyon Village and heading to Walmart in Sheridan.
Wyoming gets us close enough to home. What's it paying?
$3,468.
That'll do nicely.
It's another long journey. You'll be crossing back through several states, and the weather could change as you move north.
After this winter, I'd be surprised if it didn't.
I've sent the collection details. Call me when you reach Sheridan.
Thanks, Mia.
Safe journey. Alvarez out.
It's fitting, really. We've spent most of winter fighting snow and ice, and now we're hauling the very thing used to keep roads clear. With the container locked into place, we leave Grand Canyon Village and begin the long journey home. The canyon slowly disappears behind the trees, giving way to open desert, red cliffs, and long highways stretching toward the northern horizon. This is the final major run of winter. For the first several hours, the roads are clear, and the Mack continues without complaint. The old truck has now carried us across Nebraska, Arizona, and almost every state in between. It's worn, permanently damaged, and overdue for something more serious than routine maintenance. But it keeps turning up for work. In that respect, I understand it. Daylight fades during the journey. The desert loses its color, the mountains become silhouettes, and eventually the road ahead exists only inside the reach of our headlights. We stop at a truck stop before fatigue becomes a problem. By morning, we're back on the highway. The landscape changes gradually as we travel north. Sand and rock become open plains, colder air returns, and the remaining snow grows heavier beside the road. It takes almost another full day, but around midday on Sunday, Sheridan finally appears ahead. Spring is only days away. We pull into Walmart, drive directly through the unloading area, and leave the container exactly where they need it. Excellent delivery. $3,467 earned, more than 1,000 experience gained, and another enormous winter contract safely completed. Hello, Mia. The salt's delivered.
Perfect timing. How's the truck?
Still moving, which feels like an achievement after this winter.
I've got one final load if you want it. Machine parts from Sheridan back to Billings. It only pays around $500, but it puts you almost at the garage door.
Book it. I'd rather earn $500 going home than drive there empty.
That's why you own the company.
I thought it was because nobody else wanted the paperwork.
That's also true. I'll send everything through. Alvarez out.
A green container of machine parts is loaded onto the trailer, and we begin the final stretch into Montana. The drive is short compared with everything else we've done this season. Before making the delivery, we stop at a fuel station in Billings and fill the Mack for the final time this winter. At around 4:30, we pull into CUNY plus Nagel and unload the machine parts. Another excellent delivery. $500 earned, 250 experience gained, and just over $30,600 sitting in the company account. By the time we leave the yard, darkness is already settling across Billings. We return to the garage, park the Mack, and take one final look at what winter has achieved. The garage expansion still costs $75,000, meaning we're nowhere near ready to add the final 2 bays. But Pierre and Edouard have continued earning while we've been away. Edouard has completed more long-distance runs to Austin and San Antonio. Pierre has traveled through El Paso, Colorado Springs, and even as far as New Orleans. They haven't completed many jobs, but the contracts they've chosen are larger, longer, and more profitable than anything they handled when they first joined. They're becoming real long-haul drivers. We return the container carrier to the garage, giving both of them access to it alongside the flatbed and dry van.
Winter ends with Arizona fully explored, our longest contracts completed, and Hank Haulage reaching farther across the country than ever before. But $30,000 won't buy the garage upgrade. It won't restore the Mack. And it certainly won't buy the kind of truck capable of carrying this company through the years ahead. Spring will need to change that. Fortunately, Mia says she already has something waiting on her desk, a contract much larger than anything we've accepted before. Spring finally reaches Billings. The snow retreats from the garage yard, the roads dry out, and for the first time in months, the 3 white Macks aren't wearing a permanent layer of ice. Winter took us all the way to Arizona and back. We completed another entire state, crossed some of the longest routes Hank Haulage has ever attempted, and proved that our aging Mack can still survive serious long-haul work. But survival isn't the same as progress. We've got $30,000 in the account, a garage upgrade costing $75,000, and a truck that becomes a little more tired with every journey. Spring needs to be profitable. Very profitable.
Morning, Hank. I hope you're sitting down.
I'm in the truck. Sitting is one of its main features.
Good. I've got a contract leaving Billings for Chicago.
Chicago, Illinois?
Unless another Chicago has appeared somewhere closer. It's hydrous ammonia from UOP to Dow. 1,487 miles, with a payout of $8,565.
$8,000?
Our largest contract yet. It takes you through the Dakotas, across Iowa, and into Illinois. 2 new states, 1 enormous delivery, and enough experience to push the company into another level of long-distance work.
Why are they offering it to us?
Dow needed a certified hazardous cargo driver on short notice. Our delivery record put Hank Haulage near the top of the list.
Near the top?
The company above you refused to drive 1,500 miles with ammonia behind them.
So we won by being less sensible.
That has been your business strategy from the beginning.
Book it.
There's one more thing. A private logistics coordinator in Illinois asked about you this morning.
Who?
His name is Adrian Cross. He brokers urgent industrial freight throughout Illinois and Iowa. Apparently, he's been watching the contracts we've completed.
Watching how?
Public freight records, customer recommendations, and dispatch networks. Nothing unusual yet. He says he may have specialized regional work once you reach Chicago.
What kind of specialized work?
He didn't explain, only that it pays above the normal market rate and requires a reliable, independent carrier.
That sounds reassuringly vague.
I haven't agreed to anything. Deliver the ammonia first, and I'll investigate him while you're traveling.
Fair enough. Send me the route.
Already done. Drive safely, Hank. Alvarez out.
For the first time in 2 seasons, we leave our own trailer behind. The container carrier remains at the garage for Pierre and Edouard to use. This job comes with its own tank trailer, which means we're returning to freight work and putting every mile directly onto the Mack. Hydrous ammonia is used heavily in agriculture and industry, but it demands respect. The trailer stays sealed, the route stays planned, and every stop needs enough space to keep this truck away from unnecessary trouble. Billings disappears behind us. Montana becomes open road, then Wyoming, then the long sweep toward the Midwest. The first day passes through changing country. Mountains flatten into plains, the traffic grows heavier, and the road ahead keeps adding hundreds of miles every time I check the navigation.
Hank, tell me that isn't your white Mack dragging an ammonia tank east.
Depends. Are you about to criticize my life choices?
I don't have enough radio range for the full list. Where are you headed?
Chicago.
In that truck?
It hasn't objected yet.
Trucks don't object. They wait until you're 50 miles from civilization and express themselves mechanically.
Jack already gave me that speech.
Then listen to one of us. Chicago freight can be rough, but the money's good if you find the right people.
Apparently somebody there has already found us.
Who?
Adrian Cross. Ever heard of him?
No, and I've heard of most brokers worth hearing about.
That's encouraging.
Just don't let a large number on a contract make you forget to read the small print.
I'll keep that in mind.
Safe travels, Hank.
You too, Sidewinder.
Evening eventually catches us. The sky turns orange, then gray, and finally black as the Mack continues east beneath its headlights. We pull into a truck stop, fill the tanks, and find a space wide enough for the trailer. By 10 the next morning, we're moving again. Iowa appears beneath the wheels before Illinois finally rises ahead. Chicago announces itself gradually. More lanes, heavier traffic, industrial buildings, and a skyline climbing above the horizon. Dow sits within a maze of yards, pipes, and loading areas. Getting the trailer into position takes patience, several corrections, and every inch of space the Mack can find. But eventually, the ammonia is delivered. Excellent rating. $8,565 earned. 2,257 experience gained. Level 15 reached. The new skill point goes straight into long-distance driving, unlocking contracts of up to 2,500 miles and better rewards for every major route ahead. Chicago has already changed the company. Before we can leave the yard, my phone rings from an unknown number.
Hank Morrison?
Speaking.
My name is Adrian Cross. Mia Alvarez said you might be available for some work.
She said you'd been asking about us.
I've been looking for a carrier that finishes what it accepts. Your record suggests Hank Haulage does exactly that.
What are you moving?
Nothing illegal, Mr. Morrison.
I didn't ask that.
No, but everyone eventually does. There's a load waiting in Chicago whenever you're ready, and if you handle it properly, there'll be much more behind it.
Adrian Cross doesn't explain what his first contract is, how much it pays, or why he's so interested in Hank Haulage. He simply says he'll call again. For now, we take a normal local job from Chicago to Moline, $600 to transport grain across northern Illinois. After 1,500 miles of hazardous cargo, it feels almost suspiciously ordinary. We arrive in Moline, pull into Dow, and complete the delivery. $600 isn't much, but the company account has now climbed beyond $40,000.
Hello, Hank. Adrian Cross has sent through a contract.
Did he finally tell you what he actually does?
He coordinates time-sensitive industrial freight for several manufacturers, construction firms, and private facilities across Illinois and Iowa.
That sounds legitimate.
It sounds carefully worded.
What's the job?
An air conditioning complex from Moline to Quincy. It's oversized, so you'll have front and rear escorts for the entire journey.
Where's it going?
A facility called Subtropolis.
That doesn't sound ominous at all.
It's an underground industrial complex. Warehouses, storage areas, and commercial facilities built inside an old limestone mine. A place like that needs serious ventilation.
And Cross specifically requested us.
He called it an evaluation contract. Complete this cleanly, and he says he'll release the higher-paying work.
Book it.
I'll keep checking the companies involved. Don't agree to anything outside the paperwork.
Understood.
Alvarez out.
The collection yard is surrounded by John Deere equipment. Combines, tractors, and enormous headers sit in neat rows while a construction crew prepares our cargo. The air conditioning complex is a giant blue unit mounted across a specialized trailer. It's wide, awkward, and large enough to cool a small town. Media crews watch from beyond the barriers as the final checks are completed. At the front is Cal Mercer, our usual lead escort. Behind us is Boone Ellis, who has spent enough time staring at the back of our trailers to recognize every dent.
Lead escort to Hank. Radio check.
Receiving you clearly, Cal.
Rear escort receiving. Unfortunately, I can also see the size of this thing.
You sound concerned, Boone.
I was promised an air conditioner. That's a building with vents.
Route is clear for departure. Keep your turns wide and follow my lane positioning.
Understood. Let's get it moving. We crawl out of Moline with Cal controlling traffic ahead and Boone guarding the rear. Every junction becomes a careful operation. The trailer swings wide, traffic gathers behind us, and the Mack works steadily beneath a load far larger than anything it was designed to make look easy. Eventually, Quincy appears ahead. The convoy turns away from the main road and descends toward the subtropolis entrance. The temperature changes almost immediately as we enter the limestone complex. Concrete walls, loading bays, and industrial lighting stretch deep underground. It feels less like a warehouse and more like somebody buried an entire business district beneath Illinois. We guide the trailer into the long underground bay and stop precisely inside the marked area. The air conditioning complex is accepted without damage. Evaluation complete.
Good work, Mr. Morrison.
You were watching?
The receiving supervisor reports directly to me. From this point forward, contracts carrying my authorization receive priority rates. Your next load leaves the same facility, Stone heading to Peoria. The rate is ordinary, but it positions you for the first premium contract.
Send it through.
Welcome to the Cross Network, Mr. Morrison.
The drive to Peoria carries us through the Illinois countryside as evening begins to settle. We reach the destination after dark, reverse into the unloading space, and complete the job for $400. Then, Adrian's first priority contract appears. Scrap metal from Caterpillar in Peoria to waste management in Springfield. The distance isn't remarkable. The cargo isn't remarkable. But the payout is $1,444, far above what a local run would normally earn. We collect the unusual scrap trailer and head south. By the time we reach Springfield, the company account has passed $51,000. The contract is completed cleanly, and another qualification is added to our long-distance record. But as I review the paperwork, something catches my attention. The customer listed on Adrian's document isn't Waste Management. It's a company called Black Ridge Industrial Holdings. There's no address, no contact number, only a reference code and one instruction. Further contracts to follow. The next contract arrives less than an hour after the Black Ridge paperwork appears. Clamshell buckets from Springfield to Rockford, $5,200. The distance doesn't justify the rate, but Adrian's authorization is stamped across the order, and the customer wants the equipment moved immediately. Hello, Mia. Have you found anything on Black Ridge Industrial Holdings?
Not much. They're registered, they pay their invoices, and they're connected to several manufacturers across Illinois.
That sounds normal.
Normal companies usually advertise what they do. Black Ridge doesn't. No public offices, no staff directory, and no clear explanation of why they're paying premium rates for ordinary freight.
Should we stop taking the jobs?
Not yet. Every cargo manifest has been legitimate, and every receiving company exists. Just keep every document and don't accept sealed instructions outside the contract.
Adrian says it's about reliability and privacy.
That might be true. Rich companies often pay extra to move quickly without telling competitors what they're doing.
You don't sound convinced.
I'm convinced enough to let you continue, and suspicious enough to keep looking.
That's comforting.
I'll call if I find anything. Alvarez out.
The road is clear, the Mack is running well, and the premium contracts are changing our finances faster than anything we've done before. A few months ago, $1,000 felt like a major job. Now, we're earning $5,000 on a regional delivery. Rockford grew through manufacturing and machine production, making it the sort of city where industrial cargo never stops moving. We reach the quarry, pull through the gates, and guide the trailer into the unloading area. Excellent delivery. $5,200 earned. 900 experience gained. Level 17 reached. With long-distance training now complete, the new skill point goes into high-value cargo, increasing both our earnings and experience on specialized deliveries. The next contract takes us back toward Chicago. A planter needs transporting from O'Hare to Tyson in Bloomington for $4,700. The machine is loaded onto a flatbed,
its wide frame folded for transport, and we leave the airport district beneath a busy afternoon sky. Illinois farmland replaces Chicago's concrete almost immediately. Planters like this can cover huge areas quickly, placing seed at precise depths and spacing. They're expensive machines, which explains why the customer is paying for a trusted carrier rather than sending it with the cheapest truck available. We arrive in Bloomington and drive directly into the delivery area. $4,700 earned. Another major contract completed. Adrian's system is unusual, but it's working. The concrete barriers are loaded onto a short flatbed in Peoria. It's a straightforward run through the Illinois countryside, and we reach Effingham during a bright spring evening. We unload shortly after 7, collect $1,700, and finally take the Mack off the road for maintenance. Big Rig Repairs is nearby, and the dashboard is reporting around 20% damage. The mechanic performs a basic service for $350, bringing the immediate wear down to 10%. It helps, but it doesn't erase the permanent damage beneath it. We park beside the repair shop and sleep until 7 the next morning. Friday begins with one of the strangest trailers we've hauled all spring. Raw milk from Champaign to East St. Louis for $6,500, carried in a tandem pair of polished tanks. We collect it from a farm surrounded by grain fields and wind turbines. The turbines turn steadily in the distance, feeding electricity into the grid while the farm beneath them continues producing food. It's a modern version of the same Illinois landscape, agriculture and industry working side by side. We leave Champaign and head southwest. East St. Louis sits across the Mississippi River from St. Louis, Missouri, and has long been shaped by railways, factories, and freight yards. We arrive at Union Pacific, pass rows of containers, and guide the double tanker into the unloading area. $6,500 earned. Another premium contract completed. But there's no suitable freight leaving the city. We travel south to Marion, fill the Mack, and wait beside a tractor supply yard while Mia searches for something heading home.
Hank, I've found a route back west.
Please tell me it gets us closer to Billings.
Marion to Gillette. Used packaging from Tractor Supply to BNSF.
What's the payout?
$26,345.
Say that again?
$26,000.
For used packaging?
That's what the manifest says.
Who authorized it?
Blackridge Industrial Holdings.
Of course they did.
I called Adrian. He says the containers belong to a client undergoing a confidential factory relocation. The packaging is being returned with specialized equipment inside.
Equipment that isn't listed?
Everything is sealed and declared under the customer's commercial license. Legally, the paperwork clears.
And you believe him?
I believe the paperwork. That isn't the same thing.
$26,000 gets us a long way toward expanding the garage.
I know. Just don't open anything, don't deviate from the route, and call me the moment you reach Gillette.
Book it.
Be careful, Hank. Alvarez out.
The documents are valid, the route is clear, and the payout is larger than anything Hank Haulage has ever earned from a single contract. We connect the trailer and pull out of Marion. Whatever Black Ridge is moving, they're paying us very well not to ask too many questions. The first few miles out of Marion feel no different from any other delivery. The Mack settles into the highway, the trailer follows cleanly, and the sealed crates remain completely silent behind us. But this isn't any other delivery. $26,345 is more than Hank Haulage once earned across several months. Blackridge is paying that for a trailer listed as used packaging, and nobody seems willing to explain exactly what makes it so valuable. Hello, Adrian.
Mr. Morrison, I assume you've collected the shipment?
It's behind me now. I've got one question.
Only one?
Why are you paying $26,000 to move used packaging?
Because the customer needs it in Gillette before Monday morning.
That explains the urgency, not the price.
The crates contain reusable transport systems designed for sensitive industrial equipment. They're expensive, difficult to replace, and needed for another project.
So they're empty?
They contain internal frames, monitoring hardware, and specialized protective materials. Everything is declared correctly.
Mia says the paperwork clears.
Then trust your dispatcher.
I do trust her. I'm still deciding whether I trust you.
Deliver the cargo untouched and on schedule. After that, you may decide whatever you like.
I'll call when it's done.
You won't need to. I'll know.
The line goes dead before I can answer. Adrian hasn't asked us to break a law, hide a load, or falsify a document. Every company exists, every manifest has cleared, and every payment has arrived exactly when promised. Still, I don't like how much he knows about our movements. We continue west as Illinois falls behind us. The contract carries us across the Midwest and back toward Wyoming. It's a journey long enough to consume the rest of spring, but the payout could transform the company. $26,000 would put the garage expansion within reach. It could fund another truck. It could even become the beginning of replacing this Mack before the permanent damage finally catches up with it. We reach Gillette after dark and pull into the BNSF yard. Nobody meets us. Nobody asks questions. A worker checks the seal numbers, signs the paperwork, and directs us toward the unloading area. The crates are removed one by one and carried into a locked section of the facility. Excellent delivery. $26,345 earned. More than 6,000 experience gained. Level 19 reached. 2 new skill points become available, and both go into fragile cargo. If Blackridge and other industrial clients are willing to pay for careful handling, Hank Haulage needs the qualifications to match its growing reputation. Hello, Mia. The Blackridge load is delivered.
Any problems?
None. The seals were checked, the crates disappeared into a locked building, and nobody said more than 6 words.
That sounds consistent with Adrian.
The payments cleared?
Every dollar. Whatever Blackridge is doing, they're funding it properly.
I don't know whether that makes me feel better.
You completed the written contract. Now come home. I found an all-terrain crane leaving Gillette for Newmont in Billings. $2,200.
Normal cargo, normal rate, and a normal customer?
Painfully normal.
Perfect. Book it.
I'll see you back in Billings. Alvarez out.
The crane is loaded onto a heavy trailer shortly before 8 in the evening. Blackridge's premium work is finished for now. The money returns to normal. The paperwork becomes simple again, and the mystery remains behind us in Gillette. We head north beneath a completely dark sky. At around 11, Billings appears ahead. The construction yard at Newmont is quiet when we arrive, giving us enough room to guide the crane into position and complete one final spring contract. $2,200 earned. No secrets, no strange instructions. Just honest freight delivered exactly where it belongs. We return to the garage with an empty trailer and shut the Mack down for the season. Spring began with $30,000, an aging truck, and a desperate need for growth. It ends with almost $100,000 in the company account. Enough to expand the garage, enough to add another driver, and perhaps enough to take a chance on a very different truck. But before I head inside, one final message appears on my phone. It's from Adrian Cross. Iowa contracts approved. Contact will follow in summer. Summer arrives in Billings after 8 quieter weeks of local work, paperwork, and planning. While I've been off the long-distance routes, Pierre and Edouard have kept the company moving. Pierre has completed runs to New Orleans and Fort St. John, while Edouard has carried freight through San Antonio and Jonesboro. Together, they've brought the company account to $98,300. For the first time, the garage upgrade isn't an impossible number on a screen. It's something we can actually buy. We spend $75,000 and begin transforming the original Billings depot. The small 3-door garage becomes a modern 5-bay headquarters with glass-fronted offices, new workshop space, company fuel pumps, and living quarters for drivers passing through Billings. It's bigger, cleaner, and far more professional than the building we started with. For the first time, Hank Haulage has room to become more than a 3-truck operation. Inside the new office, a local news report plays quietly from the radio. A Montana farmer named Godric Manston has reportedly woken after spending 5 years in a coma following a serious crash. I recognize the surname. His wife, Hope, manages the bank that approved our first company loan. I don't know Godric, but the story has become major news around Billings. After 5 lost years, people are already wondering whether he'll ever return to farming. For now, we've got our own future to discuss. We've got 2 empty truck bays now, which means we can finally expand the team. Pierre and Edouard both handled longer runs without me, and the income proves it's working. We review several applicants before finding Michaela Jensen. She has experience with fragile and high-value cargo, a driver rating of 1.7, and enough long-distance work behind her to join the company without starting from zero.
Hello, this is Michaela.
Hello, Michaela. Hank Morrison from Hank Haulage.
I was hoping you'd call.
We've reviewed your application. You've handled fragile freight and high-value deliveries before?
Mostly electronics, machine components, and medical equipment. I'm careful, I keep accurate logs, and I don't treat arrival times as suggestions.
The position is based here in Billings. $61 per delivery, plus mileage. You'd be driving a white Mack Anthem day cab.
When do you need me?
As soon as you can get here.
I'll be in Billings tomorrow morning.
Welcome to Hank Haulage, Michaela.
Thank you, I won't let you down.
Once Michaela is hired, I assign her my Mack. It's carried me through 3 years of contracts, but the permanent damage is getting worse, and the company needs another working truck immediately. That leaves me without one. Fortunately, the used market has finally produced something I've wanted since I was a kid. A white Mack Superliner day cab. It costs $10,000, has almost 800,000 miles behind it, and enough wear to frighten any sensible buyer away. It's perfect. The Superliner comes from an era when American trucks were built with long, square hoods, enormous grills, and engines that announced themselves several streets before arriving. This one has twin exhaust stacks, a 6x4 camelback suspension, and a 400 horsepower engine producing 1,350 pound-feet of torque. It's old, loud, and completely different from every other truck in our fleet. The Superliner becomes mine. After the garage upgrade and the purchase, only around $12,000 remains in the company account. Pierre, Edouard, and Michaela each have a white Mack Anthem. Between them, they can choose from the dry van, flatbed, and container carrier. I climb into the Superliner. The interior is worn cream and brown. The steering wheel is enormous, and when the engine fires, the entire cab seems to wake up around it. It isn't restored, it isn't practical, but it feels like my truck.
Hello, Hank. Adrian Cross has called again.
I wondered how long that would take.
He wants you in Iowa. I found a normal contract to get you there first. Mobile screener from Newmont in Billings to Hitachi in Des Moines. $8,732.
Over 1,300 miles in a truck I bought an hour ago.
Would you prefer a shorter test drive?
Not particularly.
Once you reach Iowa, Adrian says several premium contracts will be waiting.
Book the screener. Let's see what this old Mack can do.
Drive carefully. Alvarez out.
We collect the oversized mobile screener from Newmont and attach it to the Superliner. The trailer is long, the machine is heavy, and the road to Iowa stretches for more than 1,300 miles. I ease the Mack through the gates, listen to that old engine roar, and point the hood east. Summer has begun, and Hank Haulage is entering it with a bigger garage, a new driver, and the oldest truck in the fleet. The Superliner carries the mobile screener east with a sound that makes every tunnel feel half its actual length. 400 horsepower isn't extraordinary by modern standards, but this truck delivers it with weight, vibration, and enough engine noise to frighten birds out of neighboring states. The oversized trailer follows steadily behind us as Montana gives way to open highway. For a truck with almost 800,000 miles, the Superliner feels remarkably strong. The steering is heavier than the Anthem. The cab is louder, and every rough section of road travels directly through the seat. But there's character in every rattle. This truck isn't trying to hide its age.
Hank, tell me that's not you inside that antique Mack.
Depends whether you're calling to admire it.
I'm calling because I heard it 3 miles before I saw it.
That's factory-installed safety equipment.
What happened to your Anthem?
Michaela has it now. We hired another driver and expanded the Billings garage.
So the company grows, and the boss rewards himself with the oldest truck available?
It's a Superliner.
It's old enough to remember cheaper diesel.
800,000 miles and still pulling.
Keep treating it gently, or that number will become its obituary.
Ray and Jack have already warned me.
Then for once, listen to the people making sense. Safe run, Hank.
You too, Sidewinder. The journey stretches into evening. The sun disappears behind us, the road turns black, and the Superliner's twin exhausts continue thundering through the darkness. At 10:30, with another 6 hours remaining, we pull into a truck stop, fill the enormous 259-gallon fuel tank, and park for the night. The old Mack doesn't sip fuel. It approaches the pump with ambition. By 7 the next morning, we're moving again. Iowa arrives beneath a bright summer sky. The state is covered by some of the richest agricultural land in the country, with cornfields, soybean farms, and food processing facilities stretching between its towns. It's exactly the sort of place where a transport company can stay busy. We leave the highway near Des Moines and carry the mobile screener into Hitachi's industrial yard. The Superliner growls through the entrance, dragging the oversized machine behind it as though it's been waiting years for somebody to give it real work again. We guide the trailer into place and complete the delivery. $8,732 earned. 1,876 experience gained. More than 1,300 miles completed in our first journey with the Superliner.
Hello, Hank. The delivery confirmation just arrived.
The Superliner made it.
You sound surprised.
I'm cautiously impressed.
Adrian has released the first Iowa contract. Grain from Smithfield in Des Moines to Swift in Council Bluffs. $3,900.
That's a healthy price for a short grain run.
Cross-authorization again. Priority collection, fixed delivery window, and no subcontracting.
Anything unusual on the paperwork?
Nothing beyond Blackridge appearing as the billing company.
Book it.
Already done. Alvarez out.
A large blue grain trailer is waiting at Smithfield. We hitch it to the Superliner and head west toward Council Bluffs. The delivery is straightforward, and the payout lands exactly as promised. Almost $4,000 for a regional grain contract. Adrian's Iowa network is operating just like Illinois.
Mr. Morrison, I trust Iowa is treating you well.
So far, the grain's delivered.
Good. The next contract is already available. Containers from Council Bluffs to Ottumwa.
Only $1,100?
Not every contract carries a premium. Some reposition you for the ones that do.
You've planned the whole route.
That's my job.
And what exactly is Blackridge building across Illinois and Iowa?
Several things.
That isn't an answer.
It's the only one you need today. Complete Ottumwa. The next contract will be worth your time.
The containers are loaded, and we continue deeper into Iowa. Council Bluffs sits beside the Missouri River, directly opposite Omaha. For generations, this area has connected railways, highways, and freight routes crossing the center of the country. Ottumwa lies farther east, surrounded by farmland and manufacturing. We reach the destination,
position the containers, and collect $1,100 with another useful increase in experience. Adrian keeps his promise. A pickup truck needs transporting from Alamo in Ottumwa to Evergreen in Burlington. $3,600. The vehicle is secured to a low trailer, and we leave beneath a clear summer afternoon. By 7 in the evening, Burlington appears beside the Mississippi River.
We deliver the pickup, collect the payment, and gain enough experience to reach level 20. The new skill point goes into just-in-time deliveries, unlocking better rewards for important and urgent contracts, exactly the kind Adrian Cross keeps sending us. The company account is growing rapidly. The Superliner is holding together, and Blackridge now knows Hank Haulage can reach every corner of Iowa. Before I leave the yard, another message arrives. Newmont silica shipment approved. Priority rate, $5,800. After a night's rest, we reposition to Iowa City for Adrian's next priority contract. Silica is waiting at Newmont, bound for Evergreen and Dubuque. The route isn't particularly long, but the payout is $5,800. Blackridge's premium rates are rapidly turning Iowa into the most profitable state Hank Haulage has ever entered. Iowa City was once the state capital and remains home to one of Iowa's largest universities. Beyond the city, the roads quickly return to farmland, silos, and processing plants stretching across the countryside. The Superliner continues to impress me. It's loud, heavy, and worn around every edge, but it carries each load with the stubborn confidence of a truck that has already survived more roads than most drivers ever will. We reach Dubuque beside the Mississippi River, pull into Evergreen, and reverse the silica into the unloading bay. $5,800 earned. Another 1,300 experience gained.
Hello, Hank. Have you got a minute?
Of course. How's your first week going?
Good. I've completed 3 deliveries with the Anthem. Electronics, medical equipment, and 1 load of machine components.
Any trouble?
No damage, no late arrivals, and no unexplained dents.
You're settling in quickly.
The truck's in good condition, and Edward helped me learn the garage system. Pierre showed me which coffee machine not to use.
That might be his most valuable contribution this year.
How's the Superliner?
It's done more than 2,000 miles since I bought it, and hasn't dropped anything important onto the highway.
That's a confident review.
Keep doing what you're doing, Michaela. I'll be back once Iowa is finished.
Understood. Safe driving, boss.
Our next load is insulation panels traveling from Dubuque to Cedar Rapids. $3,800. The panels are secured inside a long trailer, and we continue west through another bright summer afternoon. Cedar Rapids is one of Iowa's major food processing and manufacturing centers. Grain arriving from the surrounding farms is transformed into products that travel across the entire country, making the city a natural hub for trucks. We deliver the insulation panels, collect another premium payment, and continue toward our next contract. A crawler tractor needs moving from Cedar Rapids to Fort Dodge. It's collected from the airport on a blue lowboy trailer and delivered to Titan Machinery. The crawler isn't Blackridge's most profitable load, but it's exactly the sort of equipment the Superliner looks built to haul. We reach Fort Dodge and deliver the crawler tractor to Titan Machinery. The company account continues climbing, helped by Pierre, Edouard, and Michaela earning money hundreds of miles away. Our next contract takes us from Fort Dodge to Mason City. Fruit juice, sealed inside a long tanker, for $5,400. We collect it early the next morning and head north beneath a clear sky. Mason City grew through agriculture, cement production, and manufacturing. The surrounding farms feed directly into processing plants, keeping freight moving even when the distances between cities seem small. We pull into the farming complex, guide the tanker beneath the unloading equipment, and complete another excellent delivery. $5,400 earned, 600 experience gained. The company is now approaching the money needed for another truck, another driver, and a 4th trailer. But Iowa still has several untouched cities. The next job begins back near Des Moines. A mobile stacker needs transporting to Newmont in Davenport for $4,600. We collect the heavy machine and return to the highway. Davenport sits beside the Mississippi and forms part of the Quad Cities, a manufacturing region spread across both Iowa and Illinois. Equipment, agricultural machinery, and river freight have shaped this area for generations. We reach Newmont with $87,000 already in the account. The stacker requires careful reversing, but the superliner places it cleanly inside the marked bay. $4,600 earned. The company balance rises beyond $92,000.
Mr. Morrison, Davenport is confirmed.
You sound unusually pleased.
You've covered nearly every major Blackridge customer in Iowa without missing a delivery window.
We've still got Waterloo and Sioux City.
Correct. Waterloo is next. $7,500.
What are we carrying?
A sealed commercial trailer from Evergreen to Swift.
And after Waterloo?
One final city. Then I have another westbound shipment for you.
Another shipment like Gillette?
Higher value, same expectations.
What's inside it?
Packed lumber, according to the manifest.
According to the manifest?
Complete Waterloo first, Mr. Morrison. Then we'll discuss the $26,000 journey home.
The sealed trailer from Davenport to Waterloo earns $7,500. There's nothing unusual about the delivery itself. No hidden entrance, no private warehouse, and no workers checking identification twice. Just a trailer from Evergreen, a delivery to Swift, and another Blackridge payment arriving the moment the paperwork clears. 600 experience brings us within reach of level 21, while the company account passes $100,000. For the second time this year, Hank Haulage has enough money to make a major investment. But this time, we aren't spending it immediately. Another driver would need another truck. Another truck would probably need another trailer. The superliner needs more than $150,000 for a complete restoration. Suddenly, $100,000 doesn't feel as large as it used to.
Hello, Hank. How's the antique?
Loud, uncomfortable, and currently earning more money than anything else in the company.
Then you bought the correct truck.
We've just crossed $100,000 in the account.
Congratulations. What are you spending it on?
That's the problem. Another driver, another trailer, or saving toward the restoration.
Then don't spend it yet.
That's your expert advice?
Money gives you options until you spend it. Decide which problem is most urgent before turning the account back into machinery.
The garage has one empty bay left.
An empty bay doesn't cost wages, fuel, or maintenance.
You're becoming annoyingly sensible.
Age does terrible things to a man. How much of Iowa is left?
One city, Sioux City.
Then finish what you started and bring the truck home in one piece.
That's the plan.
Your plans have an interesting relationship with reality.
Good talking to you too, Cliff.
Safe travels, Hank.
Sioux City sits where Iowa meets Nebraska and South Dakota, near the meeting point of several major rivers and freight routes. Its position has made it an agricultural and transport center for generations. Tonight, it also becomes the final piece of our Iowa map. Darkness settles during the journey. The superliner's headlights cut through the final miles, twin exhausts growling whenever the road begins to climb. At around 9 in the evening, we reach the Peterbilt dealership. The municipal truck is unloaded successfully. $5,700 earned. 1,500 experience gained. Level 21 reached. The new skill point goes into eco-driving, reducing fuel consumption even further. That's useful in a truck with a 259-gallon tank and the drinking habits of a small refinery. More importantly, Iowa is complete. Every major city visited. Another entire state added to Hank Haulage's growing network. We park the superliner outside the dealership and sleep until morning. Before leaving, I speak with one of the technicians about the restoration.
Morning. That's your superliner outside? It is. I'm trying to work out what a complete restoration would cost. We can handle ordinary repairs, but for a full rebuild, you'll want a genuine Mack dealer. Too many model-specific parts, especially underneath. What would you estimate? Engine, suspension, drivetrain, interior, bodywork, and everything hidden beneath 800,000 miles? That sounds expensive when you list it like that. Around $161,000. Maybe more once they open it up. How long can I keep working it? That depends on how hard you push it. It isn't dying today, but you don't want to wait until something major fails. Start saving now and get it restored within the next couple of years. Understood. Beautiful truck, though. That's why I couldn't leave it there. That's usually how expensive projects begin. See you later, fella. Thanks. Have a good day. Bye. We leave the dealership without repairs. The superliner doesn't need a basic service yet. What it needs is a future commitment of $161,000. For now, we have one final summer contract.
Hello, Hank. Adrian has released the westbound shipment.
Let me guess. Another perfectly ordinary load with an extraordinary price.
Packed lumber from Evergreen in Sioux City to DFA in Sheridan. $26,000.
Packed lumber?
That's the official manifest.
And Black Ridge is paying?
Yes. The cargo is sealed, documented, and cleared, just like the Gillette shipment.
Have you found anything else about them?
Only that they're buying and relocating industrial assets throughout the Midwest. Whatever they're building, dismantling, or reorganizing, they don't want competitors following the schedule.
You still trust the paperwork?
I trust the paperwork enough for you to transport it. I don't trust Adrian enough to stop checking.
Book the load.
Call me if anything changes. Alvarez out.
Evergreen's yard is quiet when we arrive. The packed lumber is already waiting, sealed beneath heavy wrapping and stacked inside a long trailer. From the outside, it looks exactly like the manifest says. We connect the airlines, check the locks, and pull away from Sioux City. Summer is nearly over. The garage is complete. Michaela has joined the company. Iowa has been fully explored, and the superliner has proven it still belongs on the road. Ahead of us is Sheridan. Behind us is another $26,000 Black Ridge contract. As the highway opens in front of the old Mack, my phone receives one final message from Adrian Cross. Do not break the cargo seal before delivery. Customer representatives will be waiting. I wasn't planning to, but now, for the first time, I want to know why he thought I might. Year 4 begins back where Hank Haulage started, in Billings, Montana. The garage is larger now. 3 white Mack Anthems sit ready for Pierre, Edouard, and Michaela, while my old white superliner waits outside with nearly 800,000 miles behind it. The company account holds $156,000. That sounds like a lot until I begin pricing the next round of upgrades. Adding sleeper cabs to all 4 trucks would cost roughly $200,000. We don't have that, and even if we did, spending everything on bedrooms with wheels wouldn't leave anything for trailers, repairs, or another driver. For now, we need equipment that can earn money immediately. I start looking through the trailer market. Log trailers, lowboys, food tanks, and specialized carriers all offer something different. But one trailer stands out, a 43-foot D-shaped chemical tank designed for corrosive, toxic, and hazardous liquids. It costs $55,000. Expensive, but it gives Hank Haulage access to freight our dry van, flatbed, and container carrier can't touch. We purchase it and have it delivered to Billings. A few days later, the polished tank is sitting behind the superliner, ready for its first contract.
Hello, Hank. I see the new trailer has arrived.
It has. $55,000 of polished metal and potential consequences.
Then I found the perfect first load. hydrochloric acid from UOP in Billings to the FedEx airport facility in Great Falls.
How much?
$1,400.
That isn't exactly paying the trailer off today.
No, but it keeps you in Montana, tests the equipment, and positions you farther west for the next job.
Fair enough. Book it.
The paperwork's ready. Alvarez out.
We leave the garage with the empty tank behind us and cross Billings toward UOP. The loading crew fills the trailer, checks the seals, and hands over the hazardous material documents. Hydrochloric acid has countless industrial uses, but it isn't forgiving. Every valve needs to stay closed, every coupling needs to remain secure, and every corner needs to be taken smoothly. The superliner pulls out of the yard, and autumn officially begins. The road toward Great Falls carries us through familiar Montana country. Open grassland stretches toward distant hills, farms sit far beyond the highway, and the last summer colors are beginning to fade.
Hank Morrison, that you hauling the shiny tank north?
Hello, Sidewinder. It is.
What's inside?
Hydrochloric acid.
I was going to ask whether the trailer was new. I've decided not to get close enough to inspect it.
Probably wise.
How's the superliner holding up?
Still loud, still old, and still working.
That truck's becoming a rolling argument against retirement.
I've been looking at sleeper upgrades, but outfitting the entire fleet would cost more than we can justify right now.
Then don't rush it. A day cab isn't ideal for crossing the country, but bankruptcy has even less sleeping space.
That might be the smartest thing you've ever said.
Write it down. It may never happen again.
Safe travels, Sidewinder.
You too, Hank.
We reach the FedEx airport facility in Great Falls, guide the tanker through the gates, and reverse it into the marked unloading space. Excellent delivery. $1,400 earned. 500 experience gained. The new trailer has completed its first job without a problem.
Hello, Hank. Delivery confirmation just came through.
The tanker's officially earning.
Good, because I found pesticides leaving Missoula for Wenatchee, Washington. $1,700.
We haven't been to Wenatchee yet.
Exactly. You said you wanted to finish exploring Washington before pushing farther south.
We'll reposition to Missoula and take it.
I'll reserve the load. Alvarez out.
We travel west with the tank empty, reach Missoula, and back into a Dairy Farmers of America loading area. The pesticides are transferred into the trailer while evening settles across the yard. By 6 o'clock, we're moving again. The sun disappears during the journey, leaving us to cross into Washington beneath headlights. Wenatchee sits beside the Columbia River and is surrounded by one of the country's best-known apple-growing regions. Orchards cover the valleys, while refrigerated freight and agricultural chemicals keep trucks working throughout the year. We reach the delivery site after dark, reverse the tanker into position, and complete another excellent contract. $1,700 earned. Only a small amount of experience, but another Washington city is finally added to the map. Tomorrow, we head south toward Yakima. There's a Mack dealership there, and I need an honest answer about how much longer this superliner can remain the main truck of Hank Haulage. Morning arrives in Washington, with one destination already programmed into the navigation: Yakima. We aren't traveling there for freight. We're going because the city has a genuine Mack dealership, and after 3 years of working this superliner harder than any antique deserves, it's time to find out what saving it would actually cost. We pull into the dealership, park beside a row of new trucks, and head inside.
Morning. That superliner outside belongs to you?
It does. Hank Morrison.
Wes Dalton. I manage sales and restoration inquiries here. Beautiful truck.
That usually seems to be followed by bad news.
Only expensive news. How many miles?
Just over 800,000.
And you're still using it for long-distance freight?
Every week.
Then I'll be honest. A full restoration would cost around $161,000. Engine, drivetrain, suspension, wiring, interior, bodywork, and everything we discover after opening it up.
That's almost what a new truck costs.
Exactly. The superliner is worth preserving, but it makes more sense as a restoration project than the truck you depend on to cross the country.
So keep it, but stop treating it like it's 20 years younger.
That'd be my advice. Use it carefully, restore it when the company can afford to do the job properly, and buy something modern for the long hauls.
What would you recommend?
A Pinnacle or Anthem day cab starts around $120,000. A 48-inch sleeper moves closer to $160,000.
And that black Anthem outside?
70-inch sleeper, 505 horsepower, 6x4 chassis, and an Eaton Ultra Shift. $190,000.
That's the one.
You haven't asked about the others.
I've seen the others.
There's one catch. That specification requires a higher long-haul qualification than you currently hold.
How much higher?
One more level. Reach 22, and I can release it to you.
I've only got around $107,000 anyway.
Then you've got two things to work toward.
Keep it available if you can.
I can't hold it forever, but I'll keep your number. We've also got a sister dealership in Colorado Springs if you ever need support farther east.
Good to know. Thanks for being honest, Wes.
Bring the superliner back when you're ready to restore it. Until then, try not to finish it off.
No promises. Thanks, Wes. See you around. We leave the dealership with the superliner still beneath us, but the plan has changed. Restoration can wait. The new target is a black Mack Anthem with a 70-inch sleeper. First, we need the qualification. Then, we need the money.
Hello, Hank. How bad was the verdict?
$161,000 to restore the superliner.
That's almost exactly what we expected.
They've got a black Anthem sleeper for $190,000.
And how long did it take you to decide you wanted it?
About 4 seconds.
Then you'd better keep working. I found ethanol from Yakima to Everett for $1,100.
Everett's still untouched on the map.
Not for long. Alvarez out.
The tanker is filled in Yakima, and we head west. The route carries us across Washington and toward the greater Seattle region. We cross a long bridge, join the heavier coastal traffic, and continue north past the city. Everett grew through shipbuilding, aviation, and port activity. Its industrial yards handle everything from aircraft components to maritime freight, making it an important stop even when the contract itself is small. We pull into the delivery facility, reverse the tanker into position, and complete the job. $1,100 earned, 32 experience gained. Not enough to unlock the new Mack, but every mile moves us closer. The next contract begins nearby in Tacoma. Ethanol from Tacoma to Portland for $966. It isn't glamorous, but it takes us south through Seattle and toward Oregon. We load the tanker and return to the highway.
Hello, Hank. Wes Dalton sent me a photograph of your superliner outside his dealership.
Apparently, nobody in the Mack business keeps secrets.
Not when somebody's using a collectible truck as a nationwide freight engine.
He agreed with you. Restore it later. Buy something modern now.
Smart man.
I found a black Anthem with a 70-inch sleeper.
That's a serious long-haul truck.
$190,000.
That's a serious long-haul price.
I need another qualification level before they'll sell it to me anyway.
Then earn the level and save the money. Don't restore the superliner halfway. Park it, protect it, and do it properly when the company can absorb the cost.
That's the plan.
Good. Call me when you buy the Anthem.
You'll probably hear it from Wes first.
Almost certainly. Drive safely, Hank.
You too, Ray. Portland appears ahead as evening approaches. We leave the highway, enter the FedEx yard, and back the tanker into the unloading area. $966 earned, 279 experience gained. Washington's remaining western cities are almost finished, and Oregon is now waiting directly ahead. But before we begin working there properly, I want to see the coast. For once, the next few miles won't have a customer attached. There's no suitable freight leaving Portland for the places we still want to visit, so we travel empty.
Longview comes first. The city sits beside the Columbia River and grew around timber, paper production, and port activity. It's the sort of place built around moving heavy materials, even if Hank Haulage isn't carrying any today. From Longview, we continue toward Astoria. The road crosses a vast bridge near the mouth of the Columbia, where river traffic meets the Pacific Ocean. Astoria is one of the oldest American settlements on the West Coast, shaped by fishing, shipping, and the dangerous waters surrounding the Columbia River Bar. By 7 in the evening, we're traveling south toward Aberdeen. Darkness begins covering the coast, and the superliner's headlights lead us into another Washington town built around timber and maritime industry. We reach a truck stop shortly after 8, park the empty tanker, and sleep until morning. By 7, breakfast is finished, the truck is checked, and Mia has found a reason to return to Portland.
Hello, Hank. Did you enjoy the sightseeing tour?
Longview, Astoria, and Aberdeen are all marked off.
Which means Washington is finally complete.
Every city we plan to visit.
Then it's time to begin Oregon. I found ethanol from Portland to Eugene for $1,100.
Book it.
There's still been no contact from Adrian Cross, by the way.
How long has it been?
Several months. No new instructions, no Blackridge contracts, and no mysterious crates.
I'm not sure whether to feel relieved or unemployed.
Normal Freight built this company before Adrian arrived. It'll keep moving without him.
You're right. Send me the Portland details.
Already done. Alvarez out.
Oregon's western roads are greener than almost anywhere else we've traveled. Forests press close to the highway, rivers cut through the valleys, and clouds seem permanently attached to the distant hills. Eugene is known for forestry, education, and outdoor culture. It sits in the Willamette Valley, one of Oregon's main agricultural and population corridors. We arrive at 3 m, position the tanker, and complete another excellent delivery. $1,100 earned. Another Oregon city explored. There's no suitable work leaving Eugene, but Portland has a load returning to Yakima. The route passes through the Dalles, another place still missing from our map. We reposition north, load the tanker, and begin the journey east. This time, we drive the entire route. The highway follows the Columbia River through one of the most dramatic sections of the Pacific Northwest. Forested slopes rise around the water before gradually opening into drier country farther inland.
Hello, Hank. Have you got a moment?
Plenty of road ahead. What's happening?
I heard you've decided against restoring the superliner immediately.
$161,000 is difficult to ignore.
Good decision. The truck deserves restoration, but it shouldn't be rushed because you need it for Monday morning.
I'm aiming for a new Anthem sleeper instead.
Then the superliner can become a proper project. Strip it carefully, rebuild it in stages, and return it to the road when it's ready.
I might assign it to another driver temporarily.
Only if they understand what they're driving. It can still work, but nobody should treat it like a disposable fleet truck.
I'll make that clear.
How's the chemical tanker?
Already paid back a fair portion of its cost.
Then Autumn's doing its job.
Slowly.
Slow growth is still growth. Call me before you commit to the new truck.
Will do, Jack.
Safe travels.
We passed through the Dalles, a city that became important because of its position along the Columbia River and the historic routes crossing the Cascade Mountains. From there, the road bends north toward Yakima. We arrive at the container yard, guide the tanker into position, and complete the delivery. $1,200 earned, 316 experience gained. Washington is finished. Oregon has begun. And despite Adrian Cross's silence, the company continues earning through ordinary freight. Our next job is far larger. Ethanol from Yakima to Pocatello, Idaho. $3,100 and more than 9 hours of driving. It also takes us to another city we haven't visited. We load the tanker as evening closes in and return to the highway. The road darkens around us. By 10:45, the fuel tanks are nearly empty, and the superliner has finally had enough for one day. We pull into a truck stop, fill with diesel, and park for the night. Tomorrow, we push into Idaho, and somewhere beyond these smaller contracts is the final qualification standing between me and that black Mack sleeper. Morning begins with the superliner fueled, the tanker checked, and Pocatello still several hours away. We return to the highway and continue through the changing landscape of eastern Washington and Idaho. By midday Thursday, we enter Pocatello. The city grew as an important railway junction, connecting freight routes across the interior West. Agriculture, manufacturing, and transport still shape much of the local economy today. We pull into BNSF, reverse the tanker into position, and complete one of autumn's longest deliveries. $3,100 earned, 1,000 experience gained. More importantly, Pocatello is finally added to the map. The next contract is smaller but useful. Hydrochloric acid from Pocatello to Ogden, Utah, passing through Logan along the way. Only $947, but it clears another untouched city from our list. We load the tanker and head south. Logan sits in Cache Valley, surrounded by farmland and mountains. It's known for agriculture, food production, and its university, making it another small city supported by constant freight movement. We continue into Ogden, pull behind UOP, and unload the acid. Excellent delivery. Another 2 cities completed. Before turning north toward home, I organize a group call with the team. Hello, everyone. How are the roads treating you?
I'm currently heading north from Helena. Nothing broken, nothing missing.
That's an unusually specific report.
People keep making accusations.
You keep creating evidence.
How are the longer routes going?
Good. I've been through Coeur d'Alene, Gillette, and all the way to New Orleans. The Anthem's handling everything well.
I've covered Moline and Nogales. Longer days, but the sleeper discussion is becoming increasingly relevant.
I'd also like a sleeper.
I've priced them. Upgrading every truck costs around $200,000.
I no longer require a sleeper then.
That decision changed quickly.
We'll get there eventually. For now, the new chemical tanker will return to the garage after autumn, and all 3 of you can use it alongside the flatbed, dry van, and container carrier.
Are we hiring another driver?
That's the plan. I'm looking at applications now.
Will they get a sleeper?
They'll get whichever truck is available.
That sounds dangerous.
Keep working safely. I'll see you all back in Billings. The next job takes us from Ogden to Great Falls with another load of hydrochloric acid. $2,800 and enough distance to carry us deep into Montana. We load the tanker and leave Utah as evening arrives. The road turns dark by 7. At 10, we stop at a truck stop, sleep until morning, and continue north after sunrise. Great Falls appears ahead after another long day on the road. We return to the same FedEx airport facility where autumn began, unload the acid, and collect around $2,500 with 846 experience. One final contract remains. Ethanol from Great Falls to Glendive for $2,100. We collect it directly from the airport and head east. Night falls during the journey. At 9:30, we pull into ExxonMobil in Glendive and complete the job. $2,100 earned, 665 experience gained. Level 22 reached. The new skill point goes into high-value cargo, increasing revenue and experience from specialized loads. That black Mack Anthem is finally unlocked. We return to Billings without cargo, park the chemical tanker beside the garage, and place it into the shared fleet. The company account has climbed back to $156,000, almost exactly where autumn began. The new trailer has effectively paid for itself, while Pierre, Edouard, and Michaela kept the rest of the business earning. Now, we need the truck.
Hello, Hank. It's good to hear from you.
Hello, Hope. I need to discuss another business loan.
How much are you looking for?
$50,000. I found a modern Mack sleeper that can replace the Superliner for long-distance work.
The company's repayment history is strong. I can approve $50,000 over 84 days at 7% interest. Daily repayments would be $601.
Combined with the existing loan, that puts us around $1,500 per day.
Correct. Can the company sustain that?
With 3 drivers working and another about to join, yes.
Then it's approved. The funds should appear immediately.
Thank you, Hope.
Use it wisely, Hank.
I will. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
The loan raises the account to $206,000. Now I call Wes in Yakima.
Hello, Hank. I was wondering when you'd call.
Level 22. Money ready. I want the Black Anthem.
70-inch sleeper, 505 horsepower, 1,860 pound-feet of torque, Eaton Ultra Shift, and the 234-gallon tank?
That's the one.
$190,000.
Send it to Billings.
Congratulations, Hank. It'll be delivered within a few days.
Thanks, Wes. Several days later, the new Mack arrives. Black paint, enormous sleeper, modern interior, and enough power to handle the longest contracts Hank Haulage can accept. The Superliner is no longer my main truck, but it isn't leaving the company.
Hello, this is Ryan.
Hello, Ryan. Hank Morrison from Hank Haulage.
Thanks for calling.
You've got long-distance experience and hazardous cargo certification?
2 years interstate, mostly chemicals and industrial freight. Clean record.
The position is yours. You'll be based in Billings, and your first truck is a white Mack Superliner.
A Superliner? You're serious?
Very. It's old, valuable, and needs respect.
You won't have to tell me twice. I'd be proud to drive it.
Welcome to Hank Haulage, Ryan.
Thank you, boss. I'll see you in Billings.
Autumn ends with 4 drivers, 4 trailers, and a brand new flagship truck. The Superliner remains on the road, now in Ryan's hands. And after months of silence, Mia receives one final message before winter begins. Adrian Cross has work waiting in Oregon. The first contract pays more than $50,000.
Morning, Hank. How's the new truck?
Quiet, comfortable, and suspiciously free of rattling metal.
Enjoy that feeling while it lasts. Adrian has sent through his first Pacific contract.
What's he moving?
Officially, boric acid from UOP in Billings to Rustic in Bend, Oregon.
And unofficially?
2 sealed Honeywell trailers with additional industrial components listed under the same commercial shipment.
There it is.
Everything is documented and cleared. The payout is $51,381.
For boric acid?
Adrian says the cargo is part of a time-sensitive infrastructure project. He's also asked whether Pierre, Edouard, Michaela, and Ryan can handle selected Blackridge contracts while you're away.
Only if every load comes through you first.
Already told him that. They'll receive normal manifests, and they won't be told anything about the company account or the wider Blackridge operation.
Good. Send me Bend.
Drive carefully. Alvarez out.
The new Anthem feels completely different from the Superliner. The cab sits higher, the steering is lighter, and the engine pulls without filling the cabin with mechanical protest. At UOP, we reverse beneath 2 long red Honeywell trailers. The paperwork says boric acid. The payment says there's more to this job than chemicals. We connect the lines, check both trailers, and leave Billings beneath heavy winter skies. The first hours take us through snow-covered Montana. The new Mack handles the weight calmly, and the sleeper behind me means there's no pressure to reach a motel or force another few hours after fatigue arrives. By 9 that evening, we reach Spokane. We pull into a truck stop, find enough space for the double trailer, and shut down for the night. 10 hours later, the engine fires again.
Mr. Morrison. I trust the new truck is performing well.
You already knew I bought it?
Black Ridge monitors the capabilities of its authorized carriers.
That sounds better when you call it research.
The Bend shipment is tied to a new Pacific network. Manufacturing sites, energy facilities, and secure storage operations across Oregon.
Government work?
Some contracts involve government subcontractors. Others involve private companies protecting commercial projects.
And the 2 trailers behind me?
Contain exactly what the manifest declares.
That isn't what I asked.
No, but it's the answer I'm permitted to give. Complete Bend and further Oregon contracts will become available.
You'll be sending some to my drivers, too.
Only those approved by Ms. Alvarez. Hank Haulage has outgrown a 1-truck arrangement.
Don't forget whose company it is.
I never do, Mr. Morrison.
The call ends, and we continue south. Snow follows us through Washington and into Oregon. Forests tighten around the road, mountain passes rise ahead, and the anthem keeps pulling as though it was built specifically for this journey. By late afternoon, Bend is within reach. We enter the rustic facility beneath winter gray skies, guide both trailers through the yard, and stop inside the unloading area. The seals are checked. The paperwork clears. $51,381 enters the company account. 4,800 experience pushes us beyond level 23. The new skill point goes into just-in-time deliveries, improving the rewards for urgent contracts like this one. The first Black Ridge job of winter is complete, and Adrian already has another route waiting deeper inside Oregon. The next morning begins with something far more ordinary. Empty pallets from Bend to Klamath Falls for $2,300. After $51,000, it feels almost charitable. We hitch the trailer and head south through the snow. Klamath Falls sits close to the California border and is surrounded by lakes, forests, and volcanic country. Forestry, farming, and transport keep freight moving despite its remote location. We arrive around 5 in the evening, reverse into the unloading bay, and collect the payment. From Klamath Falls, scrap metal is waiting for Portland, $3,300. The red trailer is loaded, and we begin the long journey north after dark. By 10 that night, we reach Western Metal Recycling in Portland, back into the yard, and complete another clean delivery. Then Mia calls with something much larger.
Hank, Adrian has released a special transport contract.
Where to?
Portland to Newport, a large industrial construction module heading to a coastal facility.
How large?
Large enough for front and rear escorts. The payout is $15,000.
What does the module do?
The description mentions pressure tanks, pipework, and cooling components.
Black Ridge infrastructure again?
That's what Adrian says. The cargo is cleared and the escorts are already scheduled.
Book it.
I'll send the route. Alvarez out.
The module waits in a secured yard outside Portland. It's a dense framework of tanks, pipes, and steel supports mounted across a specialized trailer. Workers spend hours checking the weight distribution before allowing us to connect. Cal Mercer waits in the lead escort vehicle. Boone Ellis takes his usual position behind us.
Lead escort to Hank. Radio check.
Receiving you clearly.
Rear escort receiving. That thing looks heavier than Portland.
It probably costs more, too.
We've got winter conditions along the route. Keep your speed steady and follow my lane calls.
Understood.
And try not to test the new truck's roof clearance on the first bridge.
That advice feels strangely specific.
Experience is a cruel teacher.
Convoy moving now.
We leave Portland slowly and work west through the snow. The road toward Newport cuts across forested hills and narrow sections where every corner requires patience. The Anthem handles the load well, but no amount of horsepower makes an oversized trailer smaller. The Pacific coast finally appears ahead as daylight begins to fade. Newport is known for fishing, marine research, and its working harbor.
Today, one more industrial facility joins that list. We reach the destination around 5, guide the module into position, and complete the delivery without damage. $15,000 earned. More than 3,000 experience gained. The next contract is waiting nearby. Paper from Newport to Medford. $10,000. $10,000 for paper?
Specialist packaging materials.
That sounds different from paper.
It's paper manufactured to a secure specification. The customer doesn't want samples, schedules, or supplier information reaching competitors.
So the secrecy is commercial.
Often.
And when it isn't?
Then it's usually contractual.
You're very good at saying almost nothing.
It's one of the reasons Black Ridge pays me.
The trailer is sealed at Georgia Pacific, and we leave Newport as evening settles across the coast. Snow turns to darkness during the journey south. At around 10, we reach Walmart in Medford, reverse into the receiving bay, and complete the contract. $10,000 earned. No unusual instructions. No questions from the receiving staff. Only another Black Ridge payment arriving immediately. The following morning, we haul a wood chipper from Medford back to Bend. $4,300 and enough experience to reach level 24. The new skill point goes into eco-driving, reducing fuel consumption by 20%. That matters now. The company owns 5 large engines, and none of them run on optimism. From Bend, Mia finds a crawler carrier heading to Lakeview. $7,000 from Dairy Farmers of America to Rustic. The machine is loaded onto a heavy trailer, and we leave during the afternoon. Snow covers the open country around us. Oregon's inland routes feel completely different from the coast, with wider landscapes, colder air, and towns separated by long stretches of road. We reach Lakeview after dark, reverse into Rustic, and collect the payment. By Friday morning, Adrian has another sealed contract waiting. Empty pallets from Home Depot in Salem to UPS in Coos Bay. $3,300. Empty pallets again?
That's what the manifest says.
Adrian's paying $3,000 to move wooden platforms across Oregon?
The cargo is sealed inside a covered trailer. The documents classify it as reusable industrial packaging.
Which could mean almost anything.
Legally, it means reusable industrial packaging.
You've been spending too much time talking to Adrian.
I'm beginning to understand how he avoids answering questions. I don't like it.
Any problems with the contracts assigned to the team?
Nothing suspicious. Pierre and Edouard have taken a few long-haul chemical loads. Michaela has handled sealed machinery components, and Ryan is still learning the superliner.
They're earning well?
Very well. Adrian's using Hank Haulage for the routes you can't cover personally.
Keep checking every manifest.
Always. Alvarez out.
The color alone makes it stand out. Every UPS trailer at the destination is gray, but ours arrives bright red, sealed, and carrying cargo nobody seems interested in discussing. We back it into position. The receiving clerk checks the seal number, signs the paperwork, and tells us nothing. $3,300 earned, only a small amount of experience. There's no work leaving Coos Bay, so we travel empty across Oregon toward Pendleton. By 11 that night, we reach a truck stop and park until morning. The next contract is nothing to do with Black Ridge. A massive technology component needs moving from Pendleton to Burns for $16,000. The cargo is so large that loading consumes most of the morning. By 1 o'clock, Cal and Boone are waiting again.
Lead escort to Hank. Ready when you are.
Everything's connected. New truck's ready.
Rear escort ready. I'm starting to think we spend more time together than my actual family.
Do they also follow you through snow at 15 miles an hour?
Only during holidays.
The route has several narrow sections. No rushing, and watch the downhill grades.
Understood.
At least you've got a sleeper now. Last year, you'd finished this job folded across the steering wheel.
Convoy moving.
We leave Pendleton and carry the technology component through snowy forest roads. The cargo is wide, heavy, and slow. Every hill tests the anthem. But the new engine never feels overwhelmed. By 7 that evening, we reach Burns. The massive component is guided into position and released from the trailer. $16,000 earned, 3,000 experience gained, nearly level 25. The contract has nothing mysterious attached to it, yet it proves something important. Hank Haulage doesn't need Blackridge to handle major freight anymore. Adrian's contracts accelerate the company. They don't define it. With Burns complete, only one journey remains before winter ends. A Blackridge shipment is waiting in Twin Falls, and this one is heading all the way home. We leave Burns and make our way toward Twin Falls, Idaho. There's no cargo behind us yet. Adrian has arranged the final winter contract from Walmart in Twin Falls to UOP in Billings. The manifest lists scaffolding, $7,000. Compared with some Blackridge jobs, it almost seems normal.
Mr. Morrison, Oregon is now fully covered.
Every city and town we plan to visit.
Your drivers have also completed several Pacific and Gulf contracts successfully.
Mia says they've been earning serious money.
Hank Haulage now has the equipment and qualifications to receive priority work across multiple routes. Blackridge pays for reliability, not geography.
Pierre, Edward, Michaela, and Ryan don't need to know anything beyond their own contracts.
They don't. Each driver receives an ordinary commercial manifest through Ms. Alvarez.
Good.
The Twin Falls shipment is your final winter assignment. After that, Blackridge wants you in Colorado.
Why Colorado?
A central freight corridor. Manufacturing, energy, construction, and several customers requiring discrete relocation services.
Moving containers again?
Among other things.
I'll finish Twin Falls first.
Naturally.
We pull into UOP, reverse the scaffolding into position, and close the final winter contract. $7,000 earned. More than 1,000 experience gained. Level 25 reached. The new skill point goes into high-value cargo, increasing both revenue and experience from specialized deliveries. We return to the Billings depot around 10 at night. Winter has completed Oregon. Adrian Cross has expanded his contracts across the entire fleet, and the money earned by Pierre, Edouard, Michaela, and Ryan has pushed the company into a position I never expected this quickly. Spring begins in Billings with 4 drivers returning from some of the longest contracts Hank Haulage has ever handled. Pierre has worked between Billings, San Diego, Cheyenne, and Port Fourchon. Edouard and Michaela have both carried chemicals toward the Gulf Coast, while Ryan's first weeks with the Superliner have been less predictable. He lost money on one run to Ontario, then recovered it with a much stronger contract toward Port Fourchon. Nobody begins perfectly. What matters is that the fleet is moving, the drivers are learning, and the company account has climbed high enough for me to keep a promise. Every driver is getting a proper sleeper. Pierre, Edouard, and Michaela each drive a white Mack Anthem day cab. Converting them into 70-inch sleepers costs around $52,000 per truck. It's an enormous investment, but they're no longer making short trips around Montana. They're crossing the country, sleeping away from home, and accepting contracts that can take several days. They need equipment built for that work. Ryan's Superliner receives a 77-inch sleeper conversion for $23,000. It doesn't make the old Mack modern, but it gives him somewhere proper to rest without destroying the truck's character. For the first time, every driver in Hank Haulage has a sleeper. The upgrades are finished. All 4 trucks now have proper sleeper cabs.
I always believed this company would make sensible decisions eventually.
You complained about the cost before Hank even told us what it was.
That was financial concern.
You don't know the company finances.
Exactly. That makes them more concerning.
You don't need to know what the upgrades cost. You only need to look after them.
The sleeper suits the Superliner. Looks like it was always meant to have one.
Treat that truck carefully. It's still a future restoration project.
Understood. I'm not interested in becoming the man who killed a superliner.
That'd be difficult to fit on a resume.
The longer contracts are working. You're all gaining experience, and Adrian's approved some of you for selected priority loads through Mia. You'll receive normal manifests. You complete the delivery, follow the paperwork, and call if anything feels wrong.
Same rules as always.
Exactly.
And the new sleepers?
Try not to fill them with truck stop wrappers in the first week.
That sounded specifically aimed at me.
It was. After the meeting, there's one more piece of business to handle. The company still owes nearly $99,000 on the original garage loan and another $45,000 on the money used to purchase the Black Anthem. The trucks are upgraded. The fleet is earning. I don't want those debts following us into the next expansion.
Hello, Hank. What can I do for you?
I'd like to clear both company loans.
Both of them?
The original garage loan and the remaining balance from the Anthem purchase.
That's approximately $144,000.
I know. Thanks.
You understand that paying them now will leave the business with very little operating cash.
Around $7,800, I believe.
That isn't much for a company running 5 trucks.
No, but the drivers are earning consistently. I'd rather rebuild the account without $1,500 leaving it every day.
That's a defensible decision. The company's payment record is excellent, and clearing the loans will strengthen your position when you eventually apply for finance on another depot.
That's the next major target.
Then I'll process both repayments. And Hank?
Yeah?
Congratulations.
$144,000 disappears from the account. It hurts. But for the first time since Hank Haulage began expanding, the company owes nothing. 5 trucks, 4 trailers, 4 employees, no debt, and $7,800 remaining. Spring isn't beginning with wealth. It's beginning with freedom.
Hello, Hank. Ready to start rebuilding the account?
Immediately.
What's the plan?
Before we open another state, I want to finish the places we've spent years avoiding. Glasgow, Thompson Falls, and Salmon.
I finally found something for Glasgow. A farm sprayer leaving Dairy Farmers of America in Miles City.
How much?
$1,300.
At this point, every dollar looks impressive.
Then get yourself to Miles City. Alvarez out.
We leave Billings beneath clear spring skies and travel east to Miles City. The snow is gone, the grass is returning, and Montana finally feels alive again. At Dairy Farmers of America, we hitch onto a farm sprayer and begin the drive northeast. Glasgow has remained one of the final untouched cities in our home state since the company began. Today, that changes. The road into Glasgow carries us through the open plains of northeastern Montana. This part of the state feels far removed from the mountain roads near Missoula or the busy yards around Billings. The horizon stretches for miles, broken by ranches, railway lines, and small towns built to serve enormous areas of farmland. Glasgow grew around the Great Northern Railway and remains an important service center for the surrounding region. We pull into Dairy Farmers of America, guide the sprayer into position, and complete the delivery. $1,300 earned. Not much experience, but another part of Montana is finally complete. There's time for breakfast and a quick look around Glasgow before Mia sends us toward the next missing location.
Hello, Hank. I found the closest suitable route to Thompson Falls.
Where does it start?
Bozeman. Waste glass racks heading to UPS in Thompson Falls.
What's it paying?
$779.
You're getting very good at finding contracts that barely cover lunch.
You asked for destinations, not profit.
Fair point. Book it.
There's a McDonald's near the collection route in Bozeman.
Now you're selling it properly.
Alvarez out.
We travel from Glasgow to Bozeman, stop for dinner, and collect the glass racks from Waste Management as evening settles. The delivery takes us deep into the night. Montana's mountain roads disappear beyond the headlights, and the sleeper sits unused behind us while coffee and questionable food decisions keep the journey moving. It's nearly 1 in the morning when Thompson Falls finally appears. We pull into UPS, unload the racks, and complete the job for less than $800. Then we park nearby and sleep. Morning reveals what darkness hid. Thompson Falls sits beside the Clark Fork River, surrounded by forested mountains and named after explorer and fur trader David Thompson. It's a quiet place, far removed from the enormous freight corridors Hank Haulage now works across. After a few hours exploring, Mia calls with a route that feels almost too convenient.
Thompson Falls to Salmon, Idaho.
You're serious?
Cattle equipment from UPS to Tractor Supply. $400.
That might be the lowest paying contract we've accepted in years.
It also reaches the final untouched city in Idaho.
Book it.
There's one more place nearby you haven't properly visited.
Sandpoint.
Correct. It's north of your route, so you'd need to detour.
We're already making $400. Financial responsibility has left the building.
Enjoy the sightseeing. Alvarez out.
We load the cattle equipment and head north instead of south. Sandpoint sits beside Lake Pend Oreille, one of the largest and deepest lakes in the western United States. Mountains surround the city, giving it scenery that feels more like a holiday destination than a freight stop. We pause, explore the town, and finally turn south toward Salmon. The drive carries us through Idaho's mountain country, following winding roads and long valleys until Tractor Supply appears ahead. The cattle equipment is delivered. $400 earned. Almost no experience. But the journey completes something far more important. Montana, Idaho, Washington, and Oregon now have no remaining cities on our list. The entire northwestern foundation of Hank Haulage is complete.
Mr. Morrison, I understand you finished your local sightseeing.
Good afternoon to you too, Adrian.
Blackridge has work waiting in Colorado.
What kind of work?
Construction materials, secure commercial freight, specialized equipment, and several relocation contracts.
Moving containers?
Among other things.
Why Colorado?
It connects the northern fleet with the central states. Denver, Colorado Springs, and several smaller industrial centers are becoming important to our network.
And you need Hank Haulage there.
Your company has demonstrated discretion, reliability, and the ability to handle specialized freight.
Mia still approves every contract.
Naturally. A load of cattle equipment is available from Salmon to Fort Collins. It isn't a premium Blackridge contract, but it places you exactly where we need you.
Send it through Mia.
Welcome to Colorado, Mr. Morrison.
The cattle equipment is loaded, and we leave Salmon behind. This journey is long enough to carry us into another day. We reach Rock Springs after dark, fuel the Anthem, and park until 9 the next morning. Then we continue southeast. The landscape changes as Colorado approaches. Open plains rise toward the Rocky Mountains, and roads we've barely touched begin opening across the navigation screen. Fort Collins appears ahead. We pull into Dairy Farmers of America and complete the first Colorado delivery. $5,700 earned, more than 1,000 experience gained. The cleanup tour is over. Now the real spring work begins. Fort Collins becomes the entrance to Adrian Cross's Colorado network. The first priority contract is scaffolding from UPS to Target in Steamboat Springs, $3,000. The cargo is ordinary, but the paperwork includes a Blackridge authorization code and a fixed delivery window. We load the scaffolding and head west. Colorado is immediately different from the states we've explored recently. Mountain ridges dominate the horizon, pine forests climb the slopes, and roads rise into valleys shaped by snow, rivers, and mining history.
Steamboat Springs is better known as a ski town than an industrial center, but even resort communities need construction materials and freight. We arrive at Target, reverse into the unloading area, and complete the job. $3,000 earned, 1,300 experience gained. The next contract is far stranger. Waste paper from Steamboat Springs to BNSF in Denver. $6,200. $6,000 for waste paper?
That's the declared cargo.
Adrian's involved?
Blackridge is paying. The trailer is sealed and marked as confidential commercial recycling.
Confidential rubbish?
The documents mention discarded prototype packaging and secure manufacturing records.
So they're paying to make sure nobody digs through it.
That's my interpretation. The paperwork clears.
Book it.
Already done. Alvarez out.
The sealed Target trailer follows us through the mountain roads toward Denver. By the time we enter the city, darkness has settled. Denver grew where the plains meet the Rocky Mountains and has become one of the most important transport, business, and distribution centers in the region. We pull into BNSF, deliver the trailer, and collect another premium payment. The following morning brings something much larger. A haul truck chassis needs moving from Denver to Newmont in Colorado Springs. $11,400. The cargo requires front and rear escorts. Loading consumes several hours before Cal and Boone finally take their positions.
Lead escort to Hank. Radio check.
Receiving clearly.
Rear escort receiving. That chassis is blocking most of my view, and possibly the sun.
You've complained about smaller loads.
I believe in consistency.
We've got a relatively short route, but the load is extremely heavy. Smooth acceleration and extra braking distance.
Understood.
How's the new sleeper?
Comfortable enough that I'm considering charging rent.
Better than the Superliner?
Different. The Superliner has character. This one has functioning insulation.
Convoy moving.
The chassis crawls out of Denver and heads south. The Anthem's power is tested properly for the first time, but the truck handles the enormous load without complaint. Colorado Springs appears ahead beneath the mountains. We enter Newmont's quarry yard and carefully position the chassis. Excellent delivery. $11,400 earned. 3,000 experience gained. Level 26 reached. The new skill point goes into fragile cargo, improving rewards for specialized freight. Adrian's next load appears almost immediately, moving containers from Colorado Springs to Sterling. The payment is small, but the sealed containers are part of a wider relocation program. We collect them at 3M and travel northeast. Sterling sits on Colorado's eastern plains, where agriculture replaces mountains and cattle yards spread across the surrounding land. We reach Dairy Farmers of America near 11 at night, passing pens filled with cattle before unloading the containers. After sleeping, another Blackridge container train takes us from Sterling to Pueblo. 3 trailers, 3 sealed moving containers, $1,500. The triple combination follows the Anthem back through Colorado, and we reach Home Depot early Friday afternoon. Nothing goes wrong. No seals are broken. No one explains what Blackridge is relocating. Then Mia sends us back toward Colorado Springs for a different load. Geomembrane rolls heading to Burlington for $6,400. Before collecting them, I noticed something beside the highway. A Mack dealership. The same Colorado Springs branch Wes mentioned in Washington. The Anthem could use a routine inspection, so we pull in. Inside the reception area, someone looks up from behind the service desk.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Front Range Mack. What can we help you with?
Routine inspection on a black Anthem. It's been working harder than I expected.
The 70-inch sleeper outside?
That's the one.
Beautiful truck. I'm Claire Bennett. I handle service bookings and customer coordination.
Hank Morrison.
Hank Haulage?
You've heard of us?
Wes Dalton mentioned someone from Montana who bought that exact truck and immediately started dragging oversized freight across the country.
That sounds unfairly accurate.
Give us an hour. I'll make sure the technicians check everything.
I appreciate it.
And try the coffee at your own risk.
I've survived truck stop coffee. I'm prepared. The Anthem receives a clean inspection. Before leaving, Claire writes the service number on a card and adds her direct number beneath it. For business, apparently. We collect the geomembrane rolls and head toward Burlington. But for the first time all spring, I'm thinking about something other than freight. The geomembrane rolls travel east from Colorado Springs beneath clear spring skies. These heavy synthetic sheets are used to line reservoirs, landfills, and industrial containment sites. They aren't glamorous, but they prevent chemicals and waste from leaking into the surrounding ground. We reach ADM in Burlington and complete the delivery. $6,400 earned. Another Colorado city explored. A special transport contract is waiting nearby. A giant blue silo needs moving from Burlington to Lamar. $10,000. Cal and Boone return while the loading crew secures the structure to a specialized trailer.
Lead escort ready.
Rear escort ready. The blue cylinder appears to be following us voluntarily.
That's a silo, Boone.
Route is clear. Keep it centered through the first junction.
Understood. We carry the silo south across Colorado's eastern plains. The journey is slower than the distance suggests, but by afternoon, Lamar appears ahead. The cargo is delivered without damage. $10,000 earned. 3,000 experience gained. Spring is almost over. Instead of accepting another contract immediately, I called the number Claire wrote on the service card.
Front Range Mack, Claire speaking.
Hello, Claire. It's Hank Morrison.
Has the Anthem already developed a problem?
No, it's running perfectly.
Then this is an unusual service call.
I'm back near Colorado Springs tonight. I wondered whether you'd like to get dinner.
Dinner?
Unless you only communicate through repair invoices.
I occasionally make exceptions. What did you have in mind?
There's a McDonald's near the dealership.
You're taking a woman who works around expensive trucks to McDonald's?
I've recently paid off 2 loans.
At least you're honest. 7 o'clock?
7 works.
I'll see you then, Hank.
We return to Colorado Springs and park the Anthem near the restaurant. Claire arrives shortly after 7. There are no freight manifests, no mystery containers, and no Adrian Cross listening from the other end of a telephone. Just 2 people sitting across from each other over burgers and fries.
So how does someone from Montana end up owning 5 Mack trucks?
Poor decisions made consistently.
That can't be the full story.
It started with 1 used truck and no real plan. Then came a trailer, a garage, a loan, and 3 people willing to trust me with their livelihoods.
Now 4.
Now 4.
Wes says the white Superliner is yours too.
It was my main truck. One of my drivers uses it now, but eventually I want to restore it properly.
That'll be expensive.
Everyone enjoys reminding me.
I'm sure you'll do it anyway.
Probably. What about you? How'd you end up at a Mack dealership?
My father repaired trucks. I grew up doing homework in service offices and learning engine codes before I learned algebra. I don't turn the wrenches, but I understand the business, the customers, and the machines. Do you enjoy it?
Do you enjoy it?
Most days. Truck drivers bring interesting stories through the door.
Any recently?
One man arrived in an oversized black Anthem, asked about coffee, then returned 2 days later and invited me to McDonald's.
Sounds memorable.
The truck was.
We talk for hours about Montana, Colorado, the company, and the strange life that comes with spending more nights in a truck than at home. By the time we leave, Colorado Springs feels less like another city on the map. Claire mentions there's a 3-bay truck depot for sale directly beside the dealership. $150,000. Central location, immediate access to Mack servicing, and a reason to return to Colorado more often. The company's next depot has a possible address. Before spring ends, I check in with the team. Pierre, Edouard, Michaela, and Ryan
are all completing increasingly valuable long-distance work, including several Black Ridge-approved contracts to Port Fourchon. Their experience is rising. The company account is rebuilding, and I decide to remain in Colorado Springs for a few more days. Spring began with $7,000 and no debt. It ends with Colorado opening in front of us, Adrian's network expanding, and someone new waiting whenever the Black Anthem returns to town. Summer is about to begin, and this time, I'm not rushing home. Summer begins in Colorado Springs. For the first time in years, I don't start a season at the Billings garage. The Black Anthem is parked near Front Range Mack. The Colorado roads are open ahead of us, and Claire has given me a reason not to rush north. The company hasn't slowed down while I've been away. Pierre, Edouard, Michaela, and Ryan are handling longer routes than ever before. Their sleeper upgrades mean they can remain on the road for several days, while Mia has started distributing selected Black Ridge contracts across the fleet. The drivers don't need to know Adrian's wider plans or the company finances.
You're leaving again already?
Only to Alamosa. Adrian Cross has something waiting.
The mysterious logistics man?
That's the polite description.
What are you carrying?
A frac tank.
Large steel tank, usually used for storing fluids at construction or energy sites.
You really did grow up around trucks.
I told you. I know enough to be useful and not enough to be blamed when an engine fails.
I should be back in Colorado Springs tonight.
Then call me when you're close.
I will.
Drive safely, Hank.
Mia sends the contract through moments later.
Hello, Hank. Adrian's frac tank is leaving Newmont in Colorado Springs and heading to Liebherr in Alamosa.
What's the payout?
$12,800.
That's a healthy price for one tank.
Black Ridge classifies it as urgent industrial equipment. The receiving facility is expecting it before the end of the day.
Book it.
The crew is also doing well. Pierre and Edouard are handling chemical freight toward Port Fourchon, while Michaela has taken a priority industrial load south.
And Ryan?
Improving. The superliner is still intact, and his route planning is getting better.
That's all I ask.
I'll monitor the fleet while you're in Colorado. Alvarez out.
The route toward Alamosa climbs through dramatic mountain country. Colorado contains some of the highest roads we've driven, with valleys sitting between peaks that remain visible for miles. The weather isn't particularly summery, but the landscape more than makes up for it. We reach Liebherr, reverse the frac tank into position, and complete the delivery. $12,800 earned, 520 experience gained. The next job takes us directly back toward Colorado Springs, a load from Meadow West to Siva for $4,300. We collect the trailer and head north again. By 6 that evening, the Black Anthem is back in Colorado Springs. The freight is delivered cleanly, adding another $4,300 and enough experience to reach level 27. The new skill point goes into just-in-time deliveries, improving the rewards for urgent freight.
Hello, Hank.
Hello, Claire. I'm back in Colorado Springs.
Truck still in one piece?
Perfectly.
And the driver?
Hungry.
There's a diner near the dealership that's slightly more ambitious than McDonald's.
That sounds expensive.
I'll let you look at the menu before committing.
Very generous.
I'll meet you there in 20 minutes.
I'll see you soon. Summer has barely begun, but Colorado Springs already feels different. It isn't just another delivery point anymore. It's becoming somewhere I keep coming back to. The next morning, Mia sends us north to Denver. A Black Ridge relocation contract is waiting at Target, carrying 2 sealed moving containers to Peterbilt in Montrose. The payout is only $1,800, but the experience attached to the job is far greater than the distance suggests.
Good morning, Mr. Morrison.
Hello, Adrian. What's inside the containers?
Commercial equipment from a facility undergoing relocation.
That answer is becoming familiar.
Because Black Ridge handles many relocations.
Mia says the fleet is taking more of your work now.
Your drivers have proven dependable. Several customers require long-distance chemical and industrial transport, and Hank Haulage has the qualifications to provide it.
They only receive what Mia approves.
Of course.
And these Colorado contracts?
Part of a larger regional project involving energy facilities, manufacturing sites, and public infrastructure suppliers.
Government work?
Some customers supply government agencies. Others compete for private contracts. Confidentiality protects both.
So we're not hauling secret weapons through Colorado?
Not unless Target has changed its inventory considerably.
You almost made a joke.
Let's not become distracted. Complete Montrose. Another relocation is waiting at the same facility.
Colorado's roads carry us through mountains, open valleys, and small settlements separated by long stretches of breathtaking scenery. Montrose sits on the western side of the state and serves as a gateway to surrounding mountain and agricultural regions. We enter Peterbilt, pull around the back, and unload both containers. $1,800 earned, $2,000 experience gained. Before we can leave, another pair of sealed containers is brought into the yard. This contract travels from Montrose back to Alamosa.
Hello, Hank. The second relocation is approved.
Same customer?
Same Blackridge reference, different receiving company.
The account's climbing quickly.
Most of that growth is coming from the fleet. The sleepers have increased the routes each driver can reasonably accept, and Adrian's priority rates are being added to their longer contracts.
We need the money if we're serious about another depot.
Exactly. Don't confuse being able to purchase a depot with being able to operate one.
I learned that lesson with the first garage.
Then keep saving. Alvarez out.
We collect the second set of moving containers and leave Montrose. The route back toward Alamosa takes us through more of Colorado's mountain interior. The Anthem moves steadily through the climbs, proving again why replacing the superliner was the correct decision. We arrive around 7 in the evening. The containers are accepted without questions. $1,200 earned. Only a small amount of experience this time. There's another Blackridge load leaving Alamosa for Denver the following morning. Waste paper, according to the manifest, carried in 2 long dry vans. But instead of collecting it immediately, I look at the map. Durango remains untouched. It's nowhere near the most efficient route, which is exactly why we decide to go. Hello, Claire. How busy are you for the next couple of days?
That depends. Why?
I'm heading toward Durango before my next Denver contract.
For freight?
For once, no. I thought you might want to come along.
You're inviting me to spend several days in a truck with you?
The sleeper has 2 seats and functioning air conditioning.
A persuasive offer.
I'm serious.
So am I. Pick me up tomorrow morning.
We return to Colorado Springs, and for the first time since Hank Haulage began, the passenger seat won't be empty. Claire joins me early Wednesday morning. She arrives with 1 small bag, a coffee in each hand, and considerably more confidence than someone taking her first multi-day truck journey should possess.
Which side is mine?
Passenger seat, upper bunk, and control of the radio, within reason. We travel southwest with no trailer behind us, crossing mountain roads toward Durango. Without cargo or a delivery window, the journey feels completely different. Durango developed through mining and the railway, and its historic steam trains still carry passengers into the surrounding mountains. The city sits among some of Colorado's most dramatic scenery, with forested slopes rising in every direction. We park, explore the town, and spend several hours away from the road. For once, I'm not checking a delivery timer. That afternoon, Mia finds freight leaving Durango for Denver. Dumpsters heading to Keeney plus Nagel for $3,000. Claire remains in the passenger seat as we connect the trailer and begin the drive north.
Hello, Hank. I've sent the Denver paperwork.
Received.
I also noticed you took a considerable detour before collecting it.
He was sightseeing.
Is that Claire? Hi, Claire.
Hello, Mia.
I've heard absolutely nothing about you.
That sounds pointed.
Not at all. The Denver contract is straightforward, and the fleet is operating normally. Pierre and Edouard are both returning from Gulf Coast work. Michaela is heading west, and Ryan has completed another profitable run without damaging the superliner.
Progress everywhere.
Enjoy Colorado. Alvarez out.
She likes me.
She's conducting an investigation. The journey carries us into the evening. By 9, we reach Denver and deliver the dumpsters. $3,000 earned, 400 experience gained. The following morning, Claire suggests Rangeley. There's no freight waiting there, no Black Ridge contract, no customer expecting us. So we go anyway. The road takes us through western Colorado, surrounded by wide valleys, cliffs, and high desert terrain. Rangeley developed around oil and energy production, but for us, it becomes somewhere to stop. We park the Anthem and take several days away from the company. No deadlines, no escorts, no sealed cargo, just quiet roads and long conversations inside the cab. By the time we leave Rangeley, Claire isn't simply the woman from the Mack dealership anymore. Somewhere between Colorado Springs, Durango, and several quiet days beside the road, this has become something real. And now she has an idea about where Hank Haulage should go next. Sunday morning carries us back toward Colorado Springs. Claire sits beside me. The Anthem rolls empty beneath clear skies, and summer is rapidly approaching its end. During the days we've been away, the drivers are doing exactly what the sleeper upgrades were meant to allow. Pierre, Edward, and Michaela are completing major interstate routes, including high-paying chemical work toward Port Fourchon. Ryan has settled into the superliner and is beginning to produce consistent results. Adrian's contracts are part of that income, but the company isn't relying on him alone. Hank Haulage now has enough experience and equipment to earn serious money through ordinary long-distance freight as well.
Hello, boss. Mia says you're still in Colorado.
I am. How's the road?
Heading back toward Billings. Long trip, good customer, and no mysterious dents.
How's the sleeper?
Excellent. Edward snores less now that he's several hundred miles away.
That isn't how separate trucks work.
The improvement remains noticeable.
Keep the paperwork clean and get home safely.
Are you opening a garage down there?
Nothing's been decided.
That means you found one.
Drive safely, Pierre.
You too, boss.
Claire points toward the industrial area as we enter Colorado Springs. Front Range Mack sits on one side of the road. Directly beside it is a 3-bay trucking depot with a large yard, office space, and enough room to establish a second Hank Haulage operation.
That's the place I mentioned.
The one beside the dealership?
3 truck bays, office upstairs, and immediate access to Mack servicing.
You've researched it.
I work next door. It's difficult not to notice a trucking depot for sale.
How much?
$150,000.
That's cheaper than I expected.
The building is only the beginning. You'd still need trucks, trailers, and drivers.
Mia said the same thing.
Then Mia sounds sensible.
She'll be delighted to hear that.
Colorado Springs is central enough to reach New Mexico, Kansas, Oklahoma, and Texas. It gives the company a southern base without putting you too far from Billings.
And it's next door to you.
That's obviously a terrible disadvantage.
Potentially devastating.
You don't have to decide today.
No, but we should take a look. 3 garage doors face the lot. Front Range Mack stands only a few hundred feet away. The building costs $150,000, leaving enough money to begin outfitting it, but purchasing it would commit Hank Haulage to Colorado before we've explored the states farther west and south. Claire heads into the dealership while I remain in the yard. Behind me stands the truck that changed our long-haul operation. Beside me is the woman who has changed Colorado from another completed state into somewhere personal. In front of me is a depot capable of turning Hank Haulage into a 2-state company. We have the money to buy it, we have the drivers to support it, and we have an entire country still waiting. Year 4 ends without an answer. Do we build our second home here in Colorado Springs, or keep the money untouched and chase something even larger on the West Coast? Or do both? Year 5. 4 years ago, Hank Haulage was an empty workshop in Billings and $1,500 in my pocket. Now I'm standing in Colorado Springs looking at something I've never had before. A choice. That building right there has 3 bays, an office, enough yard space to get trucks in and out without tearing half the fence down, and the Mack dealership is practically across the road. More importantly, it gives us a proper base in the middle of the country. Montana can cover the north. Colorado gives us a route south and east. I spent most of last summer wondering if $150,000 was too much money to risk on it. Turns out I've made my decision. We're buying it. $150,000 disappears in about 3 seconds. And just like that, Hank Haulage officially has 2 depots. Billings, Montana, Colorado Springs, Colorado. Now comes the slightly more expensive problem. A garage isn't much use without trucks. Across the road, Mack has 2 used Anthems sitting around. The first is almost identical to mine. 70-inch sleeper, 3-star condition, 834,000 miles, $20,000. That mileage would scare most people away. For 20 grand, I'm willing to be scared. Truck number 1, bought. The second is a red Anthem day cab, 4-star condition, 476,000 miles, $53,900. Better truck, worse sleeper, because it doesn't have one. So that's bought as well. And while we're here, I finally make another decision I've been putting off. Hank Haulage needs to actually look like Hank Haulage. The new sleeper gets the company paint and logo. The red day cab goes into the workshop, gets converted into a 70-inch sleeper, then gets the same treatment. By the time Mack finishes with both of them, they look almost identical, which is exactly what I want. The Anthems back in Billings are getting the company colors too. $15,000 per truck. Pierre's, Edouard's, Michaela's. Ryan's Superliner stays exactly as it is. That truck's different. One day, when we have the money and the time, that old Mack is getting the restoration it deserves. Until then, Ryan keeps it alive. My truck stays gloss black. Some things don't need fixing. 2 trucks in Colorado means I need 2 drivers, and thankfully, we've had a few applications come in. Hello, Steve? Hank Morrison, Hank Haulage.
Hello, Hank. Yeah, good to hear from you.
I've got your application here. Says you've done regional freight, some longer interstate work. Clean record. You still looking?
Absolutely. I've been wanting to get back into long haul properly.
Well, I've just opened a new depot in Colorado Springs. Truck sitting here ready. If you want the seat, it's yours.
Seriously?
Seriously. Be here Monday morning, and Mia Alvarez will get you through the paperwork and routes.
I'll be there. Thanks, Hank.
Welcome to Hank Haulage, Steve. Talk soon. 1 down, 1 to go. Hello, Jana?
Hello, this is Jana.
Hank Morrison. I'm calling about your application. You're still interested in Colorado Springs?
Very much.
Good, because I've got another Anthem sitting outside, and I'd rather see it earning money than collecting dust. Job's yours if you want it.
I do, definitely.
Perfect. Mia will get in touch with everything you need. Welcome aboard.
Thank you, Hank. I won't let you down.
That'll do me. See you soon. Steve and Jenna take the 2 company trucks. I relocate myself down here as well, which officially fills all 3 spaces in Colorado Springs. Billings still has an empty slot. We'll deal with that later. For now, I want to drive. I've spent enough money today.
Hello, boss.
Hello, Mia.
Congratulations. I've just finished updating everything. Colorado Springs is officially operational. Steve and Jana are in the system, and I'll work with both of them while they settle in.
Appreciate it. I want to start heading toward Nevada. Anything useful going west?
Not all the way yet. but I've got utility terrain vehicles from Colorado Springs to Durango. $2,300. Nothing glamorous, but it moves you in the right direction. And there's something considerably better waiting beyond that.
How considerably?
Adrian Cross considerably. Montrose to Lake Havasu City. $30,000.
There it is. Send me the first one.
Already done. Drive safe, Hank. Alvarez out.
So year 5 begins the way most years seem to begin around here. A new garage. 2 new drivers. A frightening amount of money spent. And another road we haven't seen yet. First up, Durango. Then Montrose. Then Arizona. And after that, Nevada. $2,300 isn't going to rebuild the bank account. But sometimes the best job isn't the one paying the most. It's the one going where you need to be. The utility vehicles are loaded. Colorado Springs disappears behind me, and a few hours later, we're rolling into Durango. I was here with Claire last summer. Back then, Colorado still felt like somewhere I was visiting. Now I own a depot here. Funny how quickly a place can change. The Ford shop takes the trailer, the paperwork gets signed, and our first delivery of year 5 is done. Nothing broken, nothing mysterious. Nobody asking me to sign 12 pages promising I never saw the cargo. A refreshing start. Mia's second job means driving north to Montrose without a load. Normally I hate empty miles. $30,000 waiting at the other end makes them considerably easier to tolerate. By the time I reach Montrose, the trailer's already prepared. Gypsum, sealed inside a long, dry van. Pickup from Siva. Delivery to Home Depot in Lake Havasu City, Arizona. 13 hours on the road. Adrian Cross. Of course it is.
Hello, Hank.
Adrian, I'm with your trailer.
Then Mia has done her job. This shipment is time-sensitive, but otherwise straightforward. Industrial-grade gypsum moving to a construction supply network in Arizona.
You know, when you explain what's inside these things, I get suspicious.
I'm learning. You ask questions when I'm vague. You ask different questions when I'm specific.
That sounds like a you problem.
Possibly. The paperwork is complete, the cargo is legal, and the customer is expecting delivery tomorrow. $30,000 upon completion.
That part I understood immediately.
I assumed you would. Safe travels, Hank.
Talk later, Adrian. And that's Cross. Still impossible to read. Still paying better than almost anyone else we work for. We've been doing business long enough now that I trust the paperwork. I'm not sure I trust the man. There's a difference. The road south starts eating up the afternoon. Colorado slowly gives way to red rock and desert. By evening, we're crossing Arizona with about 7 hours still ahead of us. I could push farther. I'm not going to. A tired driver doesn't make more money. He just makes more mistakes. Cayenta gives us somewhere to stop. Fuel first. Then I find a space, shut the Anthem down, and call it a night. 8:30 the next morning, we're moving again. Arizona stretches out ahead of us, the temperature climbs, and after another long run, Lake Havasu finally appears. Home Depot has a loading area around the back. I swing the trailer in, straighten it up, reverse into the bay, and shut the brakes on. Excellent delivery. $30,000, $4,000 experience, and level 28. I put the new point into eco-driving, 25% better fuel efficiency. Considering how much fuel this company burns every week, I should probably have learned that sooner. Now we're close. Kingman is just north of us, and there's a $12,000 load sitting there headed directly into Las Vegas. A scraper, heavy, double lowboy, no escort. Exactly the sort of job this Anthem was built for. I've never seen Las Vegas. I've never hauled a single load into Nevada. By tonight, both of those things are about to change. Kingman gives us our first proper heavy haul of the season. One scraper, one double lowboy, a lot of steel sitting behind me. It's 6 o'clock Tuesday evening when we leave, which puts us in Las Vegas somewhere around 9. Perfect timing. If you're going to see Vegas for the first time, I suppose you might as well arrive after dark. The sun disappears behind Arizona, the desert turns black, and then suddenly there's light everywhere. Las Vegas. I've spent years driving past tiny Montana towns where the brightest thing at night is the gas station sign. This is the complete opposite. Hotels stacked into the sky, signs everywhere, traffic everywhere. That giant wheel glowing over the city. I've seen photographs of this place my entire life. Never expected the thing that finally brought me here would be several tons of construction equipment. Hank Haulage has officially entered Nevada. The scraper gets delivered around 9:30. $12,000 and another 2,300 experience. And for once, I'm not leaving immediately. We're staying in Vegas tonight. I think I've earned at least enough time to find dinner and lose $20 somewhere stupid. Next morning, my first Nevada job is possibly the least impressive delivery Hank Haulage has ever accepted. $600, moving containers from one side of Las Vegas to the other. 5 minutes. That's barely trucking. Still, $600 pays for breakfast, fuel, and probably the $20 I definitely didn't lose last night. Containers dropped, job done. And now, we finally turn deeper into Nevada. The next morning, I drive south to Primm, where something considerably larger is waiting. A turnkey house construction. Basically, someone has decided the easiest way to move part of a building is to put it on a truck. $25,500 from Primm to Ely. Special transport. Which means two familiar faces are back. That's Cal and Boone, the same escort crew that's dragged me through some of the biggest loads we've ever moved. When they're joking, everything's fine. When Cal stops joking, that's when I start worrying. The house crawls north through Nevada for most of the day. It's wide enough that every narrow section becomes a puzzle, but nothing goes wrong. No barriers hit, no signs removed, no houses becoming slightly narrower halfway through the journey. By 7 that evening, we finally reach Ely. The trailer rolls into place. The house is delivered. $25,000 hits the account, and Hank Haulage is sitting at more than $430,000. Friday morning starts in Ely with utility poles. $6,600 to Elko. Nothing glamorous, just one more road, one more city, and one more piece of Nevada crossed off the map. By late morning, they're delivered. It takes a couple attempts to get the trailer into the space, mostly because whoever designed this yard apparently believed trucks turn like shopping carts. Eventually it fits. Job done. There isn't much useful freight going west from here. The best option is all the way back in Las Vegas, which means a long, empty run south before I can turn around and come north again. Not ideal. But the next load goes Las Vegas to Carson City, $3,600. Scaffolding. And more importantly, it takes us straight through another large section of Nevada. This is the sort of run I wanted when I came here. Open highway, desert on both sides. Nothing to do except drive and think.
Hello?
Cliff, you alive?
Depends who's asking. Hank Morrison?
Last time I checked.
Well, look at you calling people now that you're some big trucking tycoon. Where are you?
Nevada. Just passed through Tonopah.
Nevada? What happened to Montana?
Still there. I bought another garage in Colorado Springs.
You bought another garage? You might have led with that.
This is me telling you.
How many trucks now?
Enough that I've stopped counting every time one leaves the yard. 2 new drivers in Colorado, too. Steve and Jana.
That's a long way from borrowing trucks and pretending you knew what you were doing.
I never pretended. I very confidently had no idea what I was doing.
That sounds more accurate. You coming back north anytime soon?
Yeah, a few more Nevada stops, then I'm heading Billings. Haven't been home properly in months.
Give me a shout when you're back.
I will. Good hearing from you, Cliff.
You too, Hank. Keep it shiny side up.
Cliff was there before Hank Haulage had employees, before the Anthems, before Adrian Cross, before Colorado. Sometimes talking to someone from the beginning is a good reminder of just how ridiculous this has become. By evening, we roll into Carson City, Nevada's capital. Much smaller than Vegas, but that's part of what I'm learning about this state. Nevada isn't just casinos and neon. Most of it is mountains, desert, mining country, and enormous distances between towns. The scaffolding gets delivered, level 29. Another skill point goes into high-value cargo. Then Sunday morning, I take the Anthem north to Reno. No freight, just one final Nevada city before we start working our way home.
Hello, Hank. You made Reno?
Just pulled in.
Good timing. I've got glass leaving Reno for Pocatello. $18,300. Route takes you through Winnemucca, Elko, and Jackpot. Pretty much everything you wanted before heading back toward Montana.
That's almost suspiciously perfect.
I'm good at my job.
Send it.
Already sent. And Colorado's running normally. Steve and Jana are both out working. Nothing you need to turn around for.
That's what I wanted to hear.
Drive safe. Alvarez out.
Glass loaded. $519,000 in the bank. And finally, we point the truck toward home. Reno disappears behind us. Winnemucca passes by. Then Elko again. Then Jackpot. Nevada slowly changes from desert to mountain country before Idaho starts bringing the greenback.
Hello.
Hello.
You still exist.
Apparently, I'm in Idaho now.
That wasn't where you were the last time we spoke.
No, Nevada got bigger after I started driving through it.
Are you heading back to Colorado?
Billings first. I haven't checked the Montana depot properly in a long time. Then I'll come south.
You said that last time.
I know.
I'm holding you to it this time.
Deal.
Just call me when you actually know when you're coming back. Drive safe.
I will. Talk soon. Pocatello arrives around midday. The glass gets backed into a new housing development. $18,300 is added to the account, and I reach level 30. Fragile cargo gets another upgrade. Then Mia finds one final ordinary job north. Pocatello to Laurel, Montana. Hydrous ammonia. $4,000. Nothing secret, nothing oversized. Just freight taking me home. Night falls somewhere in Montana. Laurel takes the trailer. I turn toward Billings, and late Sunday night, the lights of our original garage finally appear. Autumn is over. We opened Colorado, added 2 drivers, rebuilt the company image, crossed Nevada for the first time, and somehow came home with more money than we started with. Now winter's moving in, and for the first time in a long time, I'm back where Hank Haulage began. Winter settles over Billings, and for the first time in months, I actually get a chance to stop and look at what everybody else has been doing. Because while I've been driving around Nevada, Hank Haulage hasn't exactly been sitting still. Pierre's been running between Billings and Port Fourchon, bringing in close to $50,000 across a couple of runs. Edouard's been down there too, with another long trip out toward Redding. Michaela's been hauling ethanol south and taking work through Jonesboro. Ryan's somehow managed to keep that old superliner running while doing his own Port Fourchon runs. Then there's Colorado. Steve's been out through Cheyenne and Missoula. Jana's been working Havre and Wyoming. They're not making the kind of money the experienced drivers are yet, but that's fine. They've barely started. They're learning the routes, learning the trucks, and most importantly, they're bringing them back in one piece. There is one thing I want to do while I'm here. Pierre's been with this company longer than any driver we have. He's earned the first brand new truck. So I order another Mack Anthem. 70-inch sleeper, company colors, logos, the same long-haul setup we've been standardizing across the fleet. $162,000. Brand new. No 500,000 miles. No mysterious stains. No wondering what the previous owner did with it. And when it arrives, I bring Pierre into the garage.
You wanted me, boss?
Yeah. See that new Anthem?
Hard to miss. Who's the lucky guy?
You.
Me?
You've been here since we barely had a fleet. You've taken every ridiculous long-haul job me has thrown at you. You've worked with Cross, and somehow you haven't destroyed anything important. Mostly. So the new truck's yours.
Hank, seriously?
Seriously. Your old Anthem's staying with the company. I've got someone coming in who can use it. And Pierre, there's something else I've been thinking about. Not now. Not an offer. But if we eventually open another depot out west, California maybe, would you ever be interested in helping me get it running? Recruiting drivers, getting routes established, being the experienced guy on the ground.
You're asking me to run a depot?
I'm asking if you'd ever consider it. Big difference.
Then, yeah, I'd consider it.
Good. For now, enjoy the truck. And please, don't put a dent in it before Monday.
No promises.
That leaves Pierre's old Anthem available, which is perfect because we've got another applicant. Alina. Fragile cargo experience, hazardous endorsements, and enough interstate work behind her that she shouldn't need too much hand-holding. Hello, Alina. Hank Morrison from Hank Haulage.
Hello, Hank. I've been hoping you'd call.
Well, I've got a truck available in Billings, and your application's sitting in front of me. You still want it?
Absolutely.
Good. Mia Alvarez will send you everything you need. You'll be working with some experienced drivers up here, so take your time, learn how we operate, and don't worry about trying to match their numbers immediately.
Understood. When do you need me?
As soon as you can get here. Welcome to Hank Haulage.
Thank you. I'll see you soon.
Alina gets Pierre's old truck. Then I spend another $73,000 on a triple wooden lowboy for Billings. Colorado needs equipment too. A refrigerated trailer costs another $140,000. Then a log trailer, another $47,000. The money we made in Nevada is disappearing almost as quickly as it arrived. But now every driver has something useful available.
Hank, I've got something unusual.
How unusual?
Government unusual. A federal infrastructure office contacted Colorado Springs directly after reviewing our recent special transport work. They're requesting you specifically.
Me specifically?
Your company has a very good record with oversized cargo, secure freight, and time-sensitive deliveries. They want a wind turbine blade moved from Pueblo, Colorado to Marysville, Kansas. $63,300.
$63,000?
And their own escort team. Their logistics coordinator is a woman named Victoria Hale. She'll contact you directly once I confirm acceptance.
Confirm it.
I thought you might say that. They need you in Pueblo tomorrow.
Then I'd better get moving.
I'll send everything through. And Hank, this is the sort of client you want remembering your name. Alvarez out.
Well, so much for staying home. I get the black Mack serviced, spend $200 getting everything checked, and before sunrise, I'm leaving snowy Billings with an empty trailer hook and a very different kind of contract waiting nearly 600 miles south. The run from Billings to Colorado Springs takes most of the day. No freight, no detours, just me, the Anthem, and enough snow beside the highway to remind me why winter contracts pay what they do. By evening, the Colorado garage appears ahead. Steve and Jana are both out working, so the yard's quieter than usual. Across the road, Front Range Mack is still open, which means there's one person I should probably see before disappearing again.
You actually came back.
I said I would.
Eventually.
That still counts.
Barely. How was Nevada?
Hot, empty, expensive, and Las Vegas has far too many lights.
Sounds terrible.
I survived.
And now? Because you don't normally turn up here looking this pleased unless you've bought another truck or found some ridiculous job.
Government contract.
Government?
Wind turbine blade. Pueblo to Kansas. $63,000.
That explains the face. How long are you staying?
Tonight. I need to be in Pueblo tomorrow.
Of course you do.
Claire.
I'm not angry. Not really. I just haven't seen you properly in weeks, and every time you get back, somebody waves a check at you and you disappear again.
I know. This one came in while I was in Billings. I didn't even know it existed until Mia called.
And I didn't know you'd accepted it until you walked over here. That's my point. Just tell me things, Hank. I can't know what you're doing unless you actually tell me.
Fair. Then I'm telling you now. Tomorrow, Pueblo. Then Kansas. And when I'm finished, I'm coming back here.
I'm going to remember you said that.
I figured you might. I spend the night at the depot, get some actual sleep, and early the next morning, point the truck south toward Pueblo.
Mr. Morrison?
Speaking.
Victoria Hale, Federal Infrastructure Logistics Coordination. Ms. Alvarez confirmed your acceptance yesterday.
She did. I'm on my way to Pueblo now.
Good. Your cargo is a turbine blade assigned to an infrastructure installation outside Marysville. The blade itself is replaceable. The project delay, if it arrives damaged, is considerably more expensive. You will enter through the secured gate at the Pueblo facility. Your registration has already been authorized. Once loaded, you'll follow our movement coordinator, Mason Briggs. He controls the convoy. If he tells you to stop, you stop. If he tells you a junction isn't clear, you wait.
Understood.
There is a mandatory overnight stop built into the route. Do not attempt to shorten the schedule.
Wasn't planning to.
Good. That's one of the reasons your company was selected. I'll speak with you after delivery.
All right. See you on the other side. Victoria Hale. Direct. Very direct. Adrian Cross can talk for 5 minutes and somehow tell me nothing. Victoria manages to make a wind turbine sound like I'm transporting the president. By 1 o'clock, I'm through the Pueblo security gate. The blade is waiting. And it is enormous. Longer than anything I've ever dragged behind this truck. The crew gets it positioned, straps checked, paperwork signed, and then another vehicle pulls in front of me. Pickup truck, oversized markings, no police lights. This is their own escort operation.
Hank Haulage, this is Briggs in the lead vehicle. Radio check.
Loud and clear.
Good. I'm controlling movement from the front. Second support vehicle will protect the rear where required. Do not swing wide until I call the intersection clear. That blade is going to cut corners you haven't reached yet.
Comforting thought.
It wasn't intended to be comforting. We have 14 hours of road and one scheduled overnight. You stay with me, we'll get it there clean.
Lead on, Briggs. And just like that, we're moving. Slowly. Very slowly. Colorado Springs disappears behind us. Then Denver. Then the open plains east of the mountains. The sun drops. Snow lines the highway. And for the first time, Hank Haulage is carrying an official federal contract toward a state we've never worked in before. Kansas. By 9:30 that evening, we've made it as far as the scheduled stop near Burlington. The blade takes up what feels like half the property. Mason parks ahead. The support crew settles in behind. Nobody argues with Victoria's schedule. I fuel the anthem, check the straps one more time, and shut everything down. 7:30 the next morning, we're rolling again. Kansas opens up ahead of us. Flat farmland, huge skies, grain country. It's easy to look at this place and think there's nothing here because you can see so far. But Kansas sits right in the middle of some of the biggest agricultural and manufacturing routes in the country. Wheat, cattle, aircraft, machinery, food production. For a trucking company, empty-looking land can mean very full trailers.
Morning. How's the blade?
Still attached. That feels like a success.
Victoria's office sent an update. You're on schedule.
Did they tell you that? Or are they secretly tracking me from space?
I didn't ask. Probably better that way. How's Kansas?
White fields, straight roads, and enough wind to explain why I've got a turbine blade behind me.
Good, because once you finish in Marysville, I've got work available if you want to stay in the state. Cross has contracts moving through Kansas, too.
Adrian knows I'm here already?
I told him we had a truck entering Kansas after he asked whether we were expanding east. He doesn't know anything about the government cargo. I didn't tell him.
Good. Keep those two clients separate unless they need to know something.
Exactly what I was planning. Finish this one first. Alvarez out.
That's important. Mia knows what I tell her. Cross knows what we tell him. Victoria knows what her contract requires. Nobody gets the whole company story unless there's a reason. That's how I want it. By 2 Wednesday afternoon, Marysville finally appears. Mason guides us off the road, through the final turns and into the delivery site. The blade is delivered without a scratch. 5,000 experience, $63,300. And our first government transport contract is complete. And before I've even left Marysville, Mia sends another offer. Not government this time. Adrian Cross. $9,200 to Dodge City, Flower, Tyson to Target. Perfectly ordinary freight. Which, coming from Adrian, almost makes it suspicious. 2 dry vans get loaded and we head south. By nightfall, Dodge City comes into view. This place built its name on cattle, railroads, and the old western frontier. Now I'm arriving with Flower in a Mack anthem. Not quite as dramatic. Still pays better than a horse. The trailer gets delivered. Next morning, we take chemical granules from Dodge City to Garden City. $1,200. Short hop. Fog everywhere. No phone calls, no mystery. Just drive. Garden City done. Then back to Dodge City for almond boxes heading to Wichita. $3,500. By midday, Wichita is complete too. Level 31. Another point into just-in-time deliveries. Kansas is filling in quickly, and for the first time since we crossed the border, I'm starting to realize something. Hank Haulage isn't visiting these states anymore. We're operating in them. Wichita gives us one last job before I head back west. Air conditioning units to Salina, $2,100. Not far, not complicated. Exactly what I need after dragging a turbine blade halfway across the plains. We get loaded, run north, drop the units, and call Kansas finished for now. There's still plenty we haven't seen. Colby, Junction City, Topeka, Pittsburgh, Phillipsburg. Kansas can wait until spring. Right now, I've been promising someone in Colorado that I'm coming home. So I set the GPS for Colorado Springs, and for once, ignore every job offer that pops up on the way. By the time I pull into the depot, it's dark. Claire's waiting across the lot.
You came back. I'm genuinely impressed.
That hurts.
How was the government job?
Huge. Slow. $63,000. And the woman running it could probably organize an invasion before breakfast.
Sounds terrifying.
Victoria Hale. Very professional. Very serious. Apparently, we're on their approved carrier list now.
That's good, isn't it?
Very. Between them, Cross, and the normal freight, we're getting work I couldn't have imagined a couple years ago.
Just remember the company isn't the only thing waiting for you when you come back here.
I know. I'm getting better.
You came back when you said you would. That counts.
The next morning, I walk outside and realize the biggest problem with Colorado Springs isn't freight. It's space. 3 bays made sense when we bought the place. Now they don't. So I spend $75,000 and have the garage expanded from 3 bays to 5. Construction takes a couple of weeks. Walls move. More workshop space goes in. 2 more truck slots appear. And while that's happening, I watch the company numbers. Pierre is still hammering long routes through Burlington and Port Fourchon. Edouard has been working Billings, Reading, and the Gulf. Michaela's reached New Orleans and Jonesboro. Ryan and the Superliner are somehow still making money all the way down to Port Fourchon. Steve has been through Missoula and Port Angeles. Jana's been running Havre, Eureka, and back into Colorado. Alina's taking shorter Billings and Great Falls work while she learns the company. Exactly what I wanted. Nobody needs to be a hero in their first month. The garage finishes. 5 bays. And naturally, empty bays begin bothering me almost immediately. So I cross the road to Mack.
Uh-oh.
I haven't said anything.
You have the truck buying face.
There's a truck buying face?
You walk in slowly, stare at the anthems, and pretend you're only looking. How many?
2.
Hank.
I just expanded the garage. What am I supposed to put in the new bays? Chairs?
You could leave money in the bank for more than 6 minutes.
Where's the fun in that? 2 brand new Anthem day cabs. $120,000 each before I start messing with them. Then $66,000 each to turn them into proper Hank Haulage trucks. 70-inch sleepers, company colors, company logos, long-distance setups. By the time Mack is finished, both trucks match the rest of the Colorado fleet, and my bank account looks like it's been mugged. We've got around $30,000 left, but now I need drivers. We had enough applicants already waiting that Mia and I can narrow the list down without another round of long interviews. Jacob gets the first seat. Solid general freight experience, clean record, willing to relocate to Colorado Springs. Emma gets the second. Good long-distance potential and enough training behind her to grow into the role. Mia handles the paperwork and onboarding.
Both contracts are signed. Jacob starts Monday, Emma starts Tuesday. That puts Colorado Springs at 5 out of 5.
And Billings?
5 out of 5 there too. Including you, that's 10 trucks attached across the 2 depots and 9 employed drivers.
That sounds a lot bigger when you say it like that.
It is bigger. Also, you have $30,000 left. So before you ask, no, I don't recommend buying anything else today.
I wasn't going to.
You were looking at trailers.
Maybe.
Go back to work, Hank. I've got something for you when you're ready. Denver to Colby, Kansas. Forwarder. $16,900. Good way to start spring.
Send it over.
Already done. Alvarez out.
Winter started with us coming home to Billings. It ends with 2 full depots. Pierre has a brand new Mack. Alina's joined the Montana crew. Colorado Springs has been expanded to 5 days. Jacob and Emma are in. Every Anthem we can paint now carries Hank Haulage colors. And after spending hundreds of thousands of dollars building all of it, we have 30 grand left. Apparently, I've learned nothing. Spring is here. Kansas still has unfinished business. And tomorrow morning, we're going back.
Spring finally reaches Colorado, and after spending most of winter turning 2 depots into one very expensive money-eating machine, it feels good to get back behind the wheel. Everything we spent money on can earn it back. At least, that's the theory. Mia's first job takes us north to Denver, where a forwarder is waiting at the BNSF yard. $16,900 to Colby, Kansas. Good money, better direction. We still have plenty of Kansas left to explore, so I collect the machine, secure it to the trailer, and turn east. Colorado's winter snow is finally retreating. The roads are dry, the sun is out, and after months of white fields and frozen truck stops, it actually feels like the year is moving again. Colby sits just across the state line in northwestern Kansas. It's surrounded by exactly what you'd expect out here: farmland, grain, open country, and roads that seem to disappear into the horizon. The forwarder arrives at Hitachi without any trouble. Almost $17,000 back into the account. That'll do. The next job carries us deeper into Kansas, Colby to Junction City. Used packaging,
$8,300. And this one comes through Adrian Cross. No escort, no security team, no 60-page government briefing, just a black tarped trailer and paperwork that describes the cargo as used packaging, which might actually mean used packaging. With Adrian, I've learned not to waste too much time guessing. If the documents are legal, the weight matches, and Mia's happy with the contract, we move it. The road east gives me another chance to actually look at Kansas instead of crawling through it behind a turbine blade. This state produces an enormous amount of wheat, cattle, and agricultural products, but that's only part of it. There's aviation around Wichita, manufacturing, rail freight, food processing and distribution centers spread right across the state. From a trucking point of view, Kansas is almost perfectly placed. Colorado west, Missouri east, Oklahoma south, Nebraska north. That matters, especially when you're trying to build a company that can eventually reach the entire country. We arrive in Junction City and take the trailer into the waste facility. Used packaging delivered. Excellent job. More money, more experience, and we're already moving further into level 33. And while I'm here, another contract appears nearby. Ventilation shafts, large industrial sections moving out from an airfield facility toward Hutchinson. It's not the prettiest cargo I've ever carried, but it's exactly the sort of freight I want Hank Haulage known for. Construction equipment, industrial freight, hazardous cargo, agricultural loads, special transport. If somebody has something legal that fits behind a truck, I want us capable of moving it. The shafts are secured, and we head southwest. A couple of hours later, Hutchinson comes into view. This city's surrounded by agricultural country, but it's also known for something underneath it: salt. Huge underground salt deposits have been mined around Hutchinson for generations, with some of the old caverns even being used for storage. Not something I expected to learn while dragging ventilation shafts through Kansas. We pull into Georgia Pacific, find the delivery point, and get everything unloaded. Another Kansas City done, another job paid. And behind the scenes, the rest of Hank Haulage is doing exactly what I built it to do. Pierre, Edouard, Michaela, and Ryan are running their own routes out of Billings. Alina is finding her feet. Steve, Jana, Jacob, and Emma are working Colorado. I don't know what every driver is doing every hour of every day. That's Mia's job to coordinate. If there's something I need to know, she tells me. Otherwise, I have to trust the people I hired.
From Hutchinson, I run empty toward Dodge City. There's scaffolding waiting there for a $3,800 delivery to Topeka. Not a huge contract, but Topeka is still untouched, and that's more important to me right now than squeezing every possible dollar out of each mile. The scaffolding gets loaded at Tyra, and by the time we're heading east, spring is well underway. Kansas is starting to look completely different from the place we crossed in winter. Fields are waking up, the roads are clear, and for once, I'm not staring through fog or snow trying to figure out where the highway went. By evening, we reach Topeka, Kansas's state capital. It grew around the Kansas River and became an important rail center, and you can still see how naturally freight moves through this part of the state. We take the scaffolding into Smithfield, get it parked around the back, and shut down for the night. The following afternoon, things get considerably heavier. An articulated hauler, Topeka to Pittsburgh, $14,000. Special transport. And unlike the government turbine job, this one brings back the escort crew I already know.
Hank Haulage, Cal Mercer up front. Radio check.
I've got you, Cal. I was starting to think you'd retired.
I was considering it. Then somebody told me you were still driving oversized freight, so apparently my suffering isn't finished.
Rear escort here. Good to see the black Mack again, Hank.
Good to hear you, Boone. How bad is this one?
Nothing you haven't done before. Heavy machine, wide turns, a few intersections I want you slow through. Follow my lead and don't get creative.
You say that every time.
And yet I continue needing to say it.
He has a point.
All right, let's get it moving. The articulated hauler is a big lump of machinery, but compared with that turbine blade, it almost feels manageable. Almost.
We ease out of Topeka, take our time through the junctions, and settle onto the highway. Cal clears the route ahead. Boone watches the rear. And a few hours later, Pittsburgh is waiting. This isn't Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. This is Pittsburgh, Kansas, without the H. The city grew through coal mining and industry in southeastern Kansas, close to the Missouri border. For us, it's another new point on the map. Cal brings us through the final turn. Boone confirms the trailer is clear. I roll into the delivery yard, park the hauler, and set the brake. 2,800 experience, $14,000, level 34. And another skill point goes into fragile cargo. From Pittsburgh, I pick up a load of stone from a quarry heading back toward Hutchinson. Nothing special about it. No phone call, no mysterious client. Just a trailer full of rock and a long road west. By the time Hutchinson appears again, it's dark. We take the load into Bitchell, unload, and park for the night. Thursday morning starts with another empty drive, this time toward Garden City. There's a farming windrower waiting on a lowboy heading northeast to Phillipsburg. $4,300. Kansas is farming country, so hauling agricultural machinery through here feels about as natural as freight gets. The windrower is loaded around midday. I secure it, get back on the highway, and keep moving. Phillipsburg is another smaller Kansas town surrounded by agricultural land. Exactly the kind of place most people would probably never visit unless they had a reason. Trucking gives you reasons. That's one of the things I've always liked about it. You don't just see the famous places, you see the places between them. The windrower gets delivered. Phillipsburg is done. And looking over the map, I realize we finally connected almost everything we wanted in Kansas. There's one very convenient job waiting here too. $9,000. Phillipsburg back to Denver. Huge packaging. Adrian Cross. Of course. Fine by me. Colorado is calling anyway. 3 o'clock in the afternoon, we leave Phillipsburg with Cross's sealed trailer behind us and point the anthem west. Kansas has taken longer than I expected. Not because any one job was particularly difficult, because once you start exploring properly, you realize how much there is between the big cities. Colby, Marysville, Dodge City, Garden City, Wichita, Salina, Junction City, Hutchinson, Topeka, Pittsburgh, Phillipsburg. A state that looked almost empty from a distance has kept Hank Haulage busy for weeks. And now, we're finally heading home. Or at least, toward home. Night falls before Denver. The sealed Cross trailer gets delivered around 10. $9,000 added. Company balance sitting around $350,000. And after weeks away, I decide I'm done. Tomorrow morning, I'm driving straight back to Colorado Springs. No freight, no detours. I'm going home. At least, that's the plan.
Hank, before you head south, I need 30 seconds.
That sentence has ruined a lot of plans. What have you got?
Victoria Hale's office contacted us. Urgent transport request. Crawler carrier. Colorado Springs to San Diego. $47,000.
California?
California. Pickup is Newmont in Colorado Springs. Delivery to Kiewit in San Diego. 21 hours driving before required rest. They want the truck available today.
I was literally about to head home.
You can say no. They asked for Hank Haulage. They did not demand Hank Morrison personally.
No. If Victoria's calling us back this quickly, I want to take it.
Then I'll confirm. She'll contact you with the contract details. Alvarez out.
$47,000. Our second federal contract. And our first freight into California. There was never really a chance I was turning that down.
Good afternoon, Mr. Morrison. Victoria Hale. I understand you've accepted our California movement.
I have.
Excellent. This one is less unusual in shape than the turbine blade, but considerably longer in distance. crawler carrier from Newmont's Colorado Springs facility to a construction project in San Diego. All permits are approved. The cargo must arrive intact and within the delivery window. There is no dedicated convoy escort required.
So I'm on my own this time?
Quite. Though I would strongly recommend you refrain from interpreting that as permission to improvise.
I'm beginning to think you don't trust me.
On the contrary, if I didn't trust you, Mr. Morrison, we wouldn't have called.
Fair enough.
Very good. Safe journey.
British accent, perfect manners. And somehow, Victoria Hale can make safe journey sound like an instruction. Before I leave Colorado Springs behind, I make the call I should make.
Hello?
Hey.
You're back?
Sort of.
Hank, what does sort of mean?
I got as far as Colorado Springs. Then Mia called. Government job came in.
And you took it?
Yeah. Colorado Springs to San Diego. They need it moving today.
You told me you were coming back.
I know. And when I said it, that was the plan. I didn't know this job existed.
I know you didn't. I'm not accusing you of lying. I'm saying there's always another job.
This one gets us into California for the first time. It's $47,000, and Victoria's office came back to us specifically after Kansas. That could turn into serious long-term work.
I understand why you took it. That doesn't mean I have to like it.
Fair.
How long?
Couple of days driving. I'll have to stop overnight. Then I honestly don't know. If there's work in California, I might stay out there for a bit.
Thank you.
For what?
For actually telling me. That's all I was asking for.
I'm learning. Slowly.
Drive safe.
I shut the anthem down and get some sleep. 9 the next morning, we're back on the highway. Southern Arizona gets hotter with every mile. The landscape flattens out. Cactus, desert, long open stretches of road. Eventually, Yuma appears. And beyond Yuma is something I've been thinking about for years. The California state line.
How far out?
Just coming through Yuma. California is basically in front of me.
Then congratulations. Assuming you don't turn around in the next 5 minutes, Hank Haulage is about to enter another state.
How's everything back home?
Stable. Billings is operating normally. Colorado is operating normally. Nobody has called me with anything on fire. I consider that a successful morning.
And the account?
Drivers are earning. You don't need to worry about it while you're moving this load. Finish the contract, then we can look at California opportunities.
That's what I wanted to hear.
Enjoy the border. Alvarez out.
There it is. California. For 5 years, I've worked my way across states one road at a time. Montana was home. Idaho and Washington were the first real expansion. Then Oregon, Wyoming, Utah, Arizona, Nebraska, Iowa, Illinois, Colorado, Nevada, and Kansas. Now we've reached the West Coast. California isn't just another state either. It's one of the largest economies in the world. Agriculture through the Central Valley, ports in Los Angeles, Long Beach, and Oakland. Technology, manufacturing, construction, food production. Millions of people. For a freight company, there's work everywhere. The question isn't whether Hank Haulage can find jobs here. It's whether we're ready for what happens if we do. The highway carries us west. Desert slowly gives way to heavier traffic. More buildings, more lanes. And finally, San Diego begins appearing around us. It's 6 in the evening when I pull off the highway. First California City. First California delivery. I follow the GPS through the industrial area, reach Kiewit, and find the unloading point. The crawler carrier gets backed into position. Parking brake set. Engine off. Excellent job. $47,000, 17,800 experience. And somehow, that one delivery takes me from level 34 all the way to level 37. 3 new skill points. Just-in-time delivery completed. Eco driving completed. And that's it. Every qualification available to me is now maxed out. 5 years ago, I was borrowing trucks because I couldn't afford one. Now I'm standing in San Diego with every certification I can earn. 2 depots, 9 drivers, and federal contracts calling the company directly. Spring ends here, on the other side of the country from where Hank Haulage started. And for the first time, we're waking up tomorrow in California. Summer begins in San Diego. 5 years ago, I'd never driven farther west than Montana in my own truck. Now I've got the Pacific Ocean sitting a few miles away, a federal delivery behind me, and an entire state in front of us that Hank Haulage has never properly explored. Before I go anywhere, though, there's company business to deal with. I spend about a week here while Mia keeps Colorado and Billings moving, and looking through the equipment list, there's one obvious problem. Steve, Jana, and Emma don't all have dedicated trailers available in Colorado yet. We've built Hank Haulage around being able to take almost anything that comes our way, so I want that depot properly equipped. First purchase? Livestock trailer. $78,000. Cattle, pigs, whatever agricultural work starts appearing, we can handle it. Next is a Rocky Mountain double aluminum flatbed, another $70,000. Machinery, construction materials, steel, anything that needs an open deck. Then a grain hopper, $61,000. Wheat, barley, corn, whatever comes out of the agricultural states we're moving into. That's more than $200,000 spent before I've even started driving again. But now Colorado Springs has equipment for almost every type of freight we're qualified to carry. That's what I want Hank Haulage becoming. Not a company that specializes in one thing. A company that gets called when somebody needs something moved and they want one answer. Yes.
Enjoying California?
I've spent most of the week buying trailers from a hotel room, so not exactly.
Good news then. I've got something considerably less expensive for you. San Diego to Los Angeles. Scissor lift. $2,800.
Los Angeles?
Los Angeles. Normal commercial freight. Nothing from Cross, nothing from Victoria. Just a scissor lift that needs moving north.
Send it. I've wanted to see LA my whole life.
Then try watching the road while you're doing it. Colorado and Billings are both running normally. I'll call if that changes. Alvarez out.
The scissor lift is sitting on a flatbed when I arrive. Nothing complicated. We secure it, pull out of San Diego, and point the black Mack north. And this is California. Sunshine, palm trees, traffic, a coastline that seems to run forever. The Pacific sitting off to my left. For the first time in Hank Haulage history, we're running freight up the West Coast. There's something different about being here. Maybe it's because California always felt so far away. Los Angeles was one of those places I knew from movies, television, photographs. Not somewhere I ever expected to arrive in a truck with my own company name attached to it. Then the skyline starts appearing ahead. Los Angeles. Nearly 4 million people in the city itself, millions more spread across the wider region, and one of the biggest freight hubs anywhere in America. Ports, warehouses, construction, manufacturing, retail, food, imports, exports. If Hank Haulage ever wants a serious West Coast operation, this is exactly the kind of place we'd need to be. The freeway carries us deeper into the city. More lanes, more traffic, more buildings. And eventually, we reach Keeney and Nagel. I back the scissor lift into position, drop the trailer, and that's our first California job after San Diego complete. $2,800 isn't life-changing money, but looking around here, I'm thinking about something considerably larger than one job. There's a depot for sale. 3 bays, $180,000. Right here in Los Angeles, and I'm not buying it, not today. But look at where it sits. Los Angeles and Long Beach together handle an enormous amount of container traffic coming into the United States from across the Pacific. Put Hank Haulage here, And suddenly we've got Montana covering the north, Colorado in the middle, and California covering the entire western coast. Then eventually we could push east. Maybe Louisiana, maybe somewhere around New Orleans. Then south into Texas. 5 depots spread around the country instead of everything relying on Billings. That starts looking like a real network. But first I need to actually see California. And I'm standing in Los Angeles with nowhere I need to be tonight. So for once, I'm not taking another job. I'm going sightseeing.
If you're a truck driver visiting Los Angeles, there's one place you're probably going to want to see, the Port of Long Beach. So I head south through the city, and eventually the cranes start appearing. Then the containers, thousands of them, stacked everywhere. Ships unloading freight from across the Pacific, trucks constantly moving in and out, rail connections carrying cargo inland. This place is basically an entire city built around moving stuff, which, for someone who owns a trucking company, is slightly more interesting than looking at celebrity houses. I park up for a while and just watch it. Containers arrive here from countries Hank Haulage has never even been close to. Then somebody has to move them. California alone could probably keep a fleet our size busy indefinitely. And that LA garage keeps creeping back into my head. Not yet, but maybe. From Long Beach, I make one more stop, Santa Monica. I find somewhere to park the Anthem and walk down toward the beach. Pacific Ocean, properly, not through the windshield, not in the distance. Right there. 5 years from an empty workshop in Billings to standing beside the Pacific because the company I started got me here. That one's gonna take a minute to sink in. I actually get a hotel that night. A proper bed, shower, no engine humming 3 feet behind my head. Luxury. Next morning, Mia gets me moving again.
Finished pretending you're on holiday?
I took 1 day off.
I know. I documented the historic event. Ready to work?
Unfortunately.
Los Angeles to Indio. Empty pallets. $2,200. Walmart to Robert Mondavi.
That'll do.
It takes you east, but there's plenty of freight around Southern California once you're finished.
Send it through.
Done. Alvarez out.
The pallets get loaded, and LA disappears behind us. We head inland, past enormous wind farms and out toward the desert. California is strange like that. A few hours ago, I was standing beside the Pacific. Now, I'm surrounded by dry mountains, turbines, and heat. Indio sits in the Coachella Valley, an area known for agriculture, dates, resorts, and temperatures that make Montana winters feel like another planet. The pallets get dropped at the winery. Easy job. Then I find something from San Diego heading north to Oxnard. Excavated soil, $4,400. So we run back south, collect it, and turn north again. This isn't the most efficient route I've ever planned, but efficiency isn't the only goal this summer. I want roads, cities. I want Hank Haulage to understand California before I start throwing $180,000 at another building. By 9 that evening, we reach Oxnard. Oxnard sits along the coast west of Los Angeles and has a strong agricultural and industrial economy, with the port of Hueneme nearby handling vehicles, produce, and other cargo. For us tonight, it's where several tons of excavated soil stop being my problem. Trailer tipped. Job complete. I should probably sleep. Instead, I find another load. Mobile stacker. Oxnard to Barstow. $5,800. About 4 hours. It's late, but I'm awake, the roads are quieter, and Barstow puts us in a useful position for tomorrow. So we load it.
Hello?
Hey, you still awake?
It's not 1 in the morning here, Hank. Where are you?
Somewhere between Oxnard and Barstow.
I understood one of those words. How's California?
Different. I saw Long Beach, Santa Monica, Los Angeles. There's a garage for sale in LA.
Of course there is.
I didn't buy it.
That you have to clarify, that worries me.
$180,000, 3 bays, good access to the ports.
You've memorized the price.
I'm only looking.
Hank, when you say only looking, Mack usually delivers something 3 days later.
Fair. How are you?
Busy. Normal week. And I miss you.
I miss you too.
Then come back eventually.
I will. I've still got a lot of California to see, but I will.
Good. And get some sleep sometime this century.
That's the plan after Barstow.
Drive safe.
Good night, Claire. 1 a.m, Barstow finally appears. The mobile stacker gets backed into position. $5,800. Job complete. And somehow, despite spending more than $200,000 on trailers at the beginning of summer, the drivers have been earning enough while I've been away that Hank Haulage is sitting around $535,000. That's the part people don't see. 9 drivers running freight while I'm asleep. 2 depots generating income. Wednesday morning starts in Barstow. And after getting in at 1 a.m, I'm not exactly overflowing with enthusiasm. Coffee fixes most of that. The next job helps with the rest. Barstow to Bakersfield, $6,100. Hazardous material moving from UOP to BNSF in a pair of Honeywell dry vans. We hook everything up and get back onto the road. Barstow is one of those towns built around movement. Historic Route 66 runs through here, and the city has long been important for rail and highway traffic crossing the Mojave Desert. It makes sense that nearly everything I see is either a truck, a train, or somewhere feeding one of the two. From here, we turn west. Open desert slowly starts changing as we approach Bakersfield. Bakersfield sits near the southern end of California's Central Valley, one of the most productive agricultural regions anywhere in the world. Oil has also played a huge role in this part of California. Agriculture and energy, 2 industries that move an enormous amount of freight. The Honeywell trailers get dropped. Another city done, another job complete. And I level up again. Now the only thing left to improve is the company. There's still one Southern California city I don't want to leave behind, Blythe. It's all the way back toward Arizona, which means we're about to undo several hours of progress again. But if I keep saying, I'll get it later, eventually later turns into another year. So I drive back toward Oxnard, where there's tableware waiting for Blythe. We get loaded and head east. Again. The further we go, the more I realize California is going to take longer than one summer. This place is enormous. San Diego, Los Angeles, Oxnard, Barstow, Bakersfield, Indio, Blythe. And we haven't even touched most of Northern California yet. San Francisco, Oakland, Sacramento, Redding, Eureka, Fresno, Stockton. There's still an entire state above us. So I'm changing the plan. We'll make as much progress as we can this year. Then, if California needs part of year 6, it gets part of year 6. I'd rather actually see these places than race through them just to say we did. Night settles over the desert before Blythe. By 10 o'clock, we're pulling into the delivery yard. Tableware delivered. Another city checked off. Next morning, we find a $6,000 job that sends us somewhere we've already been to pick up somewhere we haven't. Los Angeles to El Centro. Mortar. It means another run back to LA. A few hours west. Pick up. Turn around. Then head almost straight back east and south. Anybody watching the GPS would think I've lost my mind. Maybe I have. But California in summer is hard to complain about. Sunshine, dry roads, palm trees, mountains, traffic that occasionally makes me question every decision I've ever made. El Centro sits in California's Imperial Valley, right near the Mexican border. Agriculture is enormous down here because irrigation turned what would otherwise be desert into highly productive farmland. That means produce, grain, fertilizer, machinery, refrigerated freight. Exactly the kind of region Hank Haulage could work in. By the time we arrive, I've almost completed a giant loop around Southern California. The mortar gets backed into place. $6,000. Job complete. and for a moment, I just sit there looking at the map. We've covered a huge amount of ground this summer, but north of Los Angeles, California keeps going. And then Mia sends something through. One job. El Centro to San Francisco. $23,000. Barley. 2 bulk containers. Cargill to Evergreen. That's not just another delivery. That's the road north. And I think I know exactly how year 5 is going to end. Right now, California keeps rolling past the windows. The Central Valley stretches north. Some of the most productive farmland in America sits through here, all of it needing trucks. And somewhere ahead is San Francisco. We won't finish California this year, not even close. But that's okay, because year 5 was never really about finishing everything. It was about proving Hank Haulage could operate anywhere. 9 drivers earning money while I'm thousands of miles away. And somehow, after buying trucks, expanding garages, and spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on equipment, there's still well over $500,000 moving through the company account. For once, we aren't ending a year wondering how we're going to pay for the next one. We're ending it wondering what we should build next. I don't know yet, and neither does anybody else. All I know is there's a black Mack heading north through California with $23,000 of barley behind it, and an entire country still waiting ahead. Year 6, and somehow this one begins in San Francisco. 5 years ago, getting from Billings to Great Falls felt like a serious day's work. Now I'm coming off the highway with 2 containers of barley behind me, heading through the streets of San Francisco toward the docks. California has been good to Hank Haulage. Very good. San Diego, Los Angeles, Bakersfield, Barstow, the deserts down south, the Pacific coast, and now San Francisco. The city itself is something else. Hills everywhere, water on nearly every side, one of the biggest natural harbors on the West Coast, and freight moving through this entire region constantly. We weave through the streets, finally reach the docks, get the barley backed into position, and that brings year 5 officially to an end. $23,000, 6,000 experience, level 40. Not a bad way to start another year, but I've got something much bigger on my mind. That garage in Los Angeles. I've spent weeks thinking about it. 3 bays, right in one of the biggest freight markets in America, surrounded by ports, warehouses, and millions of customers. And I think I'm done thinking. We're buying it. Hello, Pierre.
Morning, boss.
Remember that conversation we had about California?
The one where you asked if I'd ever consider helping run a depot?
That one. I bought the depot, Los Angeles, and I want you running it.
You're serious?
Completely. I need somebody down there who already understands how we work. Somebody who can train drivers without calling Mia every 20 minutes. You've earned it.
Hank. Yeah, absolutely. When do you need me?
As soon as you can get down there. I'm upgrading it from 3 bays to 5 immediately. I want you involved in recruiting the other 4 drivers. Your crew. You build it.
That sounds terrifying.
Good. Means you're taking it seriously.
I'm in.
Perfect. Call me when you get there. 3 bays becomes 5. Pierre arrives and immediately starts recruiting. I leave that part to him. That's the whole reason I promoted him. His first 4 drivers are Martin, Enzo, Marcel, and another Martin. Apparently Los Angeles has a surplus of Martins. Fine by me. 5 drivers including Pierre. Depot full. Back in Billings, Pierre's departure leaves an open seat, so Mark comes in to fill it. Then the expensive part begins. The new LA drivers need trucks. Rather than give every new employee a brand new Mack immediately, I start moving some of our older anthems west. Michaela's old truck, Alina's, Edward's, Steve's from Colorado. All those second-hand anthems we've squeezed hundreds of thousands of miles out of
get reassigned to Pierre's new crew. They're still good trucks, but our experienced drivers have earned upgrades. Ryan's been looking after my old Superliner, so I move him out of it too. Mark gets the Superliner for now. That gives Ryan the chance to finally move into something modern, while the old Mack stays part of the company. I'm still not ready to restore it. One day. Now comes the bit that hurts. Brand new anthems. 70-inch sleepers. Company colors. Hank Haulage logos. $162,000 each. Edward gets one. Michaela gets one. Ryan gets one. Alina gets one. By the time I'm finished, Billings has one of the newest fleets we've ever had. And Hank Haulage has $9,500 left. I have made a slight mathematical error. Steve still needs a truck, which means, unfortunately, I know exactly who I have to call.
Hello, Hank.
Hope. Before you ask, yes, I've done something expensive.
How expensive?
Expensive enough that I need $200,000. Temporarily.
Temporarily is one of my favorite banking words. What did you buy?
California Depot. More trucks. Moved Pierre into management. And I'm one Mack short.
I can structure 2 facilities. $150,000 at 6%. Daily repayment, $906. Then $50,000 at 7%. $601 daily.
I'll take both. We should have them cleared by winter.
You said that remarkably confidently.
I've got 15 trucks earning money now. Can we do it?
Approved. I'll send everything through.
Thanks, Hope. 200,000 arrives. Another 162 disappears almost immediately. Steve gets his brand new Anthem. And finally, everybody who needs a truck has one. Billings is full. Colorado Springs is full. Los Angeles is full. 15 trucks, including mine, spread across 3 depots. We're officially operating on a scale I couldn't have imagined when this started. Trailers are the next problem. But that can wait. Right now, I need to earn some money.
Ready to stop spending?
Ready to stop spending?
Good. I've got a rough terrain forklift leaving San Francisco for Sacramento. $5,700.
Perfect. Something normal.
You say that now. Job sent. And Pierre's checked in from Los Angeles. He says everything's running.
Good. Let him run it. If he needs me, he knows where I am.
Exactly. Alvarez out.
So after weeks of garages, drivers, truck transfers, bank loans, and enough Mack purchases to keep a dealership very happy, Year 6 finally gets moving. San Francisco to Sacramento. And there's only one way I want to leave this city. Straight across the Golden Gate Bridge. And before long, the Golden Gate appears ahead. There are some roads you drive because they're efficient, and some roads you drive because you might only get one chance to see them properly. This is definitely the second kind. The Golden Gate Bridge opened in 1937 and stretches across the entrance to San Francisco Bay. For decades, it was the longest suspension bridge in the world. And today, there's a black Mack anthem crossing it with Hank Haulage written nowhere on the side because I still refuse to paint this truck anything except black. Perfect. The bridge disappears behind us and we turn inland. By 10, Sacramento comes into view. California's state capital sits where the Sacramento and American rivers meet, and historically, it became a major transport hub during the gold rush and the development of the Transcontinental Railroad. Today, it's where my forklift needs to go. We reach BHP, get the trailer backed in, and that's job 1 of Year 6 complete. Next is packaged food. Sacramento to Oakland, $4,375. Short run, green container, UPS to UPS. A couple of hours later, Oakland appears across the bay. Oakland's port is one of the major container gateways on the West Coast, so this whole region is basically freight heaven. We get into the yard,
reverse perfectly first attempt, and move on. Next, back across toward San Francisco. Dry milk heading to San Jose, $3,250. Refrigerated trailer, nothing complicated. San Jose sits at the southern end of the bay and is right in the middle of Silicon Valley. Technology might get all the headlines around here, but those millions of people and businesses still need food, building materials, machinery, and everything else delivered somehow. By 3 in the afternoon, the milk is dropped. Then we turn back north once again for another pickup in San Francisco. Geomembrane rolls, $4,000 to Fresno. Finally, a slightly longer run. The rolls are loaded and we point southeast toward California's Central Valley. This is some of the most productive agricultural land anywhere in America. Fruit, vegetables, nuts, dairy, cotton, grapes. If it grows, there's a decent chance California grows a lot of it. By 7 that evening, Fresno is waiting. The gates open, we roll inside, drop the membranes, and shut down for the night. Tuesday morning starts with a large square baler. Fresno to Modesto, about $4,000. Agricultural machinery in agricultural country. Makes sense. The farm roads are quiet, the sun's out, and by 11, we're rolling into Modesto. It's surrounded by farmland and food production, which means equipment like this never has to travel particularly far before somebody needs it. We drop the baler. Next is scaffolding to Stockton, $1,500. Short enough that I barely get comfortable before we're arriving. Stockton grew as an inland port and agricultural shipping center connected to San Francisco Bay through the river delta. Another freight city, another delivery. By 2 that afternoon, we're looking at something bigger. 2-disc harrows, Stockton to Reading, $11,700. That gets my attention. They're loaded onto a double setup, bright green agricultural machinery sitting behind the Black Anthem, and we head north. This is a longer one. California's Central Valley stretches hundreds of miles, and it's easy to understand why agriculture dominates so much freight here. There's flat farmland almost everywhere you look. I spend most of the afternoon watching fields roll past. By early evening, the sun is dropping and Reading finally appears. We pull into La Pierre, get through the gates, find the drop point, and unload. It's been a busy couple of days. San Francisco, Sacramento, Oakland, San Jose, Fresno, Modesto, Stockton, Reading. California is disappearing from the unexplored list quickly, but we're not done yet. Wednesday morning takes us west, Reading to Eureka, moving containers, $1,100. Not much money, but Eureka sits on the coast, and it gives us another road we haven't seen. We leave Reading behind and climb into completely different country. Forests, rivers, lakes, mountains. California keeps changing every few hours. By the time Eureka appears, we're back beside the Pacific. Eureka grew around timber, fishing, and Humboldt Bay, and the whole area feels completely different from Southern California. The containers get delivered to Rustic. Perfect backing job. Level 42. And before I can even start looking for the next ordinary load, Mia sends something considerably less ordinary. A giant blue silo. Special transport. Eureka back to Reading. $14,000. And 2 familiar escort vehicles are already waiting.
Hank Haulage, Cal Mercer in front. You copy?
Gotcha, Cal.
Thought we'd managed to lose you in California.
Rear escort here. He was hoping, Hank. I told him you'd come back eventually.
Missed you too, gentlemen. What have we got?
1 oversized silo, winding roads, trees close to the shoulder. Nothing heroic. Keep it smooth and follow my calls.
You say nothing heroic, like you know me.
That's exactly why he said it.
Let's move.
The blue silo crawls east, with Cal opening the road and Boone protecting the rear. Northern California is beautiful, but it doesn't exactly make oversized transport easy. Narrow sections, curves, forested roads.
The sort of trip where one bad turn can turn a $14,000 delivery into a very expensive roadside attraction. Thankfully, nothing dramatic happens. By 8 that evening, we're back in Reading. Silo delivered. Cal and Boone disappear again until somebody finds something else enormous for me to move. Thursday morning starts with beverages. Reading to Ukiah, a tandem dry van setup. The road takes us southwest through more forest before Ukiah appears around 2 in the afternoon. This region sits in Mendocino County, surrounded by wine country, redwoods, and agriculture. The Walmart takes the load, and we move straight on. Next job requires heading back toward Eureka. Large industrial tubes, $11,000. Eureka to Truckee, 8 hours. Now that's enough road to settle in. The 3 huge metal sections are loaded around 6 in the evening, and we turn inland.
Hello, California.
Colorado, how are you?
Busy. Your dealership account is becoming personally responsible for half my paperwork.
That sounds like job security.
You ordered 5 trucks through us in about 5 minutes.
That was spread across several minutes.
Right. Where are you now?
Leaving Eureka, heading to Truckee. Big industrial tubes. Probably stopping around Reading for a few hours.
How's Pierre doing in Los Angeles?
From what he's told me, good. Mia says the depot's operating normally. I haven't been hovering over him. That's the point of putting him in charge.
Look at you delegating.
Don't sound too surprised.
I'm proud of you. Slightly concerned about the bank loans, but proud.
We'll clear them. Company's earning fast.
Just make sure you come home eventually.
Once California's finished, I'm heading back toward LA. Then Colorado.
I'll believe the Colorado part when I see the truck.
Talk soon.
Drive safe.
By 10 that night, fatigue wins. I pull into a truck stop near Reading, fuel up, park, and get about 6 hours of sleep. 4 in the morning, we're moving again. Dark roads eventually turn gray. Gray turns into morning, and by around 9:30, Truckee appears up in the Sierra Nevada. Truckee's history is tied heavily to railroads and mountain travel through this region. In winter, this whole area gets serious snow. Thankfully, autumn is being kind. The tubes get delivered. Then we make an odd little reposition. Back towards Sacramento to collect potatoes heading down to Fresno. $9,600, ADM to 7. Not exciting, but potatoes pay bills too. By the time Fresno takes them, the company account is pushing toward $500,000 again. That's the advantage of having 15 trucks. I can spend 8 hours driving one job while 14 other trucks are earning somewhere else. Next is a proper long run. Fresno all the way north to Hilt. $11,600. Glass racks. Flatbed. Hilt sits right near the Oregon border, and we've somehow managed to miss it every other time we've crossed this part of the country. So we're fixing that tonight. 4 o'clock Friday afternoon, we leave. Hours of highway follow. Sunset. Darkness. More darkness. And eventually, at 2 in the morning, Hilt finally appears. I am exhausted. And naturally, the delivery point requires backing, because apparently nobody receiving freight at 2 in the morning believes in straight parking spaces. We get it in. Job complete. Then I climb into the sleeper and disappear for the night. Saturday morning starts with another long one. Eureka to Santa Cruz. 2 reservoir tanks, $17,700. We drive south to collect them, get both tanks secured, and leave Eureka around 2 in the afternoon. This time, the Pacific follows us south. Hours later, darkness settles over the coast. Santa Cruz finally appears around 11. The tanks are delivered, and now we're down to the final handful of places in California. Autumn's almost finished, and so is this state. Sunday morning, Santa Cruz, 7 o'clock. and California is finally running out of places Hank Haulage hasn't seen. First job is buttermilk, Santa Cruz to Huron, $8,200. Refrigerated freight, nice easy run through the Central Valley. By 11, we're backing into General Mills. Not my finest parking effort, but the trailer is inside the lines and nobody has complained. Good enough. Now there's one place left that matters today. Santa Maria. Mia finds $14,000 of sulfur moving from San Francisco down the coast, which means one final trip back through the city where year 6 began.
14,000. San Francisco to Santa Maria. Sulfur. Interested?
Absolutely. That should finish California for us.
Pretty much. You've covered nearly everything we needed. Pierre says Los Angeles is operating normally, by the way. His drivers are starting to settle into regular routes.
Good. I'm heading there after Santa Maria.
He'll be glad to see you. Also, your loan repayments are coming out normally, and the account is climbing quickly. So your questionable financial planning has survived another season.
That should be on the company slogan.
Please don't. Job sent. Alvarez out.
I take a moment looking at the skyline. This entire California chapter started with a government crawler carrier into San Diego. It has taken months. But California is finally part of Hank Haulage's world, and we leave San Francisco behind. For real this time. The road south gives me plenty of time to think about what California means for the company. Los Angeles isn't just another garage. It changes the shape of Hank Haulage. Billings was the beginning. Colorado Springs gave us a central base. Los Angeles gives us the Pacific. 3 depots spread across the western half of the country. And for the first time, I'm not personally responsible for every decision happening inside each one. Pierre has LA. Mia coordinates the wider operation. The Billings crew know what they're doing. Colorado has experienced drivers too. That's how this has to work now. I physically cannot know what 14 other people are doing every minute, and they don't know what I'm doing unless I tell them. The company has become too big for everybody to know everything. That's not a problem. That's growth. By 8 Sunday evening, the sulfur gets backed into the delivery point. Job complete. Level 46. And with that, I think California is done. At least for now. I set the GPS for Los Angeles. No freight, just the black Mack heading south through the darkness toward our newest home. A couple of hours later, city lights start building around us. Freeways get wider, traffic gets heavier. And then the Hank Haulage depot appears. 5 bays, company trucks lined up, our logo everywhere. The same company that started with an empty garage in Billings now has a full operation in Los Angeles. I pull through the gates and park the Anthem. Autumn ends here. We started the season with a new depot, promoted Pierre, hired an entire California team, replaced half the old fleet, and borrowed $200,000 because I somehow forgot Steve needed a truck. Then we drove almost every remaining road in California. Now the account is healthy again. The trucks are working. The state is finished. And winter is arriving. First thing tomorrow, I'm calling hope. Those loans have survived long enough. Winter begins back at the Los Angeles depot. California is finally behind us, at least in terms of unexplored roads. And before I even think about leaving again, there are 2 things I need to do. First, fix the financial mess I created at the beginning of autumn. Those 2 loans from Hope did exactly what I needed them to do. They got Steve his new truck and allowed me to finish the fleet overhaul without waiting another month. Now they're gone. Hello, Hope.
Hank, please tell me you're calling to deposit money rather than borrow more of it.
Better. I'm paying everything off.
Both loans?
Both. First balance is $142,856. Second is $45,232. Take the lot.
You weren't exaggerating when you said winter. All right, give me a moment. And done. Both facilities are closed. Hank Haulage is debt-free again.
That sounds much better.
Try keeping it that way for longer than a season.
No promises. Thanks, Hope.
Take care, Hank.
$188,000 disappears. But there's something very satisfying about seeing every loan balance return to zero. We're left with about $615,000. And apparently, I've learned exactly nothing about sitting on cash, because now I'm walking into the garage to talk to Pierre about spending more of it.
Morning, boss.
Morning. So, you've had the place to yourself for a few months. How's California treating you?
I love it. Seriously. Never thought I'd say that when you first asked me to move down here, but this place is ridiculous. There's freight everywhere. Port work, Vegas, Yuma, long runs north. One of the guys has already been up toward Kennewick. Another made Kansas City. Somebody else ended up with a Houston run. They're settling in.
Martin, Enzo, Marcel, and the other Martin all behaving themselves?
So far, nobody's put a truck through the office.
High standards.
There is one thing, trailers. We can use customer equipment, obviously, but if you want this depot properly independent, we could really use our own, especially container carriers. We're sitting beside one of the biggest port complexes in the country.
I was thinking the same thing. Anything else?
Something for gas, something for construction work, maybe chips or bulk material. Just give us options.
Leave it with me. And Pierre, good work. This is exactly why I wanted you down here.
Appreciate it, Hank.
So we go shopping. Again. A gas tank trailer, $49,000. A chip van, $68,000. 2 container carriers at $28,000 each. That gives Pierre 2 dedicated setups for port freight. Then a wooden lowboy for $38,000. Los Angeles is sorted. Colorado gets some attention too. Food tank, $55,000. Horizontal bottom dumper, $63,000. And Billings gets a huge insulated trailer for $102,000. By the time I stop clicking purchase, we've gone from $615,000 to about $162,000. Again. But now, every depot has a proper range of equipment. And this company is getting to the point where I can't personally keep track of every driver anymore. That's why Pierre is here. That's why Mia coordinates everything. I don't need to know where Marcel is at 9:30 on a Tuesday morning unless something has gone wrong. The company is becoming too big for that. Then Mia calls, and suddenly California feels very small.
Hank, Victoria Hale has another one.
How big?
$70,000. Los Angeles to Maryville, Missouri.
Missouri?
First Hank Haulage load into the state. Tandem grain trailers out of BNSF, delivery to Organic Valley. Victoria says it's tied to a federal supply continuity program. She'll explain the rest.
28 hours from here.
Which is why I'm calling before you decide to buy anything else.
Accepted.
Already have. Alvarez out.
Missouri. That's our next state. And apparently we're introducing ourselves with $70,000 of government grain. I get the Anthem serviced before we leave. Brakes checked, fluids, tires, everything looks good. Then I drive over to BNSF. 2 grain trailers are waiting. We hitch up. Snow has started settling across Los Angeles. California's sunshine finally disappearing behind winter. And after almost an entire year spent working this state, Hank Haulage is leaving California behind. Next stop, Missouri. 8 o'clock Monday morning, we leave Los Angeles. 28 hours of driving ahead. That makes this one of the longest single contracts I've taken in a long time. There's also something slightly strange about hauling grain halfway across the country for a government contact.
Mr. Morrison?
Victoria, I've got your grain.
Excellent. Before your imagination becomes unnecessarily active, the cargo is exactly what the documentation states. Certified grain. There has been a short-term supply disruption affecting several contracted processors in northern Missouri. Our office was asked to coordinate replacement capacity from available Western stocks.
So no secret government grain.
I'm not entirely certain what secret grain would look like.
Good point.
What matters is the delivery window. The receiving facility has production allocated around your arrival. You have sufficient time for mandatory rest, and I expect you to use it.
Wouldn't dream of doing otherwise.
Your history suggests you occasionally dream rather ambitiously. Drive safely, Mr. Morrison.
That's Victoria, still terrifyingly organized. Apparently, the government doesn't only move giant machinery. Sometimes something as ordinary as grain becomes important enough that paying $70,000 to guarantee it arrives on time makes sense. The first 12 hours disappear beneath us. California, Nevada, Utah, Colorado. By 8 that night, we reach Grand Junction. Grand Junction sits out on Colorado's western slope, surrounded by mountains, desert country, and the Colorado River. Tonight, though, all I care about is the truck stop. I pull off the highway, find somewhere long enough for the tandem trailers, and park. 12 hours behind the wheel, 12 hours off. That'll do. 8. Tuesday morning, we're moving again. The highway runs alongside the river before beginning the long climb east. By the time we reach Denver, I've got a decision to make. Missouri is still a long way ahead, but Colorado Springs isn't far away. And there's somebody there I haven't seen properly since spring. We have enough time. So instead of continuing east, I turn south. A couple hours later, the Hank Haulage garage appears.
Is that actually your truck?
Depends. Are you still annoyed with me?
I haven't decided yet. What are you doing here?
Passing through. Government job to Missouri. I had enough time to stop for the night.
You voluntarily changed your route to come and see me?
I'm capable of personal growth.
This is enormous. Should I call somebody?
Very funny.
How was California? Properly, not the 30-second version you give me on the phone.
Busy. We finished the state. Pierre loves LA. Depot's full. I paid Hope back this morning. Then I spent most of the remaining money on trailers.
There he is. I was worried you'd changed.
Company's doing well. Better than well, actually. 15 trucks now. And we're earning fast enough that spending doesn't hurt the way it used to.
That sentence sounds dangerous coming from you. Where's Missouri fit into all this?
Next part of the map. We're heading east now. Missouri, then Arkansas eventually. After that, there's Louisiana, Oklahoma, New Mexico, and Texas.
You say that like you've already planned the next 2 years.
I mostly have.
And after Texas?
Hank Haulage doesn't stop existing because I run out of roads I haven't driven. There's always somewhere else. Something else.
Good, because I'd quite like to know what Hank Morrison plans to do when he isn't trying to conquer America.
Working on that part.
Slowly.
Very slowly. We spend the evening together. No contracts, no garage purchases, no trucks. Just dinner, a few hours away from work, and an actual bed. That might be the biggest achievement of year 6 so far. 8. Wednesday morning, I'm back in the Anthem. Claire's already gone to work across the road. The grain is still waiting behind me. And Maryville is about 12 hours east. Time to finish what we started. Colorado Springs disappears in the mirrors. We head northeast, connect back onto the interstate, and point the truck toward Missouri. The scenery slowly flattens. Colorado becomes Kansas. Kansas keeps stretching. Hours of winter farmland, snow sitting beside the highway, and enough straight road to make you appreciate cruise control. By early evening, we pass Lincoln. A sign for Beatrice flashes past. And now we're getting close. This is the furthest east Hank Haulage has personally pushed on this part of the country. Then, just before 8 Wednesday night, Missouri, another state. Maryville appears in the darkness, And after nearly 30 hours of driving spread over 3 days, I am extremely happy to see Organic Valley. We pull into the facility, find the delivery point, back both trailers where they want them, and finally shut the brakes on. $70,000, 20,000 experience, level 49. But more importantly, Hank Haulage has officially arrived in Missouri. The company account is already back near $700,000. 14 other trucks have been working while I crossed half the country. That still takes some getting used to. Thursday morning, there's no reason to leave. We're here to explore. Mia finds $9,000 of salt moving from Maryville to Rolla. New customer names too. DSV Swift. Different companies, different freight, different part of the country. Exactly what I wanted. We hitch up and head south. The route takes us through Kansas City before cutting deeper into Missouri. Kansas City sits right on the Missouri-Kansas border, built around the Missouri River and generations of rail, livestock, and freight movement. Even today, the whole region feels designed around transportation. Highways everywhere, warehouses, rail yards, distribution centers. For Hank Haulage, this part of America makes a lot of sense. By afternoon, we reach Rolla, salt delivered. Then we grab excavated soil from Newmont heading to Jefferson City, $4,000, not far. We leave the quarry around 4, climb out of the pit and get back onto winter roads. Darkness comes early out here. By 7, Jefferson City is already black except for streetlights and snow reflecting around the roads. Missouri's capital sits along the Missouri River, much smaller than Kansas City or St. Louis, but strategically placed right through the middle of the state. We get into the quarry and unload. Done. Friday morning brings something more interesting. Jefferson City to Joplin, $9,700. 2 bright green evergreen trailers. Destination? Subtropolis. I've seen that name on freight paperwork before, and every time I do, it sounds less like a warehouse and more like somewhere a villain keeps a weather machine. The route southwest is easy. Winter sun, clear roads. By 1 in the afternoon, we reach the facility. Security gate, huge complex. Then the road starts taking us underground, literally. We continue deeper into Subtropolis. No masked guards, no secret laboratory, just warehouses, forklifts, trailers. The evergreen containers get dropped. Friday afternoon, we leave the underground complex and immediately pick up another serious contract. Hazardous ammonia, Joplin to St. Joseph, $21,600. Hazardous cargo, good money, and a useful run back north through Missouri. We load the tank, check everything twice, and head out around 2. This is exactly the type of job years of licenses and training were supposed to unlock. 5 years ago, nobody would have handed me this trailer. Now, companies call Hank Haulage specifically because they know we can move it. By 6 that evening, St. Joseph appears. The city sits along the Missouri River and grew as a major western trading and transport point long before trucks existed. Tonight, it's where several thousand gallons of ammonia become somebody else's responsibility. We get through the Dow gates. Tank delivered, job complete. Missouri is far from finished, but winter is running out, and I need to get back to Colorado. Saturday morning, I drive down toward Kansas City for one final load. Cargill to BNSF in Denver, $23,000. Cargo description? Used packaging. Of course it is. You're going to ask. $23,000 for used packaging. Yes, Adrian, I'm going to ask.
Reusable protective shipping fixtures from a confidential manufacturing program. Some are being refurbished, some destroyed. The high rate covers controlled handling, documented custody, and the return window.
So basically, very expensive rubbish.
That is an offensively simple description, but not entirely inaccurate.
And Port Fourchon? My drivers have been making ridiculous money going there for years.
Energy sector. offshore contractors, specialist equipment, replacement components, secure documentation and materials moving through Gulf operations. Black Ridge has several long-running clients there. Your drivers proved reliable, so we kept using them.
That's it?
Were you hoping for submarines?
Maybe a little.
I'm afraid you've built a successful freight company, Hank, not joined an espionage agency.
Probably for the best.
Probably. Safe trip to Denver.
And just like that, 3 years of wondering what Adrian Cross actually does gets a fairly sensible answer. He knows powerful people. He works around sensitive industries. His clients pay for privacy and reliability. That's why the jobs are vague. That's why the money is good. And that's why he keeps calling us. The used packaging is delivered to BNSF. Another Cross contract done. And the company is sitting almost exactly where I never expected it to be this quickly. $1 million. Or close enough that by the time everybody finishes their current runs, we'll be there. I could buy another depot. I could add more drivers, more trucks, more trailers. But maybe this time we do something different. Maybe instead of making Hank Haulage bigger, we make it better. I set the GPS for Colorado Springs. No freight, just home. The highway south gives me a little time to think before the city lights appear. Then the Mack dealership. Then our garage across the road.
Twice in one winter. Should I be worried?
I'm setting new records.
How was Missouri?
Cold, busy. Adrian finally explained what Black Ridge actually does.
And?
Turns out the mysterious man with secret trailers is mostly moving confidential industrial freight.
That must be devastating for you.
I was expecting at least one underground lair.
Didn't you literally drive into an underground warehouse?
That's different.
Of course it is. How long are you staying?
A while. I want to look over the fleet. We've spent years expanding. I think it's time we started replacing the last old trucks and upgrading what we already have.
That sounds suspiciously responsible.
Don't worry. I'll find a way to spend far too much money doing it. Spring arrives in Colorado Springs, and for once, I'm not immediately pointing the truck toward another state. I'm pointing it across the road. Front Range Mack. This Anthem has done a ridiculous amount of work since I bought it. The current long 6x4 setup has a 234-gallon fuel capacity. We're changing that to the larger, long 6x4 with 284 gallons. The engine is already about as good as Mack will give me, but there are still a couple of things we can improve. Then the transmission goes. The old one's replaced with an Allison 4700RDS-R. Best setup I can fit into this truck. I spend a while looking at the company paint, too. White, black, Hank Haulage graphics. Different combinations, and none of them look right. Every other company Anthem can wear the logo. Mine stays black. Pure gloss black. No writing, no stripes, nothing. Some traditions survive expansion.
$28,000. And you somehow managed not to buy another truck.
Growth?
I'm impressed. Although you did spend 10 minutes staring at paint samples.
Company colors didn't suit it.
You're emotionally attached to a black truck.
That truck has carried me halfway across America.
So, yes, emotionally attached.
Maybe a little.
What now?
Now I look at everyone else's trucks.
There it is.
The more I look through the fleet, the more obvious it becomes. We've spent years buying whatever we could afford. 2-star trucks, 3-star trucks, 500,000 miles, 800,000 miles. That made sense when every dollar mattered. It doesn't make sense anymore. Jana still has an older 4-star Anthem in Colorado. Sold. $52,800 back. Then I start looking at Los Angeles. When we opened that depot, Pierre's new crew inherited a bunch of our older trucks. Martin's goes. Marcel's goes. Enzo's goes. The other Martin's goes. 4 tired Anthems removed from the fleet. 5 replacements needed. 1 for Jana, 4 for Los Angeles. And this time, I'm not buying the cheaper specification. 70-inch sleeper, upgraded engine, upgraded transmission, company colors, Hank Haulage logo, $184,605 each. Jana gets the first, then Los Angeles gets 4. Pierre already has his new truck, so when those arrive, every single driver under him will be operating proper modern equipment. By the time the final purchase clears, the company account has been absolutely demolished. Again, around $170,000 left. But look at what we own now. 3 depots, almost the entire fleet running brand new Anthems. Modern sleepers, modern engines, modern transmissions. The only real exception is the Superliner, and that's deliberate. That truck isn't just another asset anymore. Eventually, I want it parked somewhere safe, stripped down and rebuilt properly. Not because we need it, because it deserves it. For now, though, enough shopping. Spring roads are dry. Missouri still isn't finished. And Mia has exactly the job I need.
Ready to earn back everything you just spent?
Please.
Pueblo to Kansas City, Missouri, $14,000. Empty pallets, white sealed dry van, cross contract.
$14,000 for empty pallets. Classic Adrian.
Paperwork's clean, pickup's ready, and it puts you exactly where you want it to be.
Take it.
Already sent. Alvarez out.
So we leave Colorado Springs, head south to Pueblo, and collect a trailer full of supposedly empty pallets. I don't ask what makes them worth $14,000. Adrian's already explained himself. The freight is legal. The contract is good. That's enough. 8 in the morning, we pull onto the highway. Spring has finally burned the snow away. Blue sky, dry asphalt. 10 hours ahead, and Hank Haulage is heading back to Missouri. A couple of hours outside Pueblo, Colorado, is already opening into long, bright spring highway. After spending winter crawling through snow, this feels easy. The trailer behind me is completely sealed. Manifest says empty pallets. Cross says empty pallets. So as far as I'm concerned, I'm transporting the most valuable empty pallets in America.
Hank, I assume Mia found you the Pueblo movement.
She did. $14,000 for empty pallets. You're making it very difficult not to ask questions.
Reusable specialist shipping frames. Technically pallets. They belong to one of our manufacturing clients and need to return through Kansas City immediately.
So not even mysterious anymore.
I did tell you what we do.
You've ruined half the entertainment.
I'll endeavor to be more cryptic next time. How is the new fleet?
Expensive. Nearly every old Anthem is gone now.
Then I expect your capacity to increase.
There it is. That's why you called.
Partially. Black Ridge will have more work moving east over the coming year. Missouri, Arkansas, Gulf region. Your expansion is useful to us.
Useful to me, too.
Then our arrangement continues to benefit everybody. Safe journey, Hank.
The empty pallets stop being my concern, and $14,000 goes back into the account. Except while I've been driving, the rest of the fleet has been earning too. Already back around $400,000. That's the machine we've built now. I spend money. They replace it. Tuesday morning, we stay in Kansas City and find another load. Frozen fruit, $7,000. Kansas City to Kirksville, Siva to Swift. We collect the refrigerated trailer and head northeast. Kirksville sits in northern Missouri, surrounded by farmland and smaller communities. This is the Missouri I haven't seen yet. Away from the bigger corridors, away from Kansas City. Just open country and freight moving between towns most people would probably never have a reason to visit. We arrive, go through the gates, park the refrigerated trailer, and finish the job. Around midday, another contract appears. Kirksville to Springfield, $15,000. grain. Except it's sitting inside a completely unmarked black dry van. That is an unusual way to move grain. Still, manifest says grain. Weight checks, seals intact. Customer is approved. We take it. The run south gives us several hours through the center of Missouri. Springfield is one of the larger cities in the southwest of the state, sitting right in the Ozarks region. It's also a major transport point where several routes meet, which explains why we've driven through it before without ever actually delivering anything there. Tonight changes that. Sunset follows us toward the city. We leave the highway, work our way through the streets, and finally get the black trailer backed into the delivery point. Springfield, officially done. Wednesday morning takes us towards somewhere familiar. Joplin. Subtropolis. Again. This time the cargo description is simply cans. That's it. Cans. White target trailer. Joplin to Columbia. Mia, please tell me you have more information than cans.
I have sealed consumer metal packaging.
That's cans with extra words.
Correct. Cross contract. Subtropolis pickup. Target delivery. Everything's cleared.
Good enough.
You sound disappointed.
I miss when everything felt suspicious.
You complained when everything felt suspicious.
Also true.
Go pick up your cans, Hank. Alvarez out.
Subtropolis still feels bizarre even when you know what it is. Former limestone workings converted into millions of square feet of underground commercial space. Warehouses buried inside rock. Stable temperatures. Protection from weather. Perfect for storage. Slightly unsettling for truck drivers. By one Wednesday afternoon, we're pulling off the highway. Target takes the cans, whatever they actually are. Another delivery complete. And now there's only a handful of Missouri left, including one city I haven't properly looked at yet. St. Louis. Wednesday afternoon gives us industrial pallets from Columbia to Poplar Bluff. $6,000. The load is wider than normal, flags hanging off the rear, but nothing requiring an escort. We get them secured and start working southeast. There's plenty of road here, which gives me time to look at where Missouri sits in the bigger picture. And then St. Louis appears. We're only passing through, but I notice it immediately. This place is interesting. St. Louis sits right on the Mississippi River, practically at the gateway between the western states we've built our company around and everything farther east. Major interstate connections, rail, river freight, warehousing, manufacturing. And on the other side of that river is Illinois, where Hank Haulage has already worked. Geographically, this is almost perfect. Billings handles the northwest. Los Angeles anchors the coast. Colorado Springs covers the middle. A depot around St. Louis would give us something we don't have yet. A proper eastern base. Not East Coast. We're nowhere near ready for that. There's a whole part of the country farther east where we don't have established contracts, yards, support networks, or regular routes yet. Maybe one day. But for now, St. Louis could be our gateway. I'm filing that thought away, not buying anything. Yet. We continue through and eventually reach Poplar Bluff around 7. Industrial pallets delivered to Amish furniture. Next morning, there's a very convenient load waiting. Frozen food. Poplar Bluff to St. Louis. $7,000. Perfect. We hook onto the blue DSV trailer and head north. A couple hours later, the St. Louis skyline begins appearing again. And this time I'm paying closer attention. The Mississippi has made this city a freight hub for generations. Before trucks, riverboats, and railways moved cargo through here. Now interstates connect St. Louis in basically every direction. Kansas City west, Chicago north, Arkansas south, Kentucky and Tennessee farther east, Louisiana eventually below us. That last one matters, because Port Fourchon has been appearing in our driver logs for years. Adrian's energy sector clients down on the Gulf have already been using Hank Haulage. Eventually, I want to see those routes myself. St. Louis puts us on the doorstep of the next chapter. The frozen food gets delivered to Evergreen. Job complete. And instead of looking for another load,
I set the GPS for something else. There's a garage nearby. I want to see it. The Anthem rolls out of Evergreen, and only a short distance later we turn into a small industrial yard. 3 bays, office, truck parking. Nothing spectacular. But neither was Billings when I started. I parked the Mack and spent some time walking around.
How's Missouri?
Finished. Or close enough that I'm happy calling it finished.
Good. Where are you?
Standing in that St. Louis garage listing I sent you.
I wondered how long that would take.
3 bays. I don't want 5, not yet. Small operation. Experienced lead driver, 2 others.
Operationally, St. Louis makes sense. We already route freight through Missouri, Illinois, and Kansas. Cross has customers throughout the region. And it positions us well for Arkansas and eventually Louisiana.
That's exactly what I'm thinking.
Then the question isn't whether it works. It's whether you want a 4th depot this soon after Los Angeles.
Normally, I'd say no. But I don't want to fill it immediately with 5 trucks and burn another $1 million. Keep it small. Let it earn its growth.
That's considerably more restrained than usual.
Claire said something similar.
I can start working through staffing and transfer options. Nothing gets moved until you approve it.
I've got a couple people in mind, but I haven't told them anything yet.
Then they don't know anything yet. Exactly how it should be.
Send me the paperwork.
On its way. Alvarez out.
Summer begins with depot number 4, sitting right here in St. Louis. 3 bays, not 5, and I'm keeping it that way. Los Angeles taught me something. Opening the building is the cheap part. Trucks, drivers, trailers, and everything needed to keep that building earning money is where the numbers start getting ridiculous. So St. Louis is going to grow slowly. First, I need somebody I trust running it. Edouard's been with Hank Haulage for years. He's handled cross contracts, long-distance work, winter roads, and everything else we've thrown at him. I asked him to come down from Billings so we can talk.
Quite a place you found.
You like it?
I do. Why do I get the feeling you didn't bring me all the way to Missouri for sightseeing?
Because I want you to stay. I'm putting together a 3-truck operation here. Nothing massive yet. And I want you leading it.
Me?
Pierre's running Los Angeles. You've been with us long enough that I know how you work. I need somebody here who doesn't need me standing over their shoulder. You interested?
Absolutely. I wasn't expecting it, but yeah, I'd like that.
Good. Then St. Louis is yours to get settled. Mia handles the wider dispatching, but day to day, your crew comes to you first.
Understood. I won't let you down.
Never thought you would. That gives us our depot lead. St. Louis needs 1 more driver, and Mia finds an applicant with possibly the easiest name I've ever had to remember. Jay-Z. Not that Jay-Z. At least I assume not. He takes the 3rd slot. Edouard, Mark, and Jay-Z. 3 drivers. That's enough. Now they need equipment. Edouard already has his new Mack, so I order 2 more Anthems for Mark and Jay-Z. 70-inch sleepers, upgraded engines, upgraded transmissions, company colors. Around $184,000 each. There goes another small fortune. Moving Edouard also opens a seat back in Billings, so Mia recruits Valentino. 1 more driver, 1 more truck. I don't quite have enough left for the full specification, so his comes in slightly cheaper at around $173,000. Still a sleeper, still company colors, still a brand new Mack. By the time the dust settles, Hank Haulage has 4 depots and more trucks than I ever want to count without a spreadsheet. Billings is full, Colorado Springs is full, Los Angeles is full, St. Louis has 3, and the Superliner is finally resting. Monday morning arrives with around $300,000 already back in the account. That's how quickly the fleet is earning now. And I'm done with garages, for the moment.
Morning, Hank. Ready for Arkansas?
That depends entirely on whether you found me a job going there.
St. Louis to Little Rock. Coca-Cola facility to waste management. $5,500. Cargo is waste paper.
So my grand entrance into Arkansas is taking Coca-Cola's rubbish out.
You wanted a job. I found you a job.
Fair. Send it.
Already done. Edouard's depot is live in the system and all 3 drivers are ready. You can leave them to it. Alvarez out.
We leave the new St. Louis depot just after 6 Monday morning and head across town to Coca-Cola. The trailer looks considerably more exciting than the cargo inside it. Waste paper, basically a very expensive recycling run. We hook up and head south. Missouri begins disappearing behind us. The sun climbs, the highway opens, and then I see it. Welcome to Arkansas, another state. Arkansas sits right between the plains and the deep south, with the Ozark and Ouachita Mountains up north and west, huge areas of farmland farther south and east, timber, rice, poultry, cotton, manufacturing. Plenty for a trucking company. And this is important for another reason. Right now, Hank Haulage has just crossed into Arkansas for the first time. And I've got a trailer full of Coca-Cola's rubbish to deliver to Little Rock. Little Rock comes into view around midday. Arkansas's capital sits almost right in the center of the state on the Arkansas River, which makes it a natural transport point between the northern hills and the flatter agricultural country farther south. For Hank Haulage, it's stop number 1. Waste management takes the trailer, the paper gets unloaded, and our first Arkansas delivery is done. Next is Little Rock to Texarkana. Reservoir tank, $3,500. Not far. We collect it from Evergreen and get moving around 1 in the afternoon. The roads are completely different from winter Missouri. Green everywhere. Trees, rivers, hot summer sun. By 3, Texarkana appears. And this place is unusual because the city literally sits on the Arkansas-Texas state line. One side is Arkansas, the other is Texas. I could almost reach our final state from here. Almost. Not yet. Texas gets its own chapter. We drop the reservoir tank at AmeriGas and turn back northeast. Empty pallets from Texarkana to Pine Bluff, $4,200. Another ordinary job, but enough road to keep us moving. Evening follows us across Arkansas. By 8, Pine Bluff appears, and we take the trailer into DSV. Job done. Tuesday morning, more empty pallets. Pine Bluff to El Dorado, just under $2,000. Nothing worth calling anyone about. We pick them up at Target, get back onto the highway, and by 11, we're pulling through the gates in El Dorado. This part of southern Arkansas has long been tied to oil, timber, and manufacturing. Even a smaller city like this has freight moving constantly. And that's something I've learned after 6 years. A trucking empire isn't built only in Los Angeles and Chicago. It's built in places like El Dorado, too. The next load takes us back north. El Dorado to Jonesboro. Used packaging, $6,000. Pickup is Lone Star Cotton. This place gets my attention immediately. Cotton everywhere. Huge white bales. Fields stretching out around the farm. Equipment parked around the yard. There's something satisfying about seeing an operation where everything begins with dirt and eventually leaves on a truck. Arkansas is one of the major cotton-producing states, especially across the flatter eastern and southern regions. Rice is enormous here too. Soybeans, poultry, forestry. You could run a trucking company in this state doing nothing but agriculture and never get bored. Honestly, being a cotton farmer looks pretty good from where I'm sitting, until I remember farmers probably look at my truck and think trucking looks easy too. Everybody's job looks peaceful when you're watching from the road. The used packaging is sealed into a plain white trailer. We leave Lone Star Cotton and head north. A few hours later, sunlight starts fading as Jonesboro comes into view. 3M takes the trailer. Another job done. It's around 6 in the evening when Mia calls.
Hank, before you park for the night, I've got tomorrow morning sorted.
What have you found?
Special transport. Jonesboro to Hot Springs. Oversized industrial tires. $19,800. Cal and Boone are assigned.
Huge tires?
Very huge tires. Pickup is ready first thing tomorrow.
That'll work.
Good. Get some sleep. Alvarez out.
I find a truck stop outside Jonesboro and shut everything down for the night.
Wednesday morning, the tires are waiting. And Mia wasn't exaggerating. These things look like they belong on machinery big enough to have its own postcode. We get them secured, and 2 familiar escort vehicles pull into position.
Morning, Hank. You copy?
Morning, Cal. Got you.
Rear is here too. Nice quiet little load today.
Boone, I can see the tires in my mirrors.
Exactly. Small enough to only block most of Arkansas.
Ignore him. Route's straightforward. Few tighter junctions on the way into Hot Springs. Keep your turns wide and stay behind me.
Same as always.
Same as always.
The convoy pulls out. Arkansas rolls by around us. 4 depots behind me. Drivers spread from Montana to California to Missouri. More than enough money coming in. And somehow, I'm still happiest right here. 1 truck, 1 road, 1 enormous load behind me. The tire run takes about 5 hours. Long enough to settle into it without becoming one of those all-day special transports where I start forgetting what normal speed feels like. Hot Springs eventually appears ahead. The city is famous for the natural thermal springs that gave it its name, and the surrounding Ouachita Mountains make this part of Arkansas feel completely different from the flatter country we were driving yesterday. Cal guides us through the last couple of junctions. Boone keeps the rear clear. We reach the delivery site and get the giant tires where they need to go. $20,000. No damage, no drama. Exactly how I like special transport. From there, the next stretch works us north through Arkansas until we eventually reach Harrison around midday. Another town checked off. Then Mia finds a proper freight run west. Harrison to Fayetteville, $4,700. Sawdust panels from Siva Logistics to Turner Construction. We load them and leave. Fayetteville sits up in northwestern Arkansas in the Ozarks. The whole region has grown massively over the years, with agriculture, retail distribution, manufacturing, and a surprising amount of freight moving through this corner of the state. The drive through town gives me plenty of time to look around before the GPS takes us up a dirt access road toward Turner Construction. Panels delivered, trailer backed in, done. It's about 2 Thursday afternoon. 1 Arkansas city remains. Fort Smith. There isn't a useful job going there, and for once, I'm not going to drive 3 hours in the wrong direction just so I can earn $1,500 getting there. It's barely an hour away, so I go empty. No trailer, no contract, just sightseeing. Fort Smith appears ahead, sitting near the Oklahoma border along the Arkansas River. Historically, this place was one of the big gateways into the American frontier. Railways came later, then highways, now trucks. I eventually find a lookout near the railway tracks, park the Mack, and take a few minutes. There's artwork painted across some of the nearby buildings, trains moving through, river nearby. And I realize something. Arkansas is basically finished. California, Missouri, Arkansas. 3 more states completed in 1 year. We've got 4 depots now. Billings, Colorado Springs, Los Angeles, St. Louis. Edouard has his own operation. Pierre has his. The superliner is finally parked. The fleet has almost entirely moved onto brand new anthems. This doesn't feel like the same company anymore.
Hello?
Hey, got a minute?
I do. Where are you now?
Fort Smith, Arkansas. Parked beside some train tracks.
That sounds suspiciously like you're actually taking a break.
Don't tell Mia.
How's Arkansas?
Beautiful. Hot. A lot greener than I expected. Cotton farms, forests, hills. We're basically finished here already.
And then you're coming home?
Not exactly.
Of course not.
There's one job I'm looking at. It heads south.
How far south?
New Orleans.
Louisiana?
Yeah, but I'm not planning to explore it yet. Just deliver the load and probably call the year there.
What are you carrying?
3 trucks, Western Stars, $70,000 contract.
That's a lot for 3 trucks.
Exactly what I thought. I haven't accepted it yet.
So you're calling me before you decide?
Look at me go.
I'm genuinely impressed.
I'll call once I know what's happening.
Please do. And Hank,
Yeah?
I love you.
I love you too. Have a great day, Claire. The job is sitting in Springdale, not far back north from here. 3 brand new red Western Star trucks. Springdale, Arkansas to New Orleans, Louisiana. $70,000. There's no Victoria Hale name attached. No Blackridge. No government department. Just a private transport contract through Western Star. It's unusually high, but moving 3 complete trucks that far south isn't exactly cheap. Maybe that's all it is. I accept. The GPS turns us back toward Springdale, and with Arkansas behind us, I think I've just found the job that's going to begin year 7. The drive back toward Springdale doesn't take long. By late afternoon, the Western Star facility appears ahead. Large yard, rows of trucks, service bays. Everything looks completely normal. I stop at the workshop first and have the Anthem looked over. We've put serious miles on it this year. California to Missouri, Missouri back to Colorado, then Missouri again, Arkansas. If I'm about to drag 3 trucks all the way to New Orleans, I want everything checked. The transport trailer is waiting around the back, and there they are, 3 red Western Stars. Brand new, identical, one behind another, strapped down and ready. $70,000 to take them from Springdale to New Orleans. I pull slowly around the building toward the exit. That's when I notice someone standing near the front office. Man in a dark jacket, maybe late 40s. He watches the truck come around the corner. Can I help you?
Damon Rourke. I oversee special fleet accounts for this facility. Those 3 trucks are mine until they reach New Orleans.
All right. Paperwork signed. They're secure. We're about to leave.
I know. That's why I stopped you.
Something wrong with them?
No. Mechanically, they're perfect. And you're still taking them to New Orleans. Nothing about the contract changes. But before you cross into Louisiana, there's something you need to understand.
About the trucks?
About who's waiting for them.
The paperwork says private fleet delivery.
It is, technically.
That word normally causes problems.
Then you've been in business long enough to know why I used it. The customer purchased these trucks through a holding company. They paid for expedited delivery. They specifically requested Hank Haulage.
Why?
I was hoping you could tell me.
Never heard of them.
Maybe not, but they've heard of you.
From where?
Port Fourchon.
Port Fourchon? My drivers have been running contracts down there for years. Blackridge contracts.
Then perhaps this makes more sense to you than it does to me.
Not really. What's the customer called?
Bayou Crown Logistics. Private industrial carrier based near New Orleans. Energy work, port freight, offshore support. On paper, completely legitimate.
On paper?
I'm not accusing them of anything. I'm telling you this order was unusual. 3 identical trucks, rush purchase, premium delivery fee. And when I offered them our regular carrier, they said no. They wanted Hank Morrison, personally.
Me?
You. Not one of your drivers, not one of your depots. You.
Did they say why?
No. And that's the part I thought you deserved to know before you drove 13 hours south.
You could have called me before I hitched them up.
I only saw the final dispatch order 20 minutes ago. Until then, I thought you were simply the carrier that won the contract.
So what exactly are you suggesting I do?
Nothing. Deliver the trucks. $70,000 is $70,000. Bayou Crown exists. Their money cleared. Their licenses check out. Nobody here has found anything illegal. But if I were driving, I'd want to know somebody at the other end asked for me by name.
Yeah, I would too. Thanks for telling me.
One more thing. When you arrive in New Orleans, don't expect the person who ordered those trucks to introduce himself as Bayou Crown Logistics.
What does that mean?
That, you'll have to ask him.
Damon walks back toward the building, and I'm left standing beside 3 red Western Stars with considerably more questions than I had 5 minutes ago. Bayou Crown Logistics, Port Fouchon. They know Hank Haulage. They know me. And they paid $70,000 specifically to make sure I'm the one bringing these trucks south. I could call Adrian. Maybe he knows them. I could call Victoria. Maybe she does. But neither one arranged this contract. And right now, neither one even knows I've accepted it. Nobody does, except Mia, Claire, and the people standing inside this building. The Louisiana route is already glowing on the GPS. Springdale to New Orleans. 3 Western Stars behind me. 13 hours south. Arkansas is complete. Year 6 is complete. And for the first time in a long time, I have absolutely no idea what's waiting at the other end.